Yun Woon, why young master of demonic cult heavenly demon? Born without Dantian, a fatal defect in the martial arts world, yet, thanks to his extraordinary talent and stubborn personality, he rose to the top, becoming the leader of the demonic cult, his name echoing throughout the land. A grand sorcerer, king of wandering spirits, as the folklore tells. If he smiles, run as fast as you can, that smile is a death sentence. If you meet his gaze, your life is spared, if you survive, but even the emperor of the demonic path is not immune to betrayal. His deputy and the elders rebelled. Before his death, he used the relic of the first heavenly demon and self-detonated, dragging the traitors down to hell. When he opened his eyes, he had been reborn as an abandoned child in the Nine Dragons branch of the Tang clan in Sichuan. Carrying the memories of his past life, Tang Woonwee entered a new cultivation world within a righteous sect, the Tang clan. Hiding his true identity, he secretly studied, trained, and restored his old strength. Gradually, he uncovered the dark conspiracy hidden within the orthodox path and other forces. With his intelligence, ambition, and past life experience, he silently built a new force, a demonic path power hidden within the orthodox path. Those who scorned him soon realized, don't judge a child by its appearance, especially when it was once the demon god. The reborn demon god, the Murim overlord, Tang Woonwee is no longer an unknown child. He has become a powerful figure in the Jianghu, confronting renowned masters, exposing hypocrites, and shaking the entire world. But his goal is no longer simple revenge, it's to rebuild the demonic cult in his own way, a reborn demon god in a chaotic era where righteousness and evil are intertwined. Can he become a living legend, unifying Murim and rebalancing the world? At the heavenly demon cult, the heavenly demon palace is shrouded in a gloomy, grey sky. An old man clasped his hands, humbly begging forgiveness for his incompetence. The silver-haired man above gently smiled, forgivingly replying, "There's no need for such ceremony. Experiencing energy deviation isn't easily treated. It's all my fault." He thought to himself, it all stems from this foolish apprentice. His lower dantian was congenitally damaged, making it impossible for this body to cultivate internal energy. I could only rely on the sorcery of the practitioners to create a little chi. It is thanks to that outside help that I could legitimately sit on the illustrious position of young cult leader of the heavenly demon cult. I do all this only to repay the kindness my master showed me. The man walked down the corridor, muttering to himself, even the 1,000-year elixirs selected from Hebei are ineffective. Have I reached the point of despair? Where can I find more effective elixirs now? A voice called out, making him stop. Young cult leader, long time no see. A tall man, hidden in the shadows, spoke. Deputy Liege, it's been a long time since you've been in the heavenly demon palace. How have you been? He replied, long time no see, Cheon, Harshin uncle. The young cult leader said with implication, suppressing those minor forces must have taken up quite a bit of your time, hasn't it? Cheon, Harshin coldly replied, I came back because the young cult leader couldn't handle all the work in the cult, so this old man also had to work hard to do everything to help our cult become more and more prosperous. He passed by Cheon, Harshin, mockingly, truly worthy of being called uncle. Thanks to your efforts I can sleep peacefully. Young cult leader sat in his palace, put down his wine glass, pondered. As we all know, Cheon, Harshin is a cunning fox. It's not for nothing that he said that we didn't have enough management ability in the cult and came back here at this time. His eyes suddenly widened, as if realizing something. Everything seemed to be as expected. The young cult leader sat alone in the large room, sighing, but I didn't expect that old man to be so reckless. He acted while I was in the junior lord hall adjusting my energy. He crushed the wine glass in his hand, his mouth bleeding, gritting his teeth. This intoxicating wine is enough for today. He said to the people waiting on the roof, since you're here, come down and have a drink with me. Drinking alone is so lonely. An assassin shouted, kill him. The atmosphere in the room instantly changed. The young cult leader calmly sat there, saying, all right, even if you don't want to drink, you don't have to spoil my mood. I guess this good wine has to stop now. He sensed the black-clothed assassins quickly surrounding him from all sides. They raised their long, sharp claws, aiming to tear him apart. Those who don't want to accept the invitation but want to force a drink will not have a good ending. For assassins attacked with their hands, easily piercing through him, his body instantly turned into a streak of light. They were startled, an illusion. The young cult leader, not far away, sneered, to defeat me in my own palace is not that simple. His eyes showed a strange bloodlust. At least you need the strength to do so. The assassins reacted, hurriedly saying, young cult leader, don't run. He coldly extended his hand, I warned you. The young cult leader clenched his fist, revealing his killing intent, but it seems insufficient. With such a large-scale rebellion, this is probably just the beginning. Sharp iron chains quickly flew towards them, easily piercing through the assassins. The young cult leader mockingly laughed. The people just appeared from behind, but to act like that when the cult is unstable, I am extremely disappointed. He turned around and smiled. Cheon, Uncle Harshin and the elders, do you think what I said is right? Young cult leader saw the crowd standing there like statues, not moving, so he had to ask again, Cheon, Harshin su uncle, elders. Cheon, Harshin broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. His heart was confused and worried about Dan Sen. Crimson crane poison, one of the strange poisons. Just drink a little bit and the poison will penetrate even 3 peak martial artists and they will have difficulty escaping. You drank that thing and you still seem so calm, really, as expected of the young cult leader. Standing amidst the corpses, he said, to be honest, if my body wasn't in good condition, Master Uncle wouldn't be standing before me like this. Cheon Shin replied sinisterly, you can say that, it seems you know your enemy and yourself. He was furious. Our sect has always been this way. Strength is paramount. I've done everything for the sect. How can I stand by and watch an orphaned brat with mediocre martial arts skills ascend to the position of liege? He glanced at the men behind him, signaling them. The elders agreed to this beforehand. They charged forward together, surrounding him. The young cult leader remained calm. He gave a provocative glance. It seems the elders couldn't hold back any longer. You poisoned me and attacked me in force, all because of a clueless kid like me. Cheon Shin pointed at him. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after you're subdued. If you knew your place and didn't covet the position of liege, this wouldn't have happened, he coldly replied. Stop your nonsense. Tell me who's behind you. He was stunned. What? Cheon Shin was furious. What did you say? Removing you from the position of young master was a decision made by me and the elders, the young cult leader replied skeptically. Master Uncle, you may have a position in the sect, but do you think you have the right to do this? He continued indifferently, the Blackbone Ghost Master, the Blood Demon Dao Master, or have the forces opposing the Heavenly Demon cult betrayed our sect for some reason? Tell me, was my master's murder also related to you and outside forces? Cheon Shin felt insulted and shouted, you scoundrel, how dare you think of me like that? At the same time, he lunged forward to silence him. The young cult leader assumed a fighting stance, smiling. It seems I was right. Your reaction is a bit excessive, Master Uncle, he inwardly sighed. This is the price of excessive trust in someone my master warned me about, someone who would become rebellious if indulged. Cheon Shin was like a whirlwind, instantly attacking, choking Yun Wunwei and violently slamming him against the wall. The force was so strong that the wall behind them cracked and was about to collapse. He said darkly, I truly didn't want you to become liege, but at least we weren't completely estranged. Now, let me personally send you to the afterlife. The young cult leader, though close to death, remained defiant. There's nothing left to say after you've gone this far, but I'm truly heartbroken, a proud man like you, allowing himself to be used by foreign powers and committing treason. Cheon Shin was startled, his conscience pricking him. He yelled, Yun Wunwei, you've said enough, let me send you on your way. Yun Wunwei coughed up blood in pain. He whispered, rest assured, you'll die too. The Heavenly Demon cult will rise again, its prestige resounding throughout Jianghu under my guidance. Yun Wunwei sneered. Then he opened his mouth in a crazed laugh. The savage laughter silenced the space. Yun Wunwei laughed mockingly. Oh really, I've been in the Heavenly Demon cult for so long, yet it seems you still don't truly understand me. He continued, even if you kill me, remember this. Cheon Shin scoffed, still talking with death so near, HMPH. Yun Wunwei reached into his clothes, searching for something. He was startled. What? A sword suddenly appeared in Yun Wunwei's hand. Cheon Shin exclaimed in surprise. The Demon Dragon Sword. He reached for it. You're still stubborn to the very end, but do you think I'll let you? The jewel in the sword hilt suddenly glowed. A powerful surge of energy erupted, forcing him back. Cheon Shin, disheveled, exclaimed in shock, how can you have such powerful chi? Yun Wunwei, covered in blood, revealed, I've poured all the chi of my life into the Demon Dragon Sword. This sword was used by the first heavenly demon. It's not simple. His eyes widened, a look of wanting to take everyone down with him. Now, with my remaining strength and the Demon Dragon Sword, you'll die with me. Cheon Shin hurriedly ordered, elders, quickly form a formation, strengthen the defense. The dark-haired man behind him urged, hurry. The jewel in the sword had reached its limit. Yun Wunwei whispered, it's too late. Hellfire Soul Explosion Ritual. Space and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Immediately after, the entire group screamed in agony. Cheon Shin's eyes widened. He unwillingly shouted, Yun Wunwei. A loud boom shook the entire heavenly palace. A powerful force erupted from his chambers, a massive explosion that obliterated everything. Yun Wunwei sat silently amidst the snow-covered mountains, surrounded by devastation. No matter how unfortunate my life has been, I never thought I would die like this. He stood silently in the snowstorm, memories flooding back. Just like that day, a group of people kicked a young boy mercilessly on the ground. One of them cursed, this time, we'll let you off, you wretch. Before leaving, he warned, it seems he's haunted. Don't get involved with this unlucky bastard. If you dare step foot on my territory again, you're dead, understand? The mocking voice reached the boy's ears. He seemed to have his dantian destroyed and become useless. He silently looked at the rock on the ground, enduring the harsh words, orphaned, haunted, and now useless. If it were me, I would have killed myself a long time ago. All I've experienced in this life is contempt. You pick up the stone, why do I have to endure this pain? Then jumped up, your eyes filled with killing intent, directed at the fool. All right, let's eat. Fighting him tired me out. I won't allow you to touch my last shred of pride. You swung your arm down, hot blood spurted out. The enraged crowd shouted and cursed, you bastard, how dare you kill him? The young boy huddled in a corner, muttering, "It seems they didn't catch up." He frowned, "Those bastards." He looked at the demons before him, "Curses, and ghosts following me too, no, get lost." A voice suddenly came from above him, a child with exceptionally sharp eyes. The young boy flinched and recoiled in fear. How did he get so close without me sensing any presence? He observed him from head to toe, martial artist's attire, an exquisite sword. Then he mocked himself, "Another one comes looking for me." He chuckled wryly, "You seem curious about my eyes. What do you want with me? I have nothing left to cling to in this life anyway." The man in the fur cloak offered, "May I take you away?" The boy didn't bother to look up as he replied, "You're a master, how could I resist? I've already endured so much, and even if you take these eyes, I'll just have to accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was enveloped in a warm cloak. The man said firmly, "Your eyes aren't cursed." He said it was a blessing, a gift you received. The man explained, "Only children like you, with exceptionally developed upper dantans, superior innate spiritual roots, only such children are given a miracle to perform extraordinary things. By meeting me, you'll become a special person in the Jianghu." Sweet words are often deceptive, but this was more than sweet words. The young boy's eyes widened as he felt the warmth of the hand on his face. "This is the first warmth I've ever felt." He asked, "Will you follow me?" Under the man's warm hand, he felt useful for the first time. The boy answered, "Yes." He continued, "Do you have a name?" The boy politely replied, "No." Warm sunlight returned to the sky, chasing away the winter's chill. The man took him along. "All right, from now on, I'll call you Woonwee. I've found my purpose in life. I'm willing to do anything to repay my master's kindness. But it was because of my incompetence and uselessness that my master experienced energy deviation." Young Woonwee became resolute. "If I accept death now, would I be betraying my master? My body is almost shattered after pouring all my internal energy into the sword. Even if I try, it's useless. There's only one way left." He knelt down and created a forbidden ritual of the heavenly demon cult, reincarnation. This is a technique only a few lieges can use. It might fail, but if successful, it will transcend death and allow reincarnation. Of course, such a heaven-defying technique carries a high risk of failure or backlash, but I have no other choice now. With the demon dragon sword in hand and all my knowledge of this technique, the magic circle glows. I'll perform the reincarnation ritual, hoping fate will change. Yan Woonwee looked towards the distant palace, thinking, "Master, please protect your disciple." A powerful barrier gradually formed, and a pillar of light shone down from the heavens. "I hope I can see you again one day." A voice kept echoing in his ears, "Do you understand? What's your role in the patriarch's welcoming ceremony?" Yan Woonwee sighed, "It's too noisy." The voice continued nagging, "A lowly thing like you should accept your humiliating fate and live with it." He opened his eyes, his whole body ached, his head felt like it would explode, so noisy. Yan Woonwee was startled. It seems I successfully reincarnated." A woman holding a ruler shouted angrily, "Tang Woonwee, can't you hear me? Get up." He clutched his stomach and slowly stood up. "My name in this life is also Woonwee." The woman continued, "I've already taught you, and you still don't understand." She raised her cane and shouted, "You want to die, huh?" Tang Woonwee quickly grabbed her wrist, stopping her. He coldly said, "Turn your face away and speak. Don't push your luck, aunt." The woman angrily flung his hand away and cursed, "You dare defy me, and say such insulting words." After saying that, she stormed out, slamming the door shut, threatening, "Fine, someone will come to punish you." Tang Woonwee tiredly sat down. Finally, some peace and quiet. That was my stepmother. He sorted through his memories. My soul's reincarnation was successful, but if I hadn't reacted, that hag would have killed me. My previous life was unfortunate, and this one doesn't seem much better. Tang Woonwee massaged his shoulders. This body doesn't have much internal energy. He opened his shirt to examine himself, but this body does have something I care about, the lower dantian. Tang Woonwee made up his mind. With this, I can train in martial arts combined with the magic from my previous life's upper dantian, along with my reaper sight to see ghosts and spirits. He clenched his fist. I can do many things in this life, only then can I protect my master. Tang Woonwee's eyes sharpened as he glared at the heretics who dared to touch him. At the Tang clan in Sichuan, one of the 9 great sects renowned in Nirim, this is a glorious family, the ruler of Sichuan Nirim. To the west is Qinghai, where the Potala Palace and the Kunlun School stand guard. To the south is the Heavenly Dragon Monastery, Jiansang, and the 5 Poisons. To the north is the sworn enemy of Shongyuan Nirim, the Heavenly Demon Cult. The Tang clan's power is extremely vast, holding the fate of Nirim Sichuan. The most important in the vanguard of the Tang clan is the Wild Wind Squad, the Invincible Army. Tang Hosan, the clan leader, with his astute strategies, led the Tang clan to maintain its sole supremacy. He led the Wild Wind Squad to conquer both south and north without rivals. In addition, he established a branch of the Tang clan, a large subsidiary, specializing in handling matters the main clan couldn't openly address, suppressing other forces, and managing the clan's trade with Shongyuan's Murim. At the 9 Dragons Division, one of Sichuan's busiest trading branches, lies a key area of focus for the Tang clan. Tang Hosan has 3 children, his legitimate son, Namgong Sanyang, his eldest daughter, Tang Jiujin, then Tang Yuchang, and another son born to Tang Hosan and a maidservant during a drunken incident. That is me, Tang Wunwei, a reincarnated soul in the Tang clan, the son of a maidservant. My status no different from a servant, my life is generally no different from my previous life. He heard shouts, "How dare you defy the matriarch?" Apologize quickly. Tang Wunwei remained bowed, lost in thought. However, he had qualified for the Tang clan patriarch position. The servant continued, "The matriarch is furious and won't send food. We're as good as dead," he sighed. "As I said, the Tang clan servant can scold me with impunity." The servant droned on, "Go to the matriarch, kneel and beg for forgiveness." Before he finished, Tang Wunwei lost his patience and struck him. The servant, unprepared, flew several feet and tumbled on the ground. The servant gritted his teeth. "You damned wretch, even after all that, you're still defiant." He continued his bullying, shouting, "You'll die for this." Then, seeing Tang Wunwei's fighting stance, he flinched. Cries of pain and angry shouts followed. "You'll be in big trouble for this. I'll report you to the matriarch." He stopped. In a cold voice, he said, "Hi Sam, I've always tolerated you, not out of fear, but because you're from my mother's hometown. But you've gone too far, do you understand?" Hi Sam, beaten to a pulp, managed, "I'll never forget the kindness of the young master and mistress. I won't overstep again." Tang Wunwei revealed a dangerous smile. "So, what I asked for, do you have it?" Hi Sam, terrified, cried, "I'll prepare it immediately, sir." He bowed, "Yes, sir," and quickly ran off. Tang Wunwei looked at his trembling hand. "Just one slap and my hand feels torn. This body is incredibly weak. Not only is it weak and incapable, but in the Tang clan, Tang Wunwei has no allies." Tang Wunwei stood still, sighing. "It's all because of the matriarch's isolation and persecution. My options are limited." He touched his dantian. "My current strength is insufficient. I can only endure. However, I have the lower dantian. Sooner or later, I'll regain my internal energy. But the Heavenly Demon's 9 Swords is a demonic art. Can it be integrated with the Tang clan's internal energy techniques? Regardless, many righteous practitioners within the Heavenly Demon cult originated from the Tang clan. Though my upper dantian is currently underdeveloped, my memories of it are abundant. From those memories, I can create an illusory space and obtain what I desire." Tang Wunwei focused. He wanted to recreate the illusory space. Before him appeared a room filled with books, the Heavenly Demon cult's library, containing countless Murim martial arts collected over a millennium. He glanced over them, nodding. Fortunately, his memories after reincarnation were still quite clear. Tang Wunwei picked up a martial arts manual, muttering, "The most suitable technique for my current body is the Poison Dragon Essence art. This technique was created by a Tang clan expert. It's not difficult to learn, but there are some key points. Instead of demonic energy like the Heavenly Demon arts, the Poison Dragon Essence art uses poison." He opened the book and read. It was an adaptation of Heavenly Demon cult martial arts, modified to suit Tang clan techniques. The Sichuan Tang clan is a leading force opposing the Heavenly Demon cult, yet Tang Wunwei frowned in thought. Among Zhongyuan's GU Pei schools, the Tang clan might be one of the few that primarily uses poison. He sat down, relieved. "That's good. I'll use the Poison Dragon Essence art as a temporary technique. The Tang clan won't detect anything unusual. However, cultivating this poison will cause immense pain as I absorb and control it." His eyes blazed, and a powerful aura emanated from him. After using the upper dantian to build the mental space, Reaper sight also opened. Tang Wunwei scoffed. "Don't look at me like that." He looked at the shadowy figures before him, mocking. "My past and present lives aren't so different. Looking at me like that is embarrassing." Uncle Cheon and the elders. The spirits were enraged. Cheon Harshin led the cursing. "Wunwei, I know you're a ruthless madman, but I didn't think you'd do this to us." The elders behind threatened. "Young cult leader, release these trapped souls, or you'll regret it." Tang Wunwei propped his chin, calmly observing, "You seem to have plenty of energy left for shouting, but it only pleases me more." The spirits resisted fiercely. "You've been beaten to a pulp and you're still arrogant. No wonder the Heavenly Demon cult hates you." He picked up the chains, nonchalantly replying, "If you intended to kill me, you should have considered the consequences." Then he yanked, sending Cheon Harshin crashing face first to the ground. He asked a question that startled Cheon Harshin. "Uncle, you know about my abilities, don't you?" Cheon Harshin looked up at Tang Wunwei, feeling the pressure. "Demon King." He looked at Tang Wunwei's emotionless face, wondering about his power. Tang Wunwei struck at their hearts. "If you remain bound by these soul chains, you can't reincarnate, so you're afraid." He slammed his fist on the floor. "Damn it." Cheon Harshin could take no more. "You want me to reveal the mastermind, don't you? If you want to know, I'll tell you." He replied, "It's not necessary now," making him pause. "What?" Tang Wunwei held out his hand. "If you want to know, then there will be many people behind you telling me." He opened his eyes wide, looking at Yan Wunwei's hand coming towards him. Immediately afterward, his soul seemed to be sucked away bit by bit. He cried out in agony. "Oh!" A white pill appeared in his hand. He introduced it. "This is the ghost pill. It's extremely toxic to the soul, a crystallization of the resentment and hatred of the dead." Tang Wunwei popped it in his mouth and bit down. "But now, it's a top-grade supplement for me." This scene directly stunned the spirits, their eyes wide with shock. Yan Wunwei's aura changed. They were terrified. How could he consume the ghost pill? Perhaps he had some level of immunity. He was fine after taking the crimson crane poison before. Tang Wunwei looked up, offering them a choice. That old man is now nourishment for me. What will you choose? Submit to me. The air suddenly grew heavy, or become food for me. He held a pile of ghost pills. You say an organization called the Society is behind you. Is it a mysterious organization? The spirits cried out in terror, quickly confessing, yes, we're not lying. Tang Wunwei pondered, a nameless, mysterious organization, with members capable of overturning Nirim. The spirits continued to plead, we were only controlled and forced to obey. Please, young master, spare us. The heavenly demon cult, whose followers worshipped their liege as a god, and even the elders remained loyal to the liege. Yet they could manipulate the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon cult to target me. It seems the society's power, the spirits fearfully awaiting the next judgment, surpasses even the power of their worshipped liege. He closed his eyes, speculating, it must be a force outside the heavenly demon cult, or a hidden power within Nirim that I've been considering. The Husk Shedders, a tower that pierces the sky. The strongest in Nirim, those who seek to transcend their limits, always aim to conquer that tower. Calling them demigods wouldn't be an exaggeration. He was almost certain, only this force could control the elders to betray me. Tang Wunwei threw the remaining ghost pills into his mouth. Now, after consuming the ghost pills, I don't have time to think, I need to regulate my breath to control the poison. He smiled confidently. What needs to come will come. 2 months later, in the great madam's room, a cup was thrown out the door, shattering into pieces accompanied by a furious yell. You haven't fed that damned wretch, have you? The servant quickly knelt down. No subordinate would dare disobey the madam. She yelled suspiciously. How is he still healthy without eating? He should be crawling here begging for mercy. The great madam gritted her teeth, her face darkening. There are rumors in the courtyard that I killed him and created a body double. The patriarch is returning soon. With those rumors, how can I not be afraid? She suddenly remembered something. What were the documents he previously asked me to bring? The servant replied, recent Jianghu news, madam. She frowned suspiciously. That good-for-nothing who had no interest in martial arts. How is he so different after 2 months? The great madam secretly speculated, he must have found someone to back him. Her imagination soared, or perhaps, because of his special identity, someone wants to use him as a puppet. If the patriarch takes notice, the person behind him will certainly gain some benefits. There's no shortage of scheming individuals in Jianghu who exploit others' identities. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Incredible, Zhu Jin and Yu Chang are the only ones worthy of a position before the patriarch. How dare that wretch aspire to such a position? The servant's heart leaped into his throat, quickly bowing his head in fear of being implicated. Suddenly, a voice announced, young master Yu Chang requests an audience. The great madam finally came to her senses. Yu Chang, so my son has completed his seclusion and cultivation. The servant seized the opportunity to retreat. This subordinate will take his leave and not disturb the madam. She didn't forget to order, keep an eye on that wretch, report anything to me. Tang Yu Chang entered, respectfully greeting her. Mother, are you well? The great madam resumed her gentle demeanor, smiling. You've worked hard, my son. Sit down. Have you achieved what you desired? Tang Yu Chang patted his chest proudly. While not completely, I've achieved minor success in obtaining Shadow Key. She smiled approvingly. That's my son. He suddenly changed his tone. On my way here, I heard about that brat. I heard he was disrespectful to mother. The great madam sighed, rubbing her temples. Thinking about him gives me a headache. I don't understand what his scheme is. Tang Yu Chang speculated. From what I see, he has found support. The great madam raised her head in realization. You think so too? He folded his arms, analyzing. A weakling like him, surviving 2 months without food. Who would believe it? Someone must be secretly bringing him food. The great madam tapped the table. I think so too, but I can't guess which force is doing it. Tang Yu Chang made a suggestion. Therefore, I propose we let him participate in the patriarch's welcoming ceremony. The great madam was surprised. Why? He replied sinisterly. If he goes there in front of many people, he might reveal something. She stroked her chin, thinking carefully. That's right, there, he'll be alone, revealing his weaknesses. Then, whoever is behind him will have to step forward to help, and we'll catch them all at once. The great madam hesitated. But if something goes wrong, what will the patriarch think of us? Tang Yu Chang responded confidently. Mother, don't worry, with me here, nothing will go wrong. The force behind him can't stand against us. He rubbed his forehead. If he causes trouble, Big Brother will personally punish him. In Tang Wunwei's room, a wisp of energy lingered outside the window. They continue to devise their plan. No matter what the person behind him is planning, he's just a weakling who has only achieved a low level of Tang clan's internal energy. What use is he? In our family, strength is paramount. I don't think he can do anything to mother. Meanwhile, Yan Wunwei remained unaware of this malicious plan, diligently cultivating his martial arts. He sat on the bed and suddenly spoke. Hyun, Sam, what did you say? 6 years. Hyun, Sam on the ground replied. Yes, your subordinate heard that 6 years ago the demonic cult had fallen into civil war. Flashback, a man braced himself amidst a surge of immense energy, spreading everywhere. Recalling the time he crawled on the ground, Yan Wunwei pondered. I thought enough time had passed since my primordial spirit's reincarnation cycle stopped, but this is beyond expectations. 6 years. Then, Yan Wunwei's eyes widened in horror, speechless, the moment of utter despair. Hyeongsam on the floor exclaimed, Your Lordship, I heard that the heavenly demon disappeared without a trace. Yan Wunwei asked in surprise, What did you say? I disappeared. Hyeongsam replied, Yes, for a while there were rumors that it was a plot by the demonic cult. People were always afraid that the heavenly demon would suddenly appear somewhere. Hearing this, Yan Wunwei lowered his head slightly, thinking, there's a possibility that my master is still alive, even if it's just a faint glimmer of hope. Clenching the power in his hand, he resolutely decided to head straight to Tianshan immediately. But he lacked manpower, information, and funds. The power grew even more intense, radiating everywhere. In an instant, the scene changed. Standing in the middle of the room, Yan Wunwei clenched his fist. Information is key. The rebels are also searching for my master by any means. He pondered seriously. If they haven't found him yet, I need at least an equal source of information. Coincidentally, there's news that the Dark Sovereign Tang clan patriarch will be visiting the Nine Dragons division. The image of that imposing, dark-faced man appeared, the patriarch of the Tang clan in Sichuan, one of the 10 greatest masters in the world, the Dark Sovereign, Tang Moonhyuk. He was like a king, dark and radiating killing intent. Looking at the servants, he declared that the Dark Sovereign was about to form a special task force. If I join the task force and use the Tang clan's information, I'll have many opportunities. As he spoke, Yan Wunwei did some body exercises, revealing his well-defined abs. Suddenly, a spider appeared. It seems you've reached the pinnacle of the 12 fierce tiger steps. Under the growling fist of Mr. Mountain Forest, he explained, the 12 fierce tiger steps is a high-level martial art passed down by Ronin, using the entire body, from fists, palms, to feet, like sharp weapons. In an instant, Yan Wunwei's eyes turned fierce. He continually pushed his body to its limits, through intense training, combining the poison dragon essence art and swallowing ghost pills to cleanse his acupoints and meridians. Yet, he quickly became weak, so he has to use Bigu pills. The spider nodded vigorously. That's right, there's no other way, young cult leader, the security is too tight. Hearing this, Yan Wunwei asked, if you can't do it, turn yourself into a ghost pill for me to swallow. Remembering that unpleasant, dark square, the spider shrieked, yes, your lordship, I will do my best. Contrary to his seriousness, he ate while saying, all right, I understand. So, what have you investigated? Where is the Dark Sovereign? The spider immediately replied, it's unclear where the Dark Sovereign is, but I heard Tang Yuchang has just finished his seclusion and returned. Holding some food, Yan Wunwei continued, Tang Yuchang, if the Dark Sovereign is coming, it's time for him to show himself. Is that all? The spider nervously replied, I also saw him talking to the madam about the young cult leader. While chewing, he said with sharp eyes, Namgong Sanyang and Tang Yuchang plotting against me. Tell me everything you've heard. In the quiet space of the villa, a voice echoed, so, they're planning to undermine me at the Dark Sovereign's reception, right? Yan Wenhui crossed his arms, questioning, they suspect we have a backer. The spider replied affirmatively, and he immediately mocked himself. Suddenly, Yan Wunwei's face darkened, so, I'm being considered for the special task force. What an unpredictable twist of fate. I was thinking about that, and they are offering it to me. They plan to humiliate me this way. How ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, young master, it's Hyeongsam. Yan Wunwei glanced over and replied, HMPH, come in. Looking at the brown liquid in front of him, he asked, what's this? He replied, the madam told me to bring you some tonic. Hearing that, he turned around, didn't I say I wouldn't accept food? Hyeongsam immediately replied without hesitation, she said she's reconsidered and wants to nourish your health. Hearing this, Yan Wunwei sighed helplessly, this woman's schemes are too obvious. Then he said, right, leave it there. But Hyeongsam was afraid, I don't know how, but the madam said you have to drink it in front of her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wunwei exclaimed, he quickly raised the cup and drank it all. I can tell, there's madness poison in this, however, with my venom dragon bloodline, it's no problem. However, Yan Wunwei suddenly sensed something, 100 herbs soul-burning resin, a bit of madness poison, and 5 essence powder, even such precious things are added. He immediately felt the power surging within him. Initially, this is an elixir to restore vitality and increase internal energy, but long-term use will cause the poison to damage the nerves. In an instant, the energetic man exploded, screaming. Looking at the energy invading him, Yan Wunwei sneered, HMPH, this is still within my expectations, but toxic cinnabar. Suddenly, the spider soul angrily shouted, giving the young cult leader toxic cinnabar. The renowned Namgong clan has gone mad. They dare to use dark magic to control the young cult leader. Hearing their commotion, he used a threatening technique, stop the noise, monitor Namgong Sanyang and find the one who created this dark magic quickly. The spider darted away, obeying the order. Yan Wenhui put down the bowl after drinking, but in his heart, he thought, the plan to drive me mad with madness poison and turn me into a puppet with dark magic is intriguing. I wonder how far she'll go. Then, he turned to Hyung-sam and asked, "You've finished, what are you still doing here?" Hyung-sam was slightly surprised but quickly replied, "The martial arts instructor the madam sent is waiting outside." Hearing this, Woon-wee glanced over. At the training ground, a man stood before him and introduced himself. "I am Tang Jian. I will be instructing young Master Woon-wee in martial arts." He rubbed his neck and continued, "Time is short, I hope for your guidance." Seeing this, Woon-wee recognized the fierce-scale warrior Tang Jian, once a key pillar of the Wild Wind Squad, one of the 5 strongest masters of the 9 Dragons division. However, now he was yawning. He particularly hated responsibility and preferred a leisurely life. Why did he become a martial arts instructor? Without letting Woon-wee think further, Tang Jian quickly raised 4 fingers. "The madam said I need to take on this role for 4 days before the patriarch arrives." Conversely, he was still lost in his thoughts. He didn't want to be bothered by the time-consuming event preparations, so he accepted being the instructor. He didn't know why, but he thought of the old woman constantly yelling. This old woman is quite resourceful, using a master like Tang Jian as an instructor, giving the plausible reason that she's worried about her son. Woon-wee imagined himself being suppressed. "Don't laugh, old woman. In reality, she wants to control and undermine me in front of the patriarch, so she knows how to play games." Thinking this, he kept a cold expression and asked, "So, what martial arts will the instructor teach me?" Tang Jian leisurely answered, chewing some grass, "The madam has chosen a martial art." Finding this puzzling, Woon-wee asked questions. He replied, "Watch carefully, I won't repeat it." As fast as Tang Jian is immediately shown, he glides like the wind, appearing and disappearing without knowing where to go, striding out moves flexibly like a shadow. However, Woon-wee quickly recognized the person behind him, and with a serious glance, exclaimed, "That's right." Tang Jian stopped while smoke still billowed from his feet. He crossed his arms and said, "Dark shadow step." The other man turned and asked, "Is that what Tang Yu-chang often uses?" Tang Jian replied, "Indeed, it's a basic technique of obtained shadow ki that young Master Yu-chang often uses." Remembering the other man's contemptuous smile, Woon-wee sighed, "Hey, that woman clearly wants to humiliate me by comparing me to her son." On the contrary, Tang Jian calmly extended his hand. Dark shadow step is a useful technique for silent movement using hidden weapons or dokbi. The training ground quickly resembled a chessboard, showing footprints surrounding them. With a voice, "I left footprints on the ground, you just need to do the same," Woon-wee immediately thought, leaving footprints on the ground while moving like a shadow. Truly, the title of fierce-scale warrior is well deserved. Despite that, laziness was ingrained in Tang Jian. Satisfied, he pointed and said, "I've shown you dark shadow step, now, practice diligently. If you don't understand anything, don't ask me, ask the other righteous Wind Hall chiefs." Before he finished, the other man interrupted, "I've learned it." Hearing that, Tang Jian asked again, "What?" Woon-wee nonchalantly said, "I said I've learned dark shadow step." Perhaps not believing, he scratched his head in bewilderment. "Young Master Woon-wee, you've never practiced martial arts, so you don't understand. Dark shadow step is quite difficult. Even members of the Wild Wind Squad need at least 10 days to master the basic form." Then, Tang Jian proudly placed his hands on his chest. "Even I, a genius, took 5 days to learn it, and 3 months to understand its meaning." Hearing this, the other man helplessly sighed inwardly. He considers himself a genius. He really does. Woon-wee then uttered, "So it normally takes that long?" Tang Jian waved his hand, turned, and walked away. "If you know that, then practice diligently." Hearing that, he felt a little annoyed and affirmed again, "I said I've learned it." As soon as he finished, the other man trembled with anger and said, "Young Master Woon-wee, how can you learn it just by watching once? Let's make a bet." Woon-wee smiled, "All right, I'm certain I've learned dark shadow step. Let's bet 30 silver nyangs." Tang Jian widened his eyes and turned back. 30 silver nyangs. He menacingly raised 3 fingers, continuing, "Oh, your eyes are shining now, aren't they? Monthly salary at the Righteous Wind Hall is around 10 nyangs. A 3-month salary is a good bet, don't you think?" As soon as he finished, Tang Jian pretended to cough and said, "Dark shadow step is a precious martial art, containing the soul of the Tang clan. Using it for a bet is." Hearing that, Woon-wee wiped his mouth and called out the martial arts master. A mocking gaze immediately looked up. "You afraid?" Causing him to be astonished, his eyes widened. Then, before Tang Jian's furious trembling, Woon-wee calmly walked away. You're scared, aren't you? A fierce-scale warrior who claims to learn it in 5 days is like this. Fine, I'll practice myself." Hearing this, he laughed maniacally and loudly said, "Wait, it's unexpected that young Master Woon-wee is so good at provoking. Don't, just consider this the cost of belittling martial arts." Hearing this, he immediately turned back, smiling slyly. "You agree, don't change your mind." Like a flash, Woon-wee performed the martial arts technique. He shot behind Tang Jian like a plane, causing him to be astonished and look behind in disbelief. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Seeing the astonishment in his words, Woon-wee grinned and called out the martial arts master. Holding the money, he smiled brighter than flowers. "I'm going to have a drink today, right? This is more than enough." Seeing this, Tang Jian was even more astonished. Even my money is gone, unbelievable. Seeing Wunwei perform Dark Shadow Step, Tang Jian shouted in astonishment, this is complete cheating, it's impossible, how could you learn Dark Shadow Step so fast? Then his face twisted, and he exclaimed, that's right, but how could you do it after only seeing it once? Hearing that, Wunwei mistook it for praise and blushed, smiling, you still don't admit defeat, or do you want me to do it again? He didn't stop but continued, honestly, Dark Shadow Step is relatively simple, can you show me another martial art? Those words entered Tang Jian's ears, igniting his anger, his lips tightened, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, Wunwei continued, or are you afraid I'll learn that martial art too? You're afraid, without confidence, how can you stand in the Jianghu? The more he heard, the angrier Tang Jian became. He spun around and shouted, wait, I'll get the bet money. Seeing his goal achieved, Wunwei smiled contentedly, thinking, that was easy. On the other hand, Tang Jian walked away, gnashing his teeth. For me, Dark Shadow Step is only a small part, I have tons of secret techniques to see how far you can learn. Hearing that, Wunwei chuckled, with a hint of disdain. From a certain perspective, my speed is unexpected, someone with no martial arts background performing it after just seeing it, who wouldn't be scared? Also, I've got a better idea of my potential. Recalling the glorious moment, bloodshed wherever he went, he coldly said, although I didn't learn many martial arts before due to my Dantian deficiency, the people I faced in the Jianghu as a young cult leader were all top experts. The more he spoke, the brighter Wunwei smiled, to the point of closing his eyes, with Reaper sight. Memorizing their martial arts is simple. Furthermore, before he finished, a small spirit sinisterly announced, I completed your task. Hearing this, he praised it kindly, good job. Then, holding the money bag, he continued, even if I'm skilled now, remembering the moment the little spirit helped me steal the money, Wunwei proudly said that my strength wasn't stable, therefore, stealing Qiantang's money was almost a foolish delusion, but with the help of ghost spirits, it was simple. Then he sneered, with a dangerous look, I just need to focus on dealing with other martial arts. In contrast to Wunwei's cheerful demeanor, Tang Jian was consumed by anger, gnashing his teeth incessantly. I'll surprise you. Time quickly passed. 2 moments later, Wunwei demonstrated all of Tang Jian's martial arts, such as soul-tracking soaring butterfly. Wild wind body technique. Seeing this, he shouted helplessly, impossible, how is this possible? Tang Jian, unwilling to lose his money, went crazy and roared. On the other hand, the ghost spirits were proud of their master. Those involved with the young master only suffer, one said, another one sweat, remembering the past, it reminds me of what I suffered when I was alive. Wunwei, with money bags strapped to his waist, sang happily. Then, he casually asked, do you have any other techniques? In contrast to his joy, Tang Jian collapsed, his face gloomy, lamenting, I'm worried I don't have any money left to bet with you. He sighed inwardly, what a pity. But he quickly smiled brightly, okay, let's have one last match. Hearing that, Tang Jian gritted his teeth, tears welling up, I'm broke now. As he finished, Wunwei pointed to the money bag on the ground, this is why I bet you one last, huge match. Seeing that, Tang Jian was scared, he trembled and asked, if we lose, what will we do? He also timidly replied, you don't need to be scared. He confidently raised his finger and continued, to tell the truth, there is a martial art that I cannot learn easily. Do you know what it is? Wild wind dance. Upon hearing the name, his face instantly darkened, his eyes widened as he stared intently and called out, young Master Wunwei. Hearing the tone in his voice, he dazedly replied, A strong wind rose behind Tang Jian, emitting an unusual glow. His face darkened, and he uttered in an icy voice, other martial arts aside, but the wild wind dance is the signature martial art of the Wild Wind Squad. He angrily glared, this is the pride of the Wild Wind Squad, to lose it would be to shame the Wild Wind Squad, please, show some respect. Seeing this, Wunwei realized, so he still has some spirit of a Wild Wind Squad warrior. Though slightly hesitant, he smirked and said, so you think I'm not worthy of learning it? Tang Jian calmly said with his eyes closed, you are naturally qualified, both the eldest and third young masters learned it, so teaching you is fine. Amidst the dangerous atmosphere, the sky suddenly turned dark, Wunwei's face darkened, and he said, Tang Jian, my question isn't just about my qualifications to learn it because of my bloodline to the patriarch, but whether I have the talent. Under the emitted light, his astonished face was clearer than ever, you mean? Suddenly, Wunwei's eyes widened, and he shouted, Fierce Gale Warrior Tang Jian, can I become a member of the Wild Wind Squad by following you? Recalling his wandering days in Jianghu, he mused, Tang Wunwei, he touched his chest and firmly declared, am I slightly worthy of inheriting the patriarch's position? His words left Tang Jian stunned, his face serious in thought. His memories resurfaced, the great ambition and the patriarch's position, the day the deceased lay lifeless after the defeat that year. But because of that incident, a group of subordinates had to kneel in the courtyard when the patriarch arrived. I temporarily retreated, living peacefully and quietly. The scene of Tang Jian sitting on the ground, looking at the light in the sky reappearing, but I won't give up, one day, I will return as a gale, sweeping away everything. Returning to reality, looking at Woon Wee's determined face, he thought, it's been 20 years, that dream of the gale almost faded from my heart, I didn't expect to hear those words again. But wanting to be Tang Jian calmly said, your words did stir my soul, however, for someone like you to gamble with the wild wind dance and speak such grand words, I find it hard to believe. Hearing this, before his doubtful gaze, Woon Wee pounded his chest and sighed. Then, he spread his arms to explain, I only met you a moment ago, if I don't show you my strength and I want to learn the wild wind dance, would you believe a weakling like me? Recalling his calm expression, Woon Wee criticized, come to think of it, you were going to leave after only teaching me the dark shadow step once. Hearing this, Tang Jian nervously looked away. That's right, I have nothing to refute. For a moment, he fell silent, then said, you mean you want to prove your strength? Then Tang Jian raised his head and said, the rumors of your transformation are true, your strength and intellect have both changed. Woon Wee agreed, that's right. Hearing this, he added, but the martial arts I taught you far exceeded your capabilities, that's what I thought before. After finishing, he fell into contemplation. No matter how much you've changed, your internal energy of 2 months isn't much, but what you showed today proves your efforts. Perhaps you obtained medicine to boost your chi, but you hid it to avoid your wife's notice. Seeing this, Woon Wee cautiously replied, you're clever. Quickly, Tang Jian realized, you even deceived your wife, you're quite cunning, young master. Hearing that, Woon Wee helplessly thought, I don't know if he's praising or insulting me, but it didn't end there. The spirits behind him added, perhaps he's recognized your strength, he realized your uselessness was just a facade. Hearing this, Woon Wee angrily muttered, are you also going to mock me like him? Quickly dismissing it, he coldly asked, so will you teach me? Tang Jian, sweating, pondered, But those spirits replied, don't worry, he'll teach you. He has no other choice. How can a Tang clan warrior resist the words of the heavenly demon cult's young master? Hearing this, Woon Wee sinisterly smiled, you're talking too much, giving me a headache. Seeing his displeasure, Tang Jian, gripping the spirit's tails, made a decision. All right. He seriously said, I will teach you the wild wind dance. Woon Wee happily smiled and turned, then he cracked his knuckles with a delighted grin, exclaiming, I, Tang Woon Wee, await your instruction. Seeing this, Tang Jian's face went blank. He was speechless. In a moment, he understood and smiled contentedly. In a flash, Tang Jian clasped his hands and said, Tang Jian of the Wild Wind Squad accepts your request. However, he warned, it's not as simple as the previous techniques. He spun, a gust of wind suddenly appearing, wild wind dance. He smirked, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as the wind howled. It's not something you can learn just by watching. Hearing this, Woon Wee didn't back down, challenging him with a defiant expression. In that case, dare you change the bet? This caused Tang Jian to helplessly say, it's still a bet in the end. He laughed and replied, let's see if I can learn the wild wind dance. Whoever loses will treat the other to a meal at the tavern. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and replied, right, a meal is nothing to me. Tang Jian provocatively smirked, now, watch this. In an instant, he leaped up swiftly, standing high above. Tang Jian, amidst the red aura, said darkly, the Wild Wind Squad members are loyal to the Tang clan and will not participate in the Patriarch succession battle. Therefore, if you want to learn this martial art and become the next Patriarch, I consider it fate. Naturally, with someone as talented as you, I have no doubt in your determination. Before Woon Wee's determined face, could a new gale arise. In an instant, the swirling wind appeared. This has been my long-held wish. Whether you, young master, can fulfill it is up to fate, but I will also have a new friend in the Tang clan. Scene change, Tang Jian, exhausted, his hair white, speechless. Unexpectedly, my assumptions were correct. He saw a pile of empty plates, even the bowls were clean. Young Master Woon Wee truly has the strength. Even if I lose, I'm happy. Such an outstanding young master will be the hope of the Tang clan. But as for his drinking buddy, Tang Jian looked at him boredly as he kept stuffing food into his mouth, the plates and bowls piled high like a tower. Perhaps it was not right because he ate like a hungry tiger. The counter-manager immediately came out, happily saying, looking at him eating and drinking makes me want to be poor. He also had tears in his eyes, and said in a broken voice, Lord Tang, do you need anything else served? Woon Wee replied while eating, add another jar of plum blossom wine so I can get drunk. I don't want to see this scene. Hearing that, the shopkeeper immediately praised. It turns out that Tang Jian is a partygoer, then we should have gone to the Dragon Lord Pavilion. The more he listened, the more despondent he became, crying out, clutching his head, do you know how expensive that place is? This place may not be as famous, but, anticipating his words, Woon Wee interrupted, it's not insignificant either. Tang Jian then sobbed silently, lifting the wine jar to drink. That's right, he whispered, I thought you ate simply, but he still didn't complain, but looking at it, this meal cost me a week's worth of food money. However, Woon Wee also put his hand down on the table, thoughtful, I also don't want to go to that Red Earth Tavern. At the same time, did something under the table, causing an image to appear. This lively tavern is more suitable for my plan. After 2 months of confinement, I've had enough. The ghostly figures behind him broke out in a cold sweat. This is how the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect members communicate. A ghost asked, "So you want to leave a signal for them?" Quickly, a symbol was formed after he clenched his fist, finishing. Wunwi answered the previous question. "Yes, I must let those still despairing know that it's heavenly demon young Master Yan Wunwi." In a desolate landscape, 10 days passed without any sign of the suspected individual. The only thing that caught attention was a small scorpion perched on a bare, winter-stricken branch, gazing towards a house. Then it saw a girl approaching and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that a Qingcheng sect artifact? Why is he at the Tang clan branch?" Seeing the girl looking ahead, the mini-scorpion realized, "Ah, I see, she's the Tang clan's eldest young miss, Tang Jujin, the daughter of that Namgung woman. There's definitely something they need to discuss." Seeing the eldest young miss, it thought, "A girl, I hope that child is safe." After resting for a while, it exclaimed, "Oh dear, now isn't the time to think about this." Then, from that withered branch, it leaped to the ground and scurried onto the roof. A good first impression with the young cult leader is necessary. Asking for favors can wait. It approached, eavesdropping. Hearing a loud voice, she decided to stab her mother in the heart again, didn't she? Seeing this, it became somewhat surprised and intrigued. "Hey, the Tang clan's eldest young miss." She stood before her mother and explained, "It can't compare to the stabbings mother inflicted on Wunwi, not to mention the confinement and starvation." This time, the Tang clan matriarch, seeing her daughter defending a bastard child, stood up and said, "HMPH, you don't have to worry. He has his protectors, secretly taken care of." Seeing her mother's indifferent attitude, Tang Jujin couldn't hold back, but couldn't do anything. She clenched her fists in anger. Her mother instructed, "Just focus on the Dark Sovereign's arrival." Hearing these words, she couldn't contain herself and slammed her hand on the table. Her face was furious, like boiling oil, as she glared at her mother. "Is that why you're treating Wunwi so badly, even with protectors? What do you know? You intend to kill him, don't you?" Seeing her beloved daughter speaking so fiercely to her, the mother felt a pang of sorrow. "Are you angry with me because of a lowly bastard child? Are you truly my daughter?" Tang Jujin calmed down slightly. She turned to leave, but looked back at her mother. Bastard child, mother, you haven't changed, have you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth." And without hesitation, she turned and left. Seeing her daughter's attitude, the Tang clan matriarch was shocked. She looked at her daughter, reaching out to stop her. "Wait, Jujin, let me explain." Despite her shouts, the Tang clan's eldest young miss left, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. The Tang clan matriarch sat down, silently brooding. Since childhood, she's been soft-hearted. Since entering the Qingcheng sect, she's become even weaker. How can I entrust her with the succession? Having witnessed everything from outside, the scorpion pondered, how should I report this? What a chaotic family." The Tang clan matriarch, truly enraged, stood up, shouting furiously, "That bastard child ruined everything. I can't wait for the Dark Sovereign's arrival." Unsure what she was planning, the scorpion suddenly heard a call. "Is anyone there? I need to go out immediately." Seeing this, it had a daring thought, going out for the young cult leader. It jumped from the table to the ground. "She's probably going to see a sorcerer," it thought. That was just its guess, but her face was indeed filled with anger, and she seemed determined to find something to relieve her frustration. Outside in the courtyard, a young man was practicing swordsmanship with his master. Tang Wunwi said, "Since that day, 10 days have passed since the summoning symbol was placed at the inn, but there's been no reply. Contact with the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect is also set up at the Nine Dragons division." His swordsmanship was firm and resolute. Tang Wunwi thought, perhaps the contact person has withdrawn, or they are restricted and unable to act. As he practiced, he struggled with his own thoughts. "Whatever it is, it's not good. I can't stand it anymore. I have to try harder. My skills must improve faster." Seeing him, the master praised his determination. "Good, very good, you've learned these weapon techniques well." Seeing the master's expression, he coldly replied, "Not satisfied yet." Seeing his focus, the master was slightly surprised and puzzled. Tang clan members only learn hidden weapons and poison techniques. 2 weapon techniques. I've said too much, but why do you keep thinking about why you're learning Wild Wind Dance? To this foolish question, the master said, the Tang clan's thinking is indeed firm. Isn't the dispersing flower staff technique also a Tang clan martial art? That's why the techniques are segmented like this. Seeing his joyful expression, the master was slightly surprised. "You figured it out." To this question, Tang Wunwi was thrilled. "You don't realize I'm a rare talent, teaching 1, knowing 10. Seeing his smugness, the master was a little annoyed. Such talent, yet lacking humility. On the screen, various schools displayed complex methods to demonstrate their understanding of martial arts. But the Tang clan is famous for hidden weapons and poison techniques. Both have in common the use of consumable tools. Therefore, the Tang clan's martial arts system has been reformed so that when one tool is consumed, it can immediately switch to another, using specialized techniques for greater flexibility. Thus, Tang clan martial arts are not overly flashy, but where should the focus be? He held his sword, looking at his master and asking, but the master started to say something about the movements, before changing his mind. Kid, just remembered, young Miss Jujin arrived, didn't she? Of course, this system is the foundation for effective use of the Tang clan's weapons and poison techniques. But he looked at his staff and thought, the Heavenly Demon's 9 swords my master teaches is also segmented swordsmanship. The techniques learned from the Tang clan system will help me master the Heavenly Demon's 9 swords. I wonder if the Heavenly Demon's 9 swords I saw in my dreams in my past life will still be usable. He turned, looked up at his master, and laughed, a somewhat sinister laugh. I'll have to leave the hidden weapons and poison techniques behind. I'm sorry. The master, seeing his sinister expression, shook his head. What nonsense are you thinking about again? He turned back to him and said, almost forgot, I heard young Miss Jujin has arrived. The master looked at him and asked, you two are close, aren't you? Facing this question, he recalled childhood memories and referred to Tang Jujin as his big sister, the only one who treated him like family at the Nine Dragons branch. You reminded me of the word family in Tang Wunwei's remaining subconscious. Even when I became Tang Wunwei, she still sent me letters. He remembered the years he sat on the chair and read her letters, letters of love and care. Hope that relationship will always be good. He continued, but I plan to confront Namgong-san. Young, I don't know if she'll side with me. I'm sure she's greeting the elders at the branch and taking a stroll today. She'll come tomorrow. Tang Wunwei sighed upon hearing this. Perhaps, it might be difficult. He turned to his martial arts master. Before anyone arrives, I must finish this task. The master looked at him in surprise and said, you mean about yesterday's matter? You're starting today. Tang Wunwei, seeing the master's reaction, showed a mysterious expression. Starting, I finished it a long time ago. At that moment, a voice came from outside the Tang clan's gate. Right, over the past 10 days, you sure you've followed the procedures for making the pill without any errors? The servant, understanding, knelt down and replied, yes, there were no errors. Yu Chang, the young master, then placed a bag of silver on the table, his payment, and said, you've worked hard, thank you. After receiving his wages, the servant was overjoyed, singing happily as he left. Watching his retreating back, Yu Chang muttered, Mu, young. Looking at the item in his hand, he thought, can I solve this? Yes, I'll handle it myself. His expression was somewhat sinister. For the past 10 days, I've been giving him a continuous dose of the frenzy poison. He'll definitely be poisoned before the Dark Sovereign's visit. Even if discovered, there won't be enough time to cure him. Tang Jian was seriously instructing him under the guise of a martial arts master. From this, it's clear he's thinking about Tang Wunwei, but I still need 8 days to master the forms of the Dark Shadow Step, so, when the Dark Sovereign arrives, that bastard will only have learned the basic forms. He then thought of the Tang clan's eldest young miss. The problem is big sister. I heard she had a huge argument with mother about that bastard. He couldn't help but stand up and pace the room anxiously, so the plan might be affected. She'll become the successor of the Nine Dragons branch when she comes of age. Yu Chang, the young master, looked at the bright sun outside and continued to think gloomily, but she's too soft-hearted to be the master of the Tang clan branch. She learned martial arts but didn't inherit the Tang clan's martial arts to become a successor. Indeed, before succeeding the Nine Dragons branch, he revealed a sinister expression, uttering a shameless statement, it should be mine. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside, a letter from the White Pavilion for young Master Yu Chang. He was slightly startled. From the White Pavilion, at this time. He held the letter, trembling. This is from young Master Wunwei, young Master Yu Chang. Yu Chang, he said, why are you so timid? Give it to me. He took the letter and began to read. Inside, it read, especially to young Master Tang Yu Chang, come fight me. Seeing this challenge, he quickly cursed, damn it. His face suddenly turned pale. It seems the frenzy poison has driven that bastard crazy. No, wait, could this be a trap? He raised the letter, intending to throw it away. Its purpose is to make me panic. For example, there might be poison gas in this letter. In the Tang clan, such things are easily obtained. He checked the letter. There was nothing like a trap, just a provocation. He looked at the letter and imagined Tang Wunwei's demeanor. I want to rekindle the brotherhood we've long lost, like true martial artists. Let's settle this with a fight. Reading these lines, Yu Chang thought, what's this bastard up to? But I can stand out more by making him a puppet in front of the Dark Sovereign. Yu Chang turned to leave, but looked back. I received the letter and rejected his proposal. Answer him like this. Yes, I will answer him. A moment later, Yu Chang unexpectedly received another letter from Tang Wunwei. Surprisingly, the word coward appeared inside. Yu Chang laughed upon reading those words. Aha, it seems he's very impatient. He'll send many more letters like this. Reject all letters from the White Pavilion. He thought everything was settled, but it wasn't. The next morning, the word coward was written on Yu Chang's wall, attracting the attention of everyone around. You fear me. Faced with these actions, Yu Chang was furious. He showed a demonic expression. He shouted and ordered, tomorrow, at noon, at the second martial arts arena, I will personally shove your head into the saw. A servant found Tang Wunwei and reported the incident. That's his message. Tang Wunwei seemed quite interested. Oh, he finally agreed. He kept refusing. Tang Jian looked at him, puzzled. How did you provoke him to such an extent? Let me guess, Tang Wunhui showed a smug expression. How can my younger brother become a successor without any patience? He smiled amicably. Master won't stop me, right? Tang Jiang, seeing this, didn't mind. Why should I stop you when I get to watch the fun? At this moment he said a sentence. Then I will communicate a little with my beloved younger brother. I promise to still keep his breath. Tang Jiujin went to see her younger brother. Seeing Yu Chang, she asked, you said you want to duel with Wunhui. Without knowing the whole story, she scolded her younger brother. What's this about? Yu Chang felt aggrieved and called out, big sister. Unable to bear the injustice, he said, that bastard provoked me first. His face was furious, and he yelled, if you want something, go and punish him. This information was like a shock to Tang Jiujin. She never thought her gentle younger brother was like this. Because of this, she was stunned, her face bewildered. Wunhui provoked him first. After getting this information, she decided to find Tang Wunhui. Therefore, she quickly left the white pavilion. Walking and standing before the door, she found the scene gloomy. The sight surprised her, and she wondered, what kind of demonic and ghostly killing intent is this? Stepping inside, she saw things more clearly. The scene inside overwhelmed her. The Tang clan's eldest young miss entered, looking around in wonder. Poisonous gas and killing intent filled the air. Looking down, she saw a mysterious purple light on the floor, with traces also on the walls. After analyzing for a moment, she suddenly realized it was like a dwelling place for bloodthirsty martial artists. Tang Jiujin imagined a demon in her mind, her eyes filled with fear, demonic energy. Feeling footsteps approaching, the Tang clan's eldest young miss instinctively drew her sword. She turned around and placed her sword on his shoulder. Unbelievably, the cold-faced man easily blocked it with one hand. Seeing his figure, Tang Ju and Jin felt like they were about to die. Could it be that the girl's expression was quite surprised? She still stood in that position, looked straight at him and asked, Wunhui is your junior. This younger brother is really clueless. He even dared to look at his older sister with half an eye. Big sister, you seem to be a little too hasty. Seeing his reaction and realizing it was her younger brother, Tang Jiujin, flustered, sheathed her sword. Her expression was one of shock, and she exclaimed, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Faced with her apology, Tang Wunhui approached her and said, when I'm using the Dragon Essence ART's internal energy, my reactions are a little slow. If that allowed Tang Yuchang to notice my internal energy and the poison spreading here, the plan would be ruined. Seeing the reaction of her secretly beloved younger brother, the Tang clan's young miss felt a little embarrassed. She looked at him and said affectionately, I was worried that mother was oppressing you, but you seem to be all right. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Tang Wunhui felt that her gaze resembled his master's. You truly worried about me, he thought. He didn't know what happened, but suddenly he felt a headache and cried out, my head. A thought flashed through his mind. It seems big sister wasn't sent by the matriarch to supervise me. Hearing this, the Tang clan's young miss approached him, placed her sword down, and hurriedly asked, but Wunhui, what was that aura you emitted just now? Demonic energy was spreading. Could it be that you're practicing demonic arts? After hearing this, Tang Wunhui didn't react too strongly. He extended his hand, seemingly wanting to embrace her, and said, you might be mistaken, big sister, it's poison chi that I've been cultivating day and night. However, Tang Jiujin covered her mouth and asked, this poison chi, it's so powerful. That's right, it's a curse as well. Seeing his big sister's flustered state, Tang Wunhui explained, it's a combination of poison chi and demonic energy, so other martial artists might mistake it for a cursed poison. Later, when I use techniques, it'll be difficult to hide the demonic energy, so calling it a cursed poison seems to be the best option. But upon hearing this, she became even more flustered and asked in surprise, you're cultivating cursed poison? Tang Wunhui looked uncomfortable. The clan doesn't support me, so I have no other martial arts to practice except the cursed poison. From your expression, it seems I've hit the mark somewhat. He took a step forward. Being of the Tang clan, we possess extraordinary strength, therefore, doing everything to become stronger is understandable. He stepped closer, his face filled with killing intent, but if big sister has any objections, you can try to defeat me before speaking. Hearing these words from her secretly beloved younger brother, who even challenged her, the young miss felt numb with heartache. Tang Jiujin lowered her head sadly. You've really changed a lot, little brother. Seeing her like this, he felt no emotion, but rather thought, I'm alone in the Tang clan now. If she still treats me like the old Wunhui, many things will be inconvenient. Therefore, I need to clearly define the boundaries between us here. Seeing his expression, the Tang clan's young miss couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears welling up. It's really not like before. She gave a sinister smile. Mother and Yu Chang are right to be wary of Wunhui. You can even say such challenging words to me. Suddenly, terrifying aura emanated from her body. Tang Wunhui sensed the intensely powerful killing intent from Tang Jiujin. She had truly lost her composure, exceeding his expectations. Her face now resembled a vicious demon, unfathomable and quite sinister. Seeing her like this, Tang Wunhui realized that it was indeed eerie. This is the seed of the Huskshedder's spiritual root. I didn't expect her to also be a blue ghost face spiritual root. Only with this kind of spiritual root could she become the successor of the Nine Dragons branch. Seeing her like this, he suddenly realized why Tang Jiujin, the top female martial artist of the Sichuan Tang clan, became a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. For a suitable spiritual route to become a husk-shedders, many conditions must be met. Tang Jiujin is truly a gifted martial artist blessed by heaven. The spiritual route is the root of a martial artist's soul. To cultivate a strong spiritual root, the martial artist's soul needs nurturing. This is the foundation of the Qingcheng sect's inner cultivation method, which emphasizes inner cultivation. Additionally, the blue ghost face requires the martial artist to continuously fight and hone their experience. Therefore, combining the Tang clan's extreme martial arts with the Qingcheng sect's inner cultivation internal energy would transform her into an extremely terrifying assassin. Tang Wunhui looked at Tang Jiujin coldly and said, "Big sister's qi cultivation speed isn't inferior to mine." Realizing her attitude was excessive, she sheathed her sword and apologized. "Little brother, I seem to have forgotten the purpose of my visit. Drawing my sword during your training must have startled you." Tang Jiujin bowed slightly. "I apologize profusely." Seeing this, Tang Wunhui commented, "She can unleash such power and retract it just as quickly. This shows she has cultivated Qingcheng's techniques to a very high level." He suddenly asked, "Big sister, would you like some tea?" Holding the teacup, she exclaimed, "This is amazing. We don't have tea this good at Qingcheng." The two sisters sat down to drink tea, laughing and chatting. "This is special tea, isn't it? I didn't think you had such refined taste in tea." She seemed to be planning something, then realized, "Oh, right, I brought this for you." Her face lit up with joy. She took out several candies wrapped in paper from under her clothes. Hawthorn candies bought from outside the town. They looked so tempting. Tang Jiujin said happily, "You used to love these, right?" Seeing the hawthorn candies, his reaction was slightly unhappy. He thought, "I didn't know before, but now I don't like sweets at all. But now I'm Tang Wunhui, so I'll have a different expression." He then put on a delighted expression and praised, "These are delicious." Seeing his pleased reaction, the Tang clan's young miss also rejoiced. "Oh, that's good." Seeing her like this, he thought, her attitude changes so quickly. A moment ago, she was brimming with killing intent, and now she's as gentle as a rabbit. It's not strange to consider them two different people. Putting that aside, he asked, "So, big sister, what brings you here? Did you come to stop my fight with Tang Yuchang?" Hearing this question, Tang Jiujin looked slightly downcast. "Actually, it's partly that. But I also want to apologize for what mother did to you." Hearing this apology, he replied, "You don't think a simple apology will make me forgive her, do you?" "That's true, but I can still apologize. I really mean it." Seeing the sincerity of the young Mrs. apology, he felt helpless and gently held his head, sighing, "No matter what you say, I won't stop the fight." Seeing his reaction, she thought, "I assumed you were forced into the fight, but it turns out you chose to fight Shu Xiong. Still, Yuchang is no pushover. I wonder how many chances I have of winning, plus I'm being mentored by many famous teachers." Hearing Tang Jiujin's appearance, he had a thought. It seemed like she still considered this a normal competition, but she didn't understand that the mother and daughter wanted to harm him. In his mind, he thought so, but he still gently drank tea and replied, "Don't worry, I'll also prepare myself. They've secretly used the poison sects on me before. They'll probably wait until the match before using the secret poison sects method of the Reno Wed Namgung clan to make me poisoned." Seeing her younger brother's expression, she sat in contemplation. "But even if you defeat Hua Xiong, mother won't let it go." Saying this, she clenched her hand, looking worried. "This is something I don't want to see from either of you." Hearing her words, he gently placed his teacup down, gave a friendly smile, and said, "Big sister, you don't need to worry. I'm the one taking the initiative in this battle. Tomorrow will decide the outcome, so just come and watch." Hearing his resolute words, the Tang clan's eldest young miss felt a little confused and apprehensive, but still replied, "All right." The next day at the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was bustling. "Order, honey, this is the true spirit of the arena. Who's betting?" A guest approached and requested, "I'll bet 3 more coins on young Master Hua Xiong. He will win." Everyone around was excitedly placing bets. "I bet he'll win within 2 rounds. Seeing her brother's expression, Tang Gaijin thought anxiously, "What are you thinking, Wunhui?" He turned, a smug smile on his face. "In this battle, even the matriarch won't be able to interfere in front of everyone. Furthermore, Hua Yuchang seems quite angry. Therefore, as the older brother, I won't let him down." All attention was now focused on the fighting stage in Arena 2. All the people around were eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Standing above, looking down, Tang Wunhui's master said with some amusement, "A large crowd has gathered here." Standing with him was Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad. He was tall and handsome, with bulging muscles. He said seriously, "Young Master Wunhui has caused a big commotion." Next to him stood a smaller man, Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad. Seeing them, young Master Yuchang turned and asked, "Oh, you're here to watch too?" Seeing his surprised expression, Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad spoke, "We're here to work." With 2 heirs engaging in a martial arts contest that's attracting such a large crowd, shouldn't there be some management to prevent unforeseen incidents? Hearing this, Tang Wunhui's master glanced sideways and smirked. "Whatever the reason, you're here. What are your thoughts on this match? What's the outcome going to be?" Facing the young master's question, Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad stepped forward and calmly replied, "What's there to say, even with your training, it's only been a dozen or so days." Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad added, "Tang Yuchang winning is only natural." Seeing their confident reply, the master could only turn and chuckle. Everyone here seems to think the same, but this match was instigated by young Master Woon Wee. He continued confidently, making them slightly uneasy. "Don't you find it strange? Is there something unusual hidden behind this?" Young Master Yuchang, sitting in a corner, summoned his subordinate. When the subordinate reported, he asked, "Is that all?" The subordinate, even with the courage of a lion, wouldn't dare to lie. He bowed slightly and replied, "Young Master, yes." Young Master Woon Wee spread news of the martial arts contest, and anyone can come to watch through the fierce Gale warrior. Hearing this, young Master Yuchang became furious. "No matter what, this martial arts contest is just me, Tang Yuchang, teaching a brat a lesson. It seems all the idle people in Nine Dragon County have gathered here." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the other side of the stands, "What's got you so worked up, my dear younger brother?" Looking at young Master Yuchang's expression, he continued, "Worried because the matriarch isn't here to watch over her mama's boy." Mama's boy refers to a boy who is always clinging to his mother. The taunting voice belonged to Tang Woon Wee, who appeared with a sinister expression. "There's still time to bring the matriarch here, I'll wait." Seeing Tang Woon Wee's appearance, young Master Yuchang felt even angrier and cursed inwardly. "Inferior being, where did you learn such vulgar language? Get lost, you animal. Do you want to poison my ears?" Hearing this, Tang Woon Wee retorted viciously, "Go away, mama's boy, you can only hear sweet nothings." The second young master was furious but didn't rashly attack. He just sat down to calm himself. "Tang Yuchang, I told you to shut your mouth." However, he dared to repeat the words of the second young master. "Tang Yuchang, I told you to shut your mouth." This remark truly angered the second young master's pride, making his face flush with resentment. He could no longer restrain himself and roared like a caged beast, "You damned brat." Even his subordinate sitting beside him was frightened and dared not move. The peak of his anger erupted, and the second young master, unable to control his rage, charged onto the stands, preparing to attack. His face was filled with fury as he yelled, "I challenge you, come here, Tang Woon Wee, I'll tear your damned mouth apart." Only the second young master was on the stage, causing the surrounding crowd to buzz. Third young master Tang Yuchang has come out first. Wasn't it second young master Tang Woon Wee who provoked him? Then, according to his plan, Tang Woon Wee stepped onto the stage, saying as he walked, "My younger brother doesn't have the strength to provoke like this. Perhaps this will be easier than I thought." Now, on the stage, two men faced each other, both filled with killing intent. Tang Woon Wee, ready to fight, said, "White Pavilion Tang Woon Wee, though without a title, just a nameless nobody, but I hope we'll have a fun match." Witnessing this, the third young master sneered, scared only after getting on the stage. Below the fighting stage, the Tang clan's eldest young miss, Tang Gaijin, saw them and sighed, "Yuchang, it seems Woon Wee provoked him with a voice transmission, but if you could defend, you should have endured it." Tang Gaijin stood there, hearing the crowd's chatter. A man offered his opinion. Young Master Woon Wee is quite polite, while young Master Yuchang, hearing these comments, the Tang clan's eldest young miss realized something. Well, this has given everyone a different perspective on Woon Wee. But in the end, the most important thing is the outcome of the match. From her observation, Woon Wee looked confident, but Yuchang was known as a formidable talent, a potential pillar of the Tang clan, no easy opponent. On the stage, the two continued their conversation. Third young master Tang Yuchang spoke first. "HMPH, is that all you can do? Those cowardly provocations?" In response, the second young master smiled. "Did you come here to battle with words?" Hearing the second young master's contemptuous words, the third young master found it interesting and laughed. "Ha ha, fine, I'll play by your rules. I don't know your objective, but let me warn you, it won't be easy." A real battle erupted. They began to fight. As the battle exploded, everyone around gasped, "What? A smokescreen bomb? We can't see anything." Even the two combatants, Tang Woon Wee, was surprised and covered his face. He used a smokescreen bomb. Actually, using obtained shadow key in a place like this isn't very effective. He calmed down and thought, "No matter what, I can't just rush in." And even though he sees me as insignificant, he doesn't hesitate to attack from behind, truly a Tang clan member. Thinking this, he realized a new move. This was the Dark Shadow Step. Second young master Tang Woon Wee approached and looked provocative. "My dear younger brother, did you forget that I asked Tang Jian to teach me the Dark Shadow Step?" At this moment, he could easily dodge the third young master's attack just now. Damn it, he didn't even forget to provoke the third young master, did he forget? Hearing Tang Woon Wee's words, Yuchang, the third young master, was slightly surprised and gritted his teeth in anger. "Ha, you've mastered the Dark Shadow Step already." He leaped down, took a stance, and shouted, "Even if your mother is ordinary, you still have half your father's blood, but the Dark Shadow Step is merely a technique to cultivate obtained shadow key. Let me show you." He moved back and used his technique, the so-called obtained shadow key. Tang Woon Wee remained in place, observing his surroundings. He precisely blended his presence into the shadows, making it impossible for his opponent to detect his sound or form. His voice was still audible, but the second young master couldn't perceive the third young master's figure. Calling him a master of stealth wouldn't be an exaggeration. Within this smokescreen bomb, it was impossible to locate him with the naked eye. But as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed the third young master charging furiously from behind. He began attacking Tang Woonwee. The second young master's eyes clearly showed the image of a frenzied third young master. Unfortunately, your obtained shadow key can't escape my Reaper sight. He continued, furthermore, your killing intent is too blatant. Even without Reaper sight, I could sense your location. From the observation point above, Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad commented, young Master Woonwee's use of the Dark Shadow Step is astonishing, and young Master Yu Chang's obtained shadow key has significantly improved, probably a result of his seclusion. But this fight is nothing more than a game of chase, added Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad. Is young Master Woonwee waiting for the smokescreen bomb to dissipate? Witnessing this, Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad sighed, but if the smokescreen bomb disperses and young Master Woonwee doesn't deliver a finishing blow, it'll be a waste of time. Upon hearing their conversation, Tang Woonwee's master laughed. Aha, I taught him a finishing move. Tang Jin and Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad exclaimed in surprise, staring at him with admiration. Tang Jian, you exceeded the Grand Madam's instructions. Tang Jian turned to them. You don't trust your own teammate. Faced with his reaction, the two only smiled and said, who understands you like we do. The battle on the arena continued fiercely and strangely. Facing the second young master's bizarre fighting style, the third young master shouted, this damned brat keeps dodging like a rat, damn it. The smokescreen bomb was gradually dissipating. I'm not maintaining obtained shadow key anymore. I initially only wanted to break one of his legs, but this is the price he brought upon himself. The third young master used the Dark Shadow Step to dodge and create a diversion. But he realized, even if you dodge with the Dark Shadow Step, you can't escape this arena. Seeing Tang Woonwee below, Yu Chang lunged down from above. Die, you dying brat. Incredibly, Yu Chang used the downpour of pear blossom needles and the celestial maiden's scattered flowers. This sight caused Tang Jiu Jin, the Tang clan's eldest young miss, to exclaim in surprise, that's the downpour of pear blossom needles. Yang wants to kill Woonwee. Tang Woonwee remained standing and smirked triumphantly. HMPH, I was planning to play with you a little longer, but perhaps it's time to end this. The second young master gathered his spiritual energy, creating a dazzling, sparkling light, causing everyone below to gasp in astonishment. What wind is this? It's a gale. Witnessing this, Tang Jiu Jin's eyes widened as she realized. Yes, I didn't notice it then because I was observing the chi and demonic chi everywhere. Now I know the martial art Woonwee has cultivated, the wild wind dance. From the other side of the stands, seeing this killing intent surrounding the second young master, the third young master exclaimed, the wild wind dance. Yu Chang couldn't believe his eyes. That's impossible. The third young master lost his composure and shouted, even I and Big Sister haven't mastered this technique. You're just an ordinary person. How is this possible? I really must thank you profusely. Facing Yu Chang's words, Tang Woonwee smirked triumphantly. Luckily, I was taught this before this fight with you. Then, he stepped back, took a stance, and said, to return the favor, I'll let you experience the full power of this technique. He suddenly leaped and used the wild wind dance. Tang Woonwee raised his right hand, focusing all his strength into it, preparing to attack. He used his previous technique to deliver a brutal beating to the third young master. Followed by the wild wind explosion, the previous blow had caused the third young master excruciating pain. This one intensified his suffering immensely. From a few meters away, the second young master launched a powerful attack, sending the third young master flying and tumbling far away. Hole in the wall. The battle was almost over at this point, leaving everyone extremely surprised. Young Master Yan had lost, and was even defeated in one move. How could this be possible? The audience couldn't believe their eyes and cried out in astonishment, telling themselves it was all a dream, something no one had predicted before the fight. At the observation stand, Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad exclaimed in astonishment, young Master Woonwee, how could he have mastered that technique? Seeing their surprise, Tang Jian added, but this is also quite unexpected. Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad turned to him, angrily shouting, you mean he's mastered the wild wind dance after only a few days of practice? That's right, he's capable of many things no one would have imagined. Tang Jian turned and said to him, in this match, do you think he showed his true potential? Do you think he can meet our expectations? Tang Jin of the Wild Wind Squad, upon hearing this, was slightly surprised and asked, could it be that young Master Woonwee also possesses a talent like the branch clan head, who also has wind talent? Tang Jian replied, I don't know for sure, but in just a few days, his strength has increased considerably. It's still too early to say, but I think young Master Woonwee's future is promising. Furthermore, he wants to inherit the Wild Wind Squad, so I have even more faith in him. I hope this doesn't disappoint me. Looking down from above, Tang Jian was even more surprised and exclaimed, what? It seems the gale hasn't stopped yet, could it be? Suddenly, Tang Woonwee approached the Tang clan's eldest young miss and called out, Big Sister, may I have the honor of a duel with you? Tang Jiujin was clearly surprised, her eyes wide. What? Everyone around saw this and said, that's young Master Wunwi's big sister, so that's the famed Tang Jiujin, a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Looking closer, it's her. Hearing their whispers, she couldn't help but smile. I returned to the branch this time, probably because of the branch clan head's visit. It's been many years, so it's hard to recognize me immediately. If young Master Wunwi dares challenge the young miss, he must be quite confident. A man laughed and said, Tang Jiujin, the renowned genius of the Tang clan, I think this match will be quite exciting. Everyone around was excited, cheering loudly. This match will be amazing. It'll be completely different from young Master Yang's fight earlier. Today's a lucky day. We get to see two great matches and the beautiful appearance of young Miss Jiujin. Hearing this, the Tang clan's eldest young miss turned to look at them. At the viewing platform, Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad looked down and commented, this is getting bigger. Brother Tang Jian, do you think young Master Wunwi has a chance? Tang Jian quickly replied, I don't think he can take on the young miss yet. I wonder what he's trying to do by challenging her. Defeating young Master Yu Chang would have been enough to make young Master Wunwi famous. If he wins against young Miss Jiujin, the heir apparent of the Tang clan, wouldn't he be aiming for the patriarch's position? But if he loses today's match, he'll be in a weak position. It's a risky move. Young Miss probably understands Wunwi's intentions, so she'll give it her all. The Tang clan's eldest young miss, faced with this situation, clenched her fists and thought, Wunwi, what are you thinking? I wouldn't have accepted if it wasn't in the arena, but in front of the Tang clan disciples, as the future heir to the patriarch, how can I simply yield? Oh well, no more thinking. You provoked me first, didn't you? Seeing that fighting spirit, I'll just fight according to my battle instinct. A mental struggle began, and she felt conflicted. Tang Jiujin clutched her head in pain, thinking, how can I do this? Wunwi has always been suppressed. This is his chance to regain his honor. Seeing the eldest young miss's expression, the second young master spoke, Big sister, don't overthink it. It's just a normal duel, don't worry too much, just enjoy the fight. The eldest young miss turned and asked, enjoy it, I've been trying to hold back. But then, she suddenly jumped down and stepped onto the arena. Seeing her figure on the stage, everyone below cheered, young Miss Jiujin has taken the stage. The eldest young miss stopped and announced majestically, I am Tang Jiujin, the future heir of the Tang clan and a disciple of Qingcheng. I've studied at the Qingcheng sect for 5 years. My fighting style is the one energy of heaven and earth and the sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. My Jianghu friends affectionately call me the thousand-petal beauty. I hope this will be a great duel. Facing her introduction, the second young master said, I am Tang Wunwi, the third son of the Long Branch, and I've mastered the Wild Wind Dance. I hope for your guidance, big sister. Now that both had declared themselves, the crowd cheered even louder. Filled with excitement, the battle was set. Tang Wunwi approached the eldest young miss and said, big sister, you seem quite excited. Faced with his attitude, she replied, it's been a long time since I've felt this excited. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they both gave sinister smiles. Tang Jiujin suddenly laughed. Heh, you certainly know how to talk. She was ready, holding her sword, preparing to attack. Since you want to fight me, how could I miss this opportunity? Tang Wunwi was also ready. All right. He looked at her with a challenging gaze. Are you ready? Bring it on. They charged at each other, ready to fight. The battle began. Tang Wunwi stood at the opposite end and said, whatever, can you go easy on me a little, big sister? Wild Wind Dance, cutting North Wind's technique. Only after engaging in battle did they realize, so that's why you had that aura. Don't think mastering this technique will let you win. Saying that, the Tang clan's eldest young miss leaped back several meters. In that case, let's have a carefree fight. Since you want me to enjoy the fight, I'll fight with everything I've got. Facing the eldest young miss's previous move, the second young master was slightly surprised. Too fast, no way. If so, then he must use shadow technique, shadow after image. Faced with this move of his, Tang Ju and Jin were quite surprised and exclaimed, to even learn this body technique, it was beyond my expectations. But it looks quite clumsy. At this moment, she instinctively charged into battle against him. Qingcheng swordsmanship. I didn't think it would be so powerful. Turning to face the Tang clan's young miss, he said, that's not Qingcheng swordsmanship. She looked up at him and said, you're still hiding your strength, so I will too. Faced with her statement, he could only respond, if you say so, then I'll have to show myself. Then he stood up, bracing himself, and used the Poison Dragon Essence art, Ghost Dragon Release. Seeing this technique, Tang Jiujin showed clear delight and exclaimed, that's it. Then, using that killing intent and poison, she furiously charged forward. I've wanted to fight that for a long time. The Tang clan's young miss, standing on the other side of the arena, only then realized that his aura had changed. The blue ghost face was enveloped by the pure energy of the sword, causing a surge of killing intent. How strange. Seeing the young miss's appearance and a ferocious ghost appearing behind her, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, there's a female ghost behind her. Sensing the danger of the situation, Tang Wunwi cleverly decided on a course of action, launch a preemptive strike. He would seize the initiative with a powerful blow. He charged forward and used Wild Wind Explosion, defeating Yu Chang with even greater power. But after a few seconds, seeing the formation, he exclaimed, "Too predictable." Very quickly, he managed to dodge the young Miss's sword strike. The movements of this technique are too cumbersome. The Tang clan's young Miss rejoiced and exclaimed, "When you're weaker than your opponent, you should be more careful." Combining explosive force and the Tang clan's signature chopping cup technique creates a one-hit kill martial art, the Wild Wind Dance, but it's only effective against evenly matched opponents. Tang Wunwei raised his hands, crossing them to protect his face. It has too many openings. Against someone stronger, you need a martial art suitable for consecutive attacks, enveloping it in a raging wind. The young Miss was slightly surprised. You learned the 12 fierce tiger steps. The Wild Wind Dance's greatest strength is its explosive pushing force. If you use it as a catalyst to shift the 12 fierce tiger steps, then... The Tang clan's young Miss smiled calmly and brightly. The reason for her smile was unclear. At this moment, the second young master leaped, faster than her. What a provoking order, and more. These words only fueled the second young master's eagerness, causing him to attack. She continued, "I see you want to continue using multiple swords, but you should anticipate your opponent's counterattack at this distance." Then, she used the sword of discharged lightning of extreme light, wielding the sword and striking directly at Wunwei. Tang Wunwei suddenly realized he had attacked too hastily. He suddenly stopped and thought, "No, it's coming." Seeing her younger brother's next move, the young Miss became extremely interested. Right, only this is worthy of a fight. Now the two engaged in combat, more exciting. Everyone below was thrilled and excited by the fierce battle, shouting and cheering. Suddenly, the third young master's subordinate turned and saw him showing signs of waking up. "What's this? You're awake, young master Yu Chang." Looking up at the arena and seeing the duel between the second young master and the young Miss, the third young master trembled and exclaimed, "That bastard knocked me out and is fighting evenly with Big Sister." He suddenly turned to his subordinate, asking anxiously, "Has mother returned yet?" The subordinate replied, "Not yet." He continued, "Big Sister probably won't lose, but the longer the fight goes on, the more valuable he becomes." The crowd shouted, "Ah, young Master Wunwei is overpowering her." Young Master Yu Chang became worried, his face darkening. No way, if she really loses, he could only pray that wouldn't happen. On the arena, the young Miss charged and used her sword. Tang Wunwei just realized that there was a loophole at this moment. Keep attacking. But before he could do anything, he was kicked in the face by the eldest young Miss. Don't focus too much on the sword. He turned his face, gritted his teeth and endured. A palm technique. It's not Ching Ching's style. The Tang clan's eldest young Miss approached him, a smug smile on her face. "What's with that surprised expression? You're a disciple of Ching Cheng, but I'm also from the Tang clan." At this moment, she charged forward, combining the strong swordsmanship of Ching Cheng. Always exploiting the Tang clan's openings, a relentless attack. Is that the power of the blue ghost face? At this moment, the second young master used the dark shadow step, but incredibly, he was struck far away by the eldest young Miss with her sword. In this situation, his whole body was numb, his mouth bitter, his heart pounding. So this is the feeling of using all one's strength to fight someone. Seeing his figure, the eldest young Miss paused and thought, "Wunwei, that's strange. Your martial arts are only at a beginner level, your movements haven't fully broken free from the forms. Yet you possess the keen ability to see through your opponent like a general on the battlefield." Hearing these words from the eldest young Miss, he quickly laughed. "Aha, is that so? It really is." Before, Yan Wunwei's body had no internal energy, and he faced masters with the ability to destroy ordinary people. Therefore, the skill of seeing through opponents to dodge attacks was my way of surviving and winning for the past 10 years. He stepped back a few paces, adjusting his fighting stance and reflecting that he used flexible techniques rather than just rigidly applying basic moves. That's how it should be when using techniques in martial arts. Change your expression. Seeing his expression, the eldest young Miss laughed. "Excellent nuance. It seems you've realized something. I'll wait and see what new techniques Wunwei has." Seeing the second young master spinning wildly, the eldest young Miss was very interested. "Let's see." As she predicted, Tang Wunwei advanced and used a series of moves. Looking closely, Tang Jiujin always dodged fatal points. Combining the blue ghost face's ability to prolong the fight and Tang Jiujin's anxiety created an opening. He focused all his energy and prepared to attack. "I appreciate your compassion, but there's no reason for me to ignore this opening." Now, he was ready and approached the eldest young Miss. Seeing his technique, she was slightly stunned and thought, "Isn't this palm technique the same as before?" She was a little surprised and wondered, "My previous attack was deflected," and simultaneously moved forward, reducing her own momentum. She praised her younger brother. "You've learned to control the gale in such a short time." Only then did she realize how dangerous this move was. The stands were now truly intense. The explosion astonished everyone. Tang Jian and the Wild Wind Squad member, Tang Jin, from above, cheered loudly. Even the people below were astonished. The second young master raised his head and stood tall, looking fierce. The Wild Wind Squad member, Tang Jin, turned to Tang Jian and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The Wild Wind Squad member, Tang Jin, said thoughtfully, "Anyway, is young Miss Ju Jin all right?" The Wild Wind Squad member, Tang Tai, added, "You realized it, didn't you?" "That's right. What astonished us all was young Master Woonwei's outstanding performance, like the light just now." Looking down at the stands, Tang Woonwei was still standing there, calling out, "Big sister, isn't that a little unfair?" At that moment, the eldest young miss appeared, a sword in her hand, her expression full of killing intent. "You noticed too, huh? I was planning to hide it a little longer, until Woonwei revealed his ultimate technique. But if we are discovered, we have no choice." With that said, she picked up her sword, gathering the magical artifacts around her. Now, the battle truly erupted fiercely, exciting all the onlookers. That's the power of sword energy. Young Miss Ju Jin has entered the initial stage of the peak realm, truly worthy of being the successor of the Nine Dragons clan. Young Master Yu Chang above watched this scene with joy, truly worthy of being big sister. This little brother always admires your talent. Now, the floor where she stood was cracked. With this level of skill, that second son certainly doesn't stand a chance anymore. The eldest young miss smiled. "You know this already, Woonwei. When sword energy appears, we can't prolong this any further." Tang Woonwei sighed in relief. "I understand, prolonging things with someone weaker is unwise. It's a pity. I was going to prolong it to see if Woonwei had any more secrets." He looked at the eldest young miss with the same thought as Tang Ju Jin. "This battle will end with the next move. My cutting north wind's technique just now was enough to stop Tang Ju Jin's sword. But with a sword enveloped in sword energy, it's a different story. I can't use dark magic. Now, my last resort is only one way." The eldest young miss looked at him and smiled naturally. "Woonwei, you thinking something?" He looked at her and replied, "You think so?" "Yes, because you look very excited right now." He smiled confidently. "Me, perhaps I've gotten too excited. Being pushed to this point makes me look like a martial arts maniac." The eldest young miss stopped and asked, "What are you saying, Woonwei?" Tang Ju Jin, for some reason, smiled mysteriously. "What? Those who are so intensely passionate about martial arts are usually called martial artists." Faced with her words, he realized, so that's it, a martial artist. Since transforming into Tang Woonwei, I've thrown myself into martial arts like a madman. But what Yan Woonwei, the one without a dantian, always respected about martial artists wasn't this. The feeling I got from fighting Tang Ju Jin was from pouring all the martial arts I've accumulated to date into confronting her and seeing how those skills can be utilized against an opponent. That excitement and competitive spirit are what truly make me want to be a martial artist. The eldest young miss looked at him and said, "It seems you've thought it through. Then, may I make the first move?" Faced with this question, he affirmed, "Yes, go ahead, big sister." Now, Tang Ju Jin gripped her sword with both hands, preparing to draw it. She raised her sword and attacked him. As I predicted, Tang Ju Jin will use a killing move. If so, I'll also pour all my strength into the strongest move of Wild Wind Dance. Then, he used his two hands to condense a blinding light, combining it with demonic energy to maximize its power. Then, he used Wild Wind Dance's own Feng Pao, a hypothetical move name. Only then did he realize that confronting a peak expert is indeed not easy. Tang Woonwei, in this situation, had to struggle with his thoughts. He couldn't let his mind wander. The only thing to do is to focus on whether his move worked or not, that's all. Now, killing intent filled both of them as they lunged into an attack. Yu Chang, watching from afar, smiled triumphantly. "The gap between me and big sister is widening. It's a pity, but once that second son takes this hit, he certainly won't survive." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something that surprised him greatly. "What? How is that possible? I've been waiting for this moment. That sword will become ordinary right now. My hand is numb." He couldn't do anything anymore. Usually, when the opponent's sword breaks, the fight is over. But this time, it's not that simple. He opened his mouth and continued, "If it were Tang Ju Jin, if it were the owner of the blue ghost face, a broken sword wouldn't stop her from advancing." The second young master turned around with a triumphant smile. "Naturally, I'm no exception. All my remaining strength will be poured into this move, Wild Wind Dance, Demonic Wind Hammer." He leaped high into the air. Seeing this, the eldest young miss exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Woonwei, you're amazing." At this time, Tang Ju and Jin have reached a new level, Rising Dragon Kicking Technique. The Wild Wind Squad's Tang Tai saw this scene and was extremely angry and shouted, "Damn it, both of them were too agitated. If this continued, both of them would definitely be seriously injured." Everyone was shocked and stunned, watching the incredibly fierce battle unfold. Tang Woonwei then shouted, "This game should end now." Suddenly, a figure appeared and stopped the fight between the two. "Do you intend to greet the patriarch while lying in your sickbeds?" Both of them knelt, and the eldest young miss spoke. Tang Ju Jin pays his respects to the branch clan head. The second young master then realized that this was the branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch, and also Tang Woonwei's father. He also performed a bow. Tang Woonwei pays his respects to the branch clan head. He politely replied, "Tang Ho-san." A spirit beast appeared beside the second young master and warned him, this is the Junior Lord, be careful. I thought the Wild Wind Squad had disbanded and you hadn't progressed, but unexpectedly, you've reached this level. Tang Wunwei quickly nodded. Yes, I've noticed that too. Despite many achievements, it's still just a small bodyguard squad of the Tang clan. I assessed the squad leader's strength as comparable to the elders of the Heavenly Demon cult. While Tang Hosen stood silently, Tang Wunwei continued, but even Yan Wunwei in his past life couldn't be sure of victory. Glancing at him, he thought, you seem dissatisfied. He looked at his son and asked, is there something you want to say to me? The second young master, too embarrassed, turned away. Was I staring too much? Wunwei's eyes suddenly turned slightly cold, but I'm just curious why the branch clan head is here. Hearing her younger brother's question, which sounded like a reckless one, the eldest young Miss's face showed extreme fear. At the same time, the branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch replied with a bewildered expression, is there any place in this Nine Dragons branch that I can't go to? Tang Wunwei, without a trace of fear, replied, I was only worried that this trivial fight would offend your eyes, that's why I asked. Everyone present was utterly astonished, from the three Tang Jian, Tang Jin, and Tang Tai of the Wild Wind Squad to the onlookers below and even Yu Chang, the third young master, all were awestruck by the conversation, their faces filled with horror. Tang Jiujin, trembling behind, tried to dissuade them. I can feel everyone's astonishment. Is he flustered? What the heck is going on? Witnessing this, people started whispering, to defy the branch clan head right here at the Nine Dragons branch. It's understandable, especially since it's Tang Wunwei, the neglected illegitimate son. But based on information from residual thoughts and my observations, I understand. Tang Hosan is a genuine Tang clan member. He turned and said, honestly, the fight between those two didn't interest me at all. Then Tang Hosan's voice suddenly dropped. Though you've changed, I'm very pleased with what you've shown. Having said that, he turned and walked a short distance towards the third young master. He stood before him, looked at him, and said, except for one person, I'm very disappointed. Knowing his father was referring to him, Yu Chang, the third young master, could only blush and slightly bow his head in apology. Suddenly, the trio Tang Jin, Tang Tan, and Tang Jian appeared. Upon arrival, they immediately knelt and paid their respects to him. Then Tang Hao said, your reaction was too slow, try harder. Yes, they replied. He turned and left, ordering the crowd to disperse and the servants to clean up the scene. Hearing the superior's order, the three replied in unison, yes, sir. After seeing her father leave, the eldest young miss suddenly looked somewhat gloomy, causing the second young master to ask, sister, why are you so down? She replied, we're still not good enough to gain our father's approval. She then turned to her younger brother and asked, Wunwei, you all right? I'm fine, that's just how the branch clan head is. He cares about the second son if he shows potential, and abandons the third if he doesn't meet expectations. After hearing this, Tang Jiujin apologized, I shouldn't have asked you that, your father isn't necessarily bad. Ignoring the comment, he changed the subject, sister, are you hungry? His expression suddenly brightened, he snapped his fingers and said, let's change our clothes and go have some drinks. Night quickly fell. After an intense and fierce battle, the siblings were now happily drinking together. Tang Jiujin, seemingly relieving stress, held her wine cup and exclaimed joyfully. The second young master was equally cheerful. He said, anyone looking at you would think you've been starving for days. Qingcheng didn't feed you. Yes, a lot, but all vegetables. Speaking of those meals, she imagined in her head only green dishes, no free-range meat or snacks at all. In the middle of the story, the young miss suddenly became furious. She grabbed her chopsticks, slammed them on the table, seemingly trying to vent her anger. I'm at the age where I should be enjoying delicious meat and strong wine, yet. After saying that, she turned to the second young master and asked, Wunwei, tell me, don't you think I'm right? Seeing her expression, he didn't dare to say anything, only quickly replying, yes, yes, may I offer you a drink? The cup was empty, and immediately refilled. Excellent, excellent, pour some more. Tang Wunwei gently put down the wine jug and asked, what's your Qingcheng senior disciple like? Hearing that name, her face suddenly flushed. My senior disciple, why are you asking about my senior disciple? He replied, you mentioned him so many times in your letters, how could I not be curious? Then, he repeated what the young miss had written in her letters. I was scolded by my senior disciple, and I'm so sad. I practiced with my senior disciple. He's amazing. My junior disciples are all talking about my senior disciple. Feeling exposed, the young miss blushed and quickly said, stop it. Tang Wunwei teased her. I hear he's coming to the Nine Dragons branch as a guest for the patriarch's welcoming ceremony. I need to find out more about him to prepare. The young miss said, you're truly a master of the Tang clan strategies. Tang Wunwei returned to his normal demeanor and pondered. The arrival of Yi Chiolsan, the great pupil of the Qingcheng sect, is a matter to be noted. What is the Dark Sovereign's purpose in coming to the Nine Dragons branch? Rumor has it that the Dark Sovereign wants to form a shadow guard similar to the old Wild Wind Squad. If that's true, all the sects in Sichuan will try to stop it, and the Qingcheng sect, which has close ties with the Tang clan, is no exception, because they can't fully trust Tang Jiujin. They've sent a grandmaster here. Hearing this, the young miss only rolled her eyes in bewilderment. Seeing her expression, he guessed she knew nothing about it. Then, the second young master continued, or perhaps they want to investigate. At that moment, a new guest arrived. Tang Woonwee waved. Over here, over here. The young miss turned, smiling. You said you'd bring another drinking buddy, so it's you. The guest appeared, rubbing his neck wearily. Stop destroying the martial arts arena. Finally finished. Seeing him, the young miss was shocked. Spitting out the wine in her mouth, she quickly called out, Uncle, second uncle. Then, she stood up and bowed respectfully. Facing his niece, he said, Jin young miss, I'm surprised to see your swordsmanship has reached this level. Thank you, uncle. The young miss turned to the second young master. Wonwee, why didn't you tell me Uncle Jian was coming? He smirked. Did you ask me? The young miss looked helpless. She pulled out a chair. Uncle, please sit. Seeing his niece's reaction, he said, oh, thank you. He sat down and gently asked, you ordered so many dishes today. Don't tell me you're putting it on my tab. Oh, is that all right? Witnessing this, the young miss became anxious. Seeing her niece's anxious look, her uncle asked, what's wrong with you? Then, the young miss approached the second young master, anxiously asking, hey, Woonwee, why are you talking to uncle like that? Tang Woonwee was stunned by her overreaction. Uncle Jian chuckled. You don't know who Uncle Jian is, though not officially sworn brothers. He and your father are practically like blood brothers. He saved your father from danger in the Qingcheng blood battle and was awarded the title of knight by the patriarch. Hearing this, Tang Woonwee's face turned pale. Master A, no, Uncle Jian, seeing his apprentice being so formal, was slightly surprised. Why are you suddenly? Tang Woonwee, upon learning the truth, was slightly frightened. I've been disrespectful due to my ignorance of your relationship with my father. Please forgive me. Turning to her younger brother, the young miss praised Job. Woo sincerely apologize. He'll forgive your past mistakes. They thought Uncle Jian would be pleased, but no, his face contorted in displeasure. He suddenly shouted, what the hell are you doing, Jin young miss, did you instigate this? Seeing this, Tang Woonwee sat down calmly. Master, how would the former members of the Wild Wind Squad rate you? He found the question interesting. How many points do you think they'll give you? Look at his confident expression. Holding his wine cup, he shouted, maximum points. Hearing this, even Uncle Jian was shocked. This guy is insufferable. But his reaction didn't change. The second young master was indeed very self-assured. Yes, that's right, I know. With that spirit, the young miss raised her cup to him. I'll drink with you, uncle. Oh, thank you. While they were happily drinking, Tang Woonwee had a new concern. Through this encounter, I've attracted the attention of the former members of the Wild Wind Squad, Tang Jiujin and Tang Hosan. The question is what Namgung Song will do before the Dark Sovereign arrives. Meanwhile, in a forest, late at night, a carriage was entering the depths of the woods. The mini-scorpion spoke. I didn't expect to travel so far. If I go too far, she'll think I'm running away and kill me. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. It stopped. Have we arrived? A retainer helped a lady out. I didn't give notice. I don't know if the Lord is there. Explanation. Lord refers to the person managing or working at the temple. The mini-scorpion grasped the situation. Lord, the one who put toxic cinnabar in the junior lord's medicine. Looking around at the heavy dark miasma, it thought, with this much dark energy, who has this renowned Namgung clan woman colluded with? The door creaked open, and a strange voice was heard. Welcome, Lady Namgung. A Jiangsha appeared, small and slender but with a terrifying expression. It said, someone's waiting for you inside, please come in. This Jiangsha was a living Jiangsha, possessing full senses and memories like a normal person. The mini-scorpion observed, how can an ordinary sorcerer create a living Jiangsha? Even mags find it difficult. It's even more surprising that he uses it as a servant. Looking at the closing door, it thought, this isn't the dwelling of an ordinary sorcerer. Just reporting what we see is enough. It seemed like it would turn back here, but no, the mini-scorpion had already broken into the fence. It thought that wasn't enough. I have to please the junior lord. The lord was sitting inside, holding a bizarre blade. Suddenly, a pleading voice arose. Please, grant me more divine power, grant me more divine power. The lord's back was also bizarre, like a monster. A Jiangsha entered and reported, Lord, Master Namgung has arrived. Hearing this, he immediately ordered, let him in. Master Namgung, hearing the order, entered, performed a bow, and greeted the lord, with a cold attitude. He asked, you're here again, something unsatisfactory. Suddenly, he turned and scolded, you're so greedy, the gods always protect those who deserve it, those who only seek the gods when in need are despised. Master Namgung, hearing this, quickly said, if each time, the person offers generous gifts, things ordinary people wouldn't dare imagine. Then, she presented before the lord 2 overflowing silver ingots, a sight to behold. She continued, what would the gods think? Turning to look at this, he immediately changed his tone and replied, then they would be pleased. At this moment, he finally revealed his face, and it looked like nothing short of a demon's. He approached and examined the silver ingots. Gods, are you pleased? I am too. Before the mini-scorpion's eyes, it thought, are you from the Maoshan sect? But you seem more sinister than Master Namgung. Master Namgung then said, if successful, I'll give you another ingot. Hearing this, the Lord's eyes lit up with delight. Indeed, Master Namgung, you know how to win over the gods. He turned and said, then what can I do for you? Master Namgung said without further ado, do you remember my previous request? You want me to curse that bastard? That's already in progress, Master Namgung. She said with an unhappy expression, the situation has changed. I want something faster and more certain. Hearing this, the Lord said, initially, I plan to turn him into a puppet before the Dark Sovereign and then discard him, but Ju Jin's attitude and the actions of the person behind the bastard could have unforeseen consequences. Then, she knelt down in supplication, can you create a living Jiangxia? Hearing this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, it seems you've angered someone powerful. Hearing this, the mini-scorpion angrily thought, damn it. I have to report this to the junior lord immediately. Then it flew out, if that lord can create a living Jiangxia, then the junior lord will have a hard time resisting. After flying out, it saw countless huge, luminous eyes before it. Then it realized, these are beast Jiangxia. Beast Jiangxia are Jiangxia created from many different corpses, sewn together. Faced with this sight, the mini-scorpion was somewhat surprised. He can create beast Jiangxia. It looked at the chaotic scene and cried out, the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley, a branch of the Maoshan sect, has submitted to the heavenly demon cult. The Lord approached Master Namgung and laughed loudly. Hee, it seems Master Namgung has brought a big problem. She turned her head, startled, I'm being watched. The Lord continued, your spirit control technique is quite special. The person behind that bastard seems more difficult to deal with than I thought. Master Namgung sighed upon hearing this, I'll give you another ingot. Hearing this condition, he was very pleased. HMPH, good, investigate the person behind him and turn that bastard into a living Jiangxia. He was overjoyed, yes, first, I'll go and follow the person behind him. Then he called one of his apprentices. Master, what do you need? He ordered him, capture the escaped spirit and follow the sorcerer, obey. It quickly flew out, and followed the mini-scorpion. Those beast Jiangxia haven't caught him yet. He's quick, but then he sat on the roof and looked around. The mini-scorpion, sensing the terrifying aura around it, quickly said, what's this, a terrifying aura? Now it was surrounded by frenzied beast Jiangxia. Realizing the tense situation, it cried out, Junior Lord, run. Under the moonlight, the siblings talked at the White Pavilion martial arts arena. Second young master Tang Wunwei asked, big young miss, aren't you going? The weather is so nice, I'll go in after I sober up. Tang Wunwei looked at her and thought, after I defeated them and their plan failed, Tang Yuchang and Nam Gong Sanyang will definitely use any means to harm me. Tang Jiujin knows that too. Then he turned and left. I understand, as long as you don't bother me. Hearing this, the big young miss happily waved goodbye. Just focus on your training. Although a disciple of the Qingcheng sect, this young lady is so straightforward. How could Tang Hosan and that renowned Namgung clan woman give birth to such a good child? Too noisy. You want to become a perfect spirit. Holding his staff, Tang Wunwei was a little puzzled. Meanwhile, the creatures asked, Junior Lord, is there a problem? Today feels different from the previous competition. Can you explain it more clearly? He did not hesitate to answer. When using martial arts, one feels a discrepancy between thoughts and actions, like gears that are out of alignment. I thought it was because I wasn't used to the martial arts, but now, while there's still a slight disconnect, it's significantly reduced. I was a renowned instructor at the divine cult. May I examine your body? He readily agreed. Why, okay. After observing, the spirit beings approached him and said, Junior Lord, do you know what cultivated energy is? Hearing this, he was puzzled and asked, isn't cultivated energy just internal energy? The meaning differs. We speak of the same cultivation method, but depending on understanding, background, and personality, people accumulate different types of internal energy. Hearing this explanation, he realized that a cultivator's mentality is reflected in their internal energy. Exactly why martial arts like the skill absorption technique, which absorbs others' internal energy, can't significantly enhance one's own. Is that all? While Junior Lord's case is unique, I'm not sure, but the cultivated energy accumulated in Tang Wunwei's body for 17 years and the cultivated energy you've recently cultivated are different in nature, causing the disconnect you mentioned. The lessening of this disconnect means your cultivated energy and Tang Wunwei's are gradually merging. It's just speculation, but does it mean I've started to understand and accept Tang Wunwei to the point where our cultivated energies are merging? Because I'm forced to live as Tang Wunwei, I always think of this as my body, but subconsciously, I still consider it someone else's. Through this competition, my mindset has shifted from using Tang Wunwei's body to using my own martial arts. He recalled his conversation with the eldest young miss, the emotions he felt meeting Tang Jiujin and Tang Hosan, people he only knew through Tang Wunwei's residual thoughts, had gradually broken down the subconscious barrier. He turned to the spirit being and asked, what's the current merging rate? It replied, about 40%. If this rate increases, Junior Lord will achieve greater martial arts success. Hearing this, the second young master nodded, good, that's enough. He walked away. During the cultivation of magic, the fusion of soul and body is crucial. The higher the fusion rate between Yun Wunwee's soul and Tang Wunwee's body, the faster my magical power will recover. He recalled the eldest young Miss's words, "You've changed so much, I didn't expect you to be so passionate about martial arts and confident." She sat there, thinking, "I feel guilty and heartbroken that you had to change because of circumstances. But now you've begun building your own fortress. And it will become increasingly strong. But Mother won't just sit idly by waiting for your fortress to become strong." While the eldest young Miss was contemplating, a voice alerted her, "Someone's here." Indeed, a young man appeared from behind. "Junior Lord, this is," he replied. "Yes, this is Ghost Fog. From the way you prepared the toxic cinnabar, I guessed you're of the spirit type." He turned around. "Finally, you've taken the bait. Now, let's see what you are." The white-haired demon king stood tall, his cold eyes gazing down. He mused, "It's been a long time since I've hunted." He stood there for a while, muttering, "As my master predicted, the one behind this hybrid uses a unique spirit technique, so the demonic energy he uses will be unusual." Beast Jiangsha observed carefully, noticing the spider's trail leading here. "The sorcerer must be hidden here." He smirked, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I eagerly await." Thinking this, he clenched his fists, gathering spiritual energy. The Patriarch's ghost fog is set up, and it can conceal perception. Watching the ghost fog, Beast Jiangsha had a new prediction. Ghost fog can hide perception, if combined with the mystic ghost formation, no matter what happens inside. He leaped from above to the ground. Beast Jiangsha raised his hand and said, "The outside won't be able to detect anything." He stood up, gathering all the spiritual energy in his hands, surveying his surroundings. "Where's my prey?" Suddenly, a young man entered his sight. After a long look, Beast Jiangsha was surprised. Why is he connected to the second target hybrid? The white-haired demon's eyes sharpened. He looked directly at the second young master and said, "TSK, trying to escape. The sorcerer isn't directly using spirit magic, he's controlling the hybrid to activate the technique, isn't he?" Tang Wunwee, the second young master, stood there, turning his head and questioning, "What is this fog? I can't see anything." He was unaware of being watched. Beast Jiangsha, observing him, thought, "The person behind this is more cunning than I imagined." He continued following Tang Wunwee, "But this hybrid is also a target. If I catch him, the one behind him will surely appear. Besides, I can't see anything in this ghost fog." Beast Jiangsha looked at him and thought, "If you behave, I'll spare you." However, the next scene surprised him even more. The eldest young miss appeared. Seeing her approaching, he was astonished. "What, there's another one." While the white-haired monster was processing this, Tang Jin quickly charged towards him. She ran past the second young master, approaching Beast Jiangsha with a terrifying expression. Grabbing his head, she joyfully shouted, "Got you." Tang Wunwee turned to look at them, smirking, "We caught a big one." The spirit beasts beside Tang Wunwee added, "It's indeed the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley, but Jin seems to have reached third rate. Will the young master's plan succeed?" The young master heard these unreasonable questions and immediately raised his hand and took out something from his chest. It was easy for a Qingcheng Daoist to defeat a Jiangsha of the same level, but the problem was that this Jiangsha was an assassin sent by Namgong-san, young. Thinking of this, he put the candy in his mouth and thought, would Tang Jin go easy on him? Would she fulfill her duty as a Qingcheng Taoist exorcist? Second young master Tang Wunwee, with thousands of unanswered questions swirling in his head, only had one recourse. "Now, we can only trust Big Sister's choice." He stood, grabbed the Beast Jiangsha by the head, and said, "This power is the Qingcheng sword key." The Beast Jiangsha, under the young Miss's attack, recognized that the Qingcheng Daoist at the Nine Dragons branch was definitely young Miss Tang Jin. Why was she here? Seeing the young Miss's powerful counterattack, realizing it was the Tang clan's young Miss, the Beast Jiangsha became flustered and yelled, "Young Miss Tang Jin, wait, hear me out." Facing the white-haired creature, the young Miss showed no mercy. With a fiery temper, she yelled, "What? I have to listen to you." And with that, the young Miss attacked without hesitation. Die. After taking a blow from young Miss Tang Jin, the Beast Jiangsha was severely injured. It cried out in pain, "Damn it, my nemesis." It looked at her and yelled, "Even if I succeed in attacking Tang Jin, I'll lose my deal with Master Nangong." Considering these disadvantages, it thought of retreating. "Then my master will be furious, and I'll be tortured." With the fierce battle raging, the Beast Jiangsha stood still. The young Miss, impatient, asked, "What are you waiting for?" Unable to bear it any longer, the young Miss unleashed the Qingcheng sword technique, the sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. After attacking with all her might and seeing the white-haired demon still standing motionless, she angrily yelled, "Why are you just standing there?" Feeling the pressure, unable to endure any longer, the battered Beast Jiangsha coughed, "If this continues, I'll die." While being beaten, it thought, "If I'd known, I would have shown mercy. You are Master Nangong's daughter." Hearing this, the young Miss looked at it with a bewildered expression. The Beast Jiangsha, reaching its limit, looked straight at her and yelled, "It's all your fault for not listening to me." The white-haired demon had reached its limit. It exploded, its limbs shattering. It underwent a transformation, using a ghostly amplification technique. Facing its enormous form, the tiny young miss widened her eyes. This is bad. The beast Jiangshi was truly enraged, yelling madly. If you obediently retreat, wouldn't it be better for both of us? Second young master Tang Wunwei, witnessing everything, yelled, don't falter, Jiu Jin, I know mother is behind this. Capture him and interrogate him, I'll stop mother from continuing down this wrong path. Faced with this resolute statement, the beast Jiangshi cried out in pain, cough, demonic energy. Seeing Tang Jiu Jin's fighting spirit, the beast Jiangshi lamented, damn it, if this girl weren't so stubborn. Even with the bramble ghost fog formation, we risk being discovered by the Wild Wind squad. Furthermore, the sorcerer behind it could join the battle at any moment. The beast Jiangshi, considering this, foresaw the consequences. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for me. The ghost fog will break, but I have to risk it. After all, my target is that bastard. Suddenly, a strange bird appeared in the dark, misty sky. It came and reported to the junior lord, the living Jiangshi has stopped withdrawing the ghost fog. Tang Wunwei looked up, a cheerful expression on his face. Right, he finally used the living Jiangshi. I was starting to get sleepy. He's controlling the living Jiangshi to attack us. As Jiu Jin approached, seeing the figure charging towards her, second young master Tang Wunwei said, more noise in the middle of the night. Tang Wunwei yelled, bow your head. The strange bird used the Ching Cheng sword technique and the sword of discharged lightning of extreme light. The demon opened its mouth wide, revealing a long, dangling tongue. Seeing this, Tang Wunwei was surprised. Suddenly, for some reason, it plunged its head into the ground, creating a crater. Seeing this, he yelled, no, I didn't tell you to ram it like that. Several spirit beasts rushed over to check. Luckily, its neck isn't broken, but solitude is really tough. It took so many resources and time to create one, and it dares to attack the young master. Seeing the commotion, second young master Tang Wunwei sat down calmly and said, you've made quite a mess. The young master turned to it and said, you're good, get up, you fool, I'll give you a choice, choose. Tang Wunwei sat down and asked, do you want to fight me? After saying that, he put on a sinister and amused expression, or fight me. The strange bird turned towards the beast Jiangshi. This reaction of his made this white-haired guy quite surprised. What? Why did he choose me? Only now did it realize that I had lost control of solitude. Could it be that the sorcerer was so powerful that he could take control of the old ancestor's solitude? What was more dangerous was that the sorcerer was hiding somewhere nearby. Thinking this, it suddenly realized it had to run. At this critical moment, Grand Young Miss Tang Jiu Jin appeared. She held her sword and shouted with a dangerous expression, "Heh, you're distracted." Seeing the beast Jiangxi's state, the Grand Young Miss shouted loudly, "I want to kill you." A blinding light flashed, and a white-haired beast Jiangshi appeared, roaring. Grand Young Miss Tang Jiu Jin stood behind the demon lord, her sharp eyes flashing as she swung her sword, causing him to scream in agony, "My left arm." She quickly recovered her stance, ready to fight. The beast Jiangshi, though wounded in the shoulder, appeared weaker than Tang Jiu Jin. The beast Jiangshi wondered, why did she only cut off his left arm? It bared its pearly white teeth, sweat beading on its face, astonished and disbelieving what it saw. What was this? She could have killed it then and there. 1,000 questions flooded the beast Jiangxi's mind. Could she be sparing it because of Master Namgung? Tang Jiu Jin lowered her head, revealing no emotion on her face. "No way, I'll tear you apart and make you regret this." Tang Jiu Jin's eyes were vacant, her laughter eerie, her gait unsteady. As she walked, she spoke ambiguously, "I will slowly save you." Tang Jiu Jin, sword in hand, stumbled towards the beast Jiangshi, causing it to curse. "Damn it, is that the face of a Daoist saving someone?" From the shadows, a large bird flew towards the beast Jiangshi with calculated precision, slashing 3 deep wounds across its face. Fresh blood sprayed out, accompanied by its pained roars and screams. The beast Jiangshi angrily roared, "That damned bird!" From a distance, Tang Jiu Jin remained poised to kill the beast Jiangshi at any moment. She thought to herself, "I don't know why the beast Jiangxi's ghost fog did that to him, but if I eliminate the remaining ghost fog..." The thought flashed through her mind. Tang Jiu Jin gripped her sword, ready to charge at the beast Jiangshi. Summoning the one energy of heaven and earth, Tang Jiu Jin shouted to regain her momentum. Tang Jiu Jin, like a mad dog, laughed cruelly and charged towards the beast Jiangshi, unleashing a flurry of blows. The beast Jiangshi quickly raised its arms to block the evil expelling torrent. With Tang Jiu Jin's frenzied attack, the beast Jiangxi's body weakened, its left arm began to smoke, and it cried out in pain as the ghostly amplification technique was dispelled. The arm fell to the ground. The beast Jiangshi looked sadly at its severed limb, its anger growing. It gnashed its teeth. "I must escape before the ghost fog completely disappears." In its rage, the beast Jiangshi gathered its strength in its palm, drawing all the surrounding energy towards its hand. The beast Jiangshi directed the energy towards the ground. A powerful force erupted, pushing Tang Jiu Jin back with its immense strength. The beast Jiangshi launched a surprise attack. While Tang Jiu Jin was still reeling from the blow, it seized the opportunity to flee, leaving its severed arm on the cold ground. Tang Jiu Jin, surprised by the attack, stood dumbfounded. Quickly recovering, Tang Jiu Jin chased after the beast Jiangshi, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" The beast Jiangshi, running at breakneck speed, jumped at the sound and turned back, silently praying for an explosion. The severed arm of the beast Jiangshi had a purpose. After the beast Jiangshi fled, Tang Jiujin ran past the arm, which began to glow. Upon realizing the beast Jiangshi's intention, Tang Jiujin's face contorted, and sweat poured down her face. When she realized it, it was too late. A loud explosion came from the arm, and a white cloud engulfed Tang Jiujin. Regaining her composure, Tang Jiujin assumed a fighting stance, holding her blade with a sharp expression. The beast Jiangshi held a shattered marble, its eyes bloodshot, its face furious but still full of malice. Tang Jiujin seized the opportunity, leaping towards the beast Jiangshi. Tang Jiujin leaped into the air, shouting and raising her hand towards the beast Jiangshi. As if anticipating this, the beast Jiangshi quickly flung the marble as Tang Jiujin charged. Just as the sword was about to strike the beast Jiangshi, a strange black energy appeared, forming a barrier around the sword to stop it. Tang Jiujin, in the midst of battle, froze. He had escaped. Tang Jiujin began to worry. It seemed Wenwei's plan had succeeded. Tang Jiujin was furious. She sheathed her sword. Wenwei, be careful, that was dark magic. At that moment, Tang Wenwei appeared, smirking. Big sister, could you help me with something? Tang Jiujin readily agreed. HMPH. Tang Wenwei sat on the wall, explaining to Tang Jiujin. Tang Jiujin listened with a confused expression, her face gradually changing color. When Tang Wenwei finished, she asked in surprise, "You want me to not kill that living Jiangshi?" Tang Wenwei, seeing Tang Jiujin's surprised expression, smiled slyly. "That's right, I need to get information from him." Tang Wenwei spoke, panting. "This guy infiltrated the Tang clan's manor and used ghost fog. He's definitely a strong one, capable of using formations." Tang Jiujin remained motionless, asking about the formation. Tang Wenwei recounted angrily. "Yes, if he feels threatened, he'll use a teleportation talisman. Furthermore, with my current strength, I can't defeat him once he's deployed a formation here." Tang Jiujin listened intently. "But if you can lure him out of the formation, I can find the person behind the Jiangshi." Tang Wenwei's smile grew more sinister as he spoke. He had this plan for a long time. He dared to infiltrate the Nine Dragons branch. Tang Jiujin's face was drenched in sweat. "Wenwei, if I follow your words, this Jiangshi is an assassin sent by Mother." Tang Wenwei slowly stood up, brushing off his clothes. Tang Jiujin continued, "What if I do what Mother wants?" Tang Wenwei mysteriously replied, "I'm just a loser in this game." Having said that, he turned and left, leaving behind an ambiguous smile. A feeling of unease made Tang Jiujin's eyes widen. She thought to herself, "That's the Tang clan, isn't it?" Tang Jiujin's face was stunned, her eyes vacant, as if she had realized something terrible was about to happen to Wenwei. "You've endured so much. Is the Tang clan just a place full of deceit and betrayal?" Tang Jiujin quickly lowered her head in thought, "And to do that, I must." The bird beside her incessantly spoke in her ear. Tang Jiujin turned to look at the bird in surprise. Oh, the beast Jiangshi from before. The bird opened its beak wide, extending its long tongue as if surprised as well. In a remote forest, under a quiet night, a light flashed swiftly. It turned out that it was the beast Jiangshi who was on the run, avoiding Tang Ju and Jin's pursuit. Seeing that the distance had already run far, Tang Ju and Jin couldn't catch up. Beast Jiangshi stopped, panting. He collapsed to the ground, his face full of anger because Tang Ju and Jin had cut off one of his arms. He was trembling, sweat was running down his face. Cough, the target had escaped. Even though his arm could be replaced, he couldn't stop trembling, losing his solitude and the heightened vigilance of the Nine Dragons branch. "Master won't forgive me." The more he thought about it, the angrier beast Jiangshi became, roaring, "Damn it, it's all that damn girl's fault." Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared behind beast Jiangshi, saying, "If you want to rest, you should go further. You dare rest right outside the manor." Beast Jiangshi spun around, startled. "What?" They caught up. The beast Jiangshi was furious. The mysterious figure was Tang Wenwei. Tang Wenwei, his face serious, approached. Beast Jiangshi yelled, "Tang Wenwei, you bastard, how did you get here? Have they been following me? How?" Clutching his injured arm, beast Jiangshi cursed. Was it the sorcerer behind him? If he could steal my solitude, he could also find the life gate of the mystic ghost formation. Jiangshi chuckled. Either way, this is a good opportunity. If he could capture this bastard, beast Jiangshi's eyes fixed on Tang Wenwei as his next target, I can find out the sorcerer's identity and reclaim my solitude. A malevolent yokai appeared behind Tang Wenwei. Beast Jiangshi said, "Looks like the sorcerer gave him a little demon for protection." Beast Jiangshi looked at his arm and laughed like a mad dog, "But I've felt this energy before." Tang Wenwei, feigning weakness, sneered at beast Jiangshi. "Namgong Sen Young, what is she doing? The renowned Namgong clan is colluding with the Black Skeleton Water Cave." Beast Jiangshi was astonished. "How do you know?" Malevolent energy swirled around Tang Wenwei as he prepared for battle, a sinister smile on his face. "Let's see." Beast Jiangshi listened, witnessing Tang Wenwei's actions with growing astonishment. He stood petrified. You. Beast Jiangshi's face changed as he saw Tang Wenwei unleash his inner power, his eyes turning a deep purple. A death-like demon appeared. Grinning, "So this is Ghost Key." Ghost Key said, "So you're not entirely ignorant, are you?" 10 years ago, everyone in the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley knew it. It's the cursed artifact that the little heaven demon, Lian Wunwei, always used when slaughtering. So it was that evil spirit back then. Beast Jiangshi was incredibly surprised. How can someone like you possess that? Ghostki sneered. Do you think he'll answer your questions? Beast Jiangshi stood dumbfounded. Ghostki continued. I have many questions for you. Beast Jiangshi stubbornly replied. You think I'll talk? Seeing Beast Jiangshi's stubbornness, Ghostki slowly clenched his fist. Of course, you won't talk now. Ghostki proposed. Let's chat after you die. A determined purple aura emanated from Ghostki's eyes as he coldly declared. After you die, we'll have a talk. Ghostki stood there, his words threatening Beast Jiangshi, who felt a growing unease. If he's really the junior lord, he'll fight to the death. Ghostki's fist clenched. Beast Jiangshi's chance was over. Ghostki summoned dark power, causing Beast Jiangshi to become wary. Is it magic or the power of a demon king? Before Beast Jiangshi could mentally prepare, Ghostki lunged forward like a whirlwind. His face was furious, his eyes had long since turned white. Ghostki's punch neared Beast Jiangshi's face. His face was drenched in sweat. He stammered. What? Martial arts? Before Beast Jiangshi could feel pain, Ghostki's punch left his face unrecognizable. Ghostki's power was formidable. One punch defeated Beast Jiangshi. It looked incredibly cool. Maybe Beast Jiangshi stepped out of the house with his right foot today and had bad luck. He'd lost an arm and been beaten to a pulp by Ghostki, spitting blood. Before he could react, a drawn-out "ah" escaped Beast Jiangshi's lips as his body smashed into a large tree, causing searing pain in his ribs. His beloved white hair was now styled in a different era. Furious at the unexpected attack, sliding down the tree, he covered his face as he landed safely. After being beaten to a pulp, I have to make this landing look cool, he thought. That was the 9 Dragons Branches Fengwu technique. Beast Jiangshi clutched his face, his eyes wide. He didn't use magic, but martial arts. Beast Jiangshi suddenly realized something and laughed gleefully. Ignoring the laughed, pointing at Ghostki. Ha ha, that's right, you're not the junior lord. The junior lord doesn't know martial arts. He's a monster who could crush me with a flick of his wrist. Beast Jiangshi's laughter turned to angry shouting. No matter how you learned the junior lord's techniques, before he could finish, Ghostki struck him again, letting him know if he was the liege or not. The blow sent Beast Jiangshi flying. The blow shocked Beast Jiangshi. He was no longer arrogant, but astonished. Magic imprisonment chain, he thought. That's an artifact created by the junior lord. Ghostki pointed at Beast Jiangshi. TSK. Suddenly, a monster, a genius is more accurate. Beast Jiangshi was stunned. Is really the junior lord? How is he alive, and how does he know martial arts? Not giving Beast Jiangshi time to think, Ghostki struck at his heart. You're confused, aren't you? Ghostki's words startled Beast Jiangshi. Ghostki's illusion grew larger, terrifying Beast Jiangshi. You're wondering if I am him, aren't you? Ghostki laughed excitedly. But do you have time to think? Beast Jiangshi was enraged, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't remain calm. If this continues, the Wild Wind Squad and that girl will arrive, but I can't just run away. Confused by his own thoughts, Beast Jiangshi grew more afraid. If he knows our identities, I must silence him at all costs. But if he really is the junior lord? Ghostki stood looking at Beast Jiangshi thinking and sighed. You still haven't acted yet. Hearing Ghostki's words made Beast Jiangshi's heart skip a beat. Ghostki's face was sharp as he said, recently they even allow weaklings like you to level up to 4th swordsman rate. Seeing you carry solitude, I thought you were useless. Hearing Ghostki hit the mark on his honor, Beast Jiangshi's anger flared, his teeth gnashed. What did you say? He roared. Ghostki, standing at a distance, couldn't help but taunt him. Maybe I should go back. I was going to buy some more information, but it seems this guy doesn't know anything. Ghostki struck at Beast Jiangshi's pride, causing him to tremble and stammer. You, enraged, Beast Jiangshi charged towards Ghostki, declaring, I'll make you regret this, even if it means burning my life force. A blindingly bright surge of power erupted. Beast Jiangshi, like a rabid dog, lunged furiously at Ghostki, as if wanting to tear him to shreds. Beast Jiangshi's enormous hand clamped down on Ghostki's face. This was exactly what Ghostki wanted. Finally, you're willing to fight, he thought. A powerful light burst forth, a terrifying energy surging towards the dark, inky sky. Ghostki thought to himself, so, you're trying to buy time to get back to the manor. Good. If you run away in fear, I'll be in trouble. I need to test things I couldn't use in the fight against Tang Jin. A streak of light shot across the dark night sky. This light streaked towards a large rock formation, causing rocks to cascade down in an avalanche. Beast Jiangshi gripped Ghostki's hand. Damn it, I was so excited, I forgot to bring his corpse back. Beast Jiangshi, pleased that he had a firm grasp on Ghostki, beamed. This guy talks as much as the junior lord, annoying. A hand clasped Beast Jiangshi's. His triumphant smile faltered. Phew, finally, peace of mind. It was Ghostki's pale hand. Ghostki gripped Beast Jiangshi's wrist, making his hand tremble. After using all that magic, you should run further and rest, shouldn't you? This caused Beast Jiangshi to worry. My attack was completely useless. Beast Jiangshi's hand continued to shake. Ghostki sneered, with that strength, how are you going to bring my body back? Is this really the junior lord's Ghostki? Beast Jiangshi roared in anger, aiming to pummel Ghostki. He couldn't believe his eyes. No, it can't be. Tens of thousands of punches rained down on Ghostki. Beast Jiangshi fought furiously, thinking, my attack is enhanced by demonic essence. He fought with growing confidence. Ghostki, having endured a barrage of blows, still smiled, unhurt. Seeing this, Beast Jiangshi's composure began to crumble, not a single scratch. Ghostki chuckled triumphantly. When will I be able to turn you into a Jiangshi? Ghostki's words only fueled Beast Jiangshi's rage further. Damn brat. Before Beast Jiangshi could gloat, his next punch was stopped, causing a terrifying rebound of energy. It turned out Ghostki had blocked Beast Jiangshi's arm. I've tested Ghostki's defense. Ghostki's other hand crackled with immense power. Now, it's time to test its offense. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghostki landed a punch to Beast Jiangshi's gut, sending him reeling in shame. A light erupted from the sky and shot upwards. In another location, a desolate, remote forest, Beast Jiangshi landed ignominiously, sprawling on the ground. After that attack, I'm sure he's weaker than me. His attacks can't inflict fatal damage. He smiled with satisfaction. As long as I hold out until Ghostki's effect wears off, I'll win. Ghostki slowly appeared before Beast Jiangshi. Laughing, he said, what are you smiling about? You think my attack was weak? You think you'll win just by waiting for Ghostki to wear off? Beast Jiangshi's face fell. Ghostki continued, you didn't notice that I know you're a Jiangshi from Demon Valley, yet you still chased after me. You think I came here unprepared? Ghostki mocked him. Are you so addled because you're a Jiangshi? Beast Jiangshi, in pain, slowly stood up. You think you can act recklessly just because you have Ghostki? Beast Jiangshi, furious, challenged Ghostki. If you're so prepared, then show me. As soon as he finished speaking, Beast Jiangshi lunged at Ghostki, but Ghostki easily dodged all his attacks. Before the Ghostki effect wore off, he dodged all of Beast Jiangshi's attacks with incredible speed. Beast Jiangshi suddenly realized it was an illusion. Beast Jiangshi's face contorted when he saw Ghostki using an illusion. Ghostki landed a blow from behind, catching Beast Jiangshi off guard and causing him to cry out. Beast Jiangshi cursed furiously, his words spitting out like a shrew's. Ghostki reconsidered. I underestimated you. It's still not enough to pierce the defenses of a fourth-rate swordsman. Ghostki landed, still thinking, there's still much to do. Ghostki, losing patience, summoned the roar of a mythical tiger. Unfortunately, I should end this. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghostki charged towards Beast Jiangshi, causing him to shout in fear. You still haven't realized it. Beast Jiangshi, angry, raised his hands to block the blow. You can't hurt me. Beast Jiangshi was continuously attacked, while Ghostki aimed to break through his defenses. Beast Jiangshi didn't give in, punching and shouting, it's just like an itch. Unlike your Ghostki, my body has no time limit. Hit me all you want, I'll return the favor twofold. Ghostki's feet landed lightly. Ghostki said, turning his back, I was worried you'd dodge and prolong the fight, but I didn't expect you to be foolish enough to stand there and take it. Ghostki's face immediately turned towards Beast Jiangshi. Is Jiangshi really out of his mind? Beast Jiangshi heard and laughed like crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? How long can you keep being so bold? Before he finished, Beast Jiangshi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Now he had lost all confidence. Trembling, he stood before Ghostki, his voice shaking. This is a symptom of poisoning. How can my Jiangshi body be poisoned? Ghostki explained. A normal poison wouldn't have worked. A purple poisonous gas emanated from Beast Jiangshi, turning him pale with fear. Could it be ghost poison? Ghostki chuckled triumphantly. You stood there while I injected ghost poison throughout your body. Enjoy. Beast Jiangshi's anger flared at Ghostki's words. He clenched his fist, ghost poison coursing through him, and roared, damn cursed spirits, dare you infest my body? He became increasingly impatient. Get out, get out. Skulls slowly appeared and then gradually faded into the air. They emerged from Beast Jiangshi's body. Ghosts tried to devour Beast Jiangshi, causing him to scream in agony. Beast Jiangshi roared in pain and despair. His legs buckled, his body losing control, his form slowly dissipating. Devil. The devilish treasure, witnessing this, felt immense satisfaction and stood before Beast Jiangshi, laughing mockingly. Beast Jiangshi urgently pleaded, let me ask one last thing, are you the junior lord? Seeing his pitiful state, Ghostki sat down. Hey, I said it wasn't the last, and it isn't. Ghostki held out a purple chain. Beast Jiangshi trembled in terror. Magic imprisonment chain, no. Beast Jiangshi stood up. Elders, I'm leaving. Please teach this new recruit well. Ghostki's subordinates obeyed, causing Beast Jiangshi to tremble. Tang Wunwei walked away, disappearing into the shadows. After walking a distance, Wunwei stopped and muttered to himself, it's still not easy. He looked at his trembling hands. Perhaps because my martial arts haven't reached the instinctive level, I can't deploy formations or spells that require preparation time. I need to improve my spellcasting speed while getting used to martial arts. He clenched his fist, another task to accomplish. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something strange. Wunwei looked around. I know someone's watching me. Is someone following me? He released his aura to search for the observer's location. The aura found a man standing behind a window. It was Tang Ho-san, observing him with a serious expression. He muttered helplessly, even you, a cunning member of the Tang clan, Can't just stand there and watch me like this. He was slightly surprised. Although he's too far to see what I'm doing, he must have seen me fight the intruder. That's incredible. Suddenly, Jiu-Jin ran out from the main gate, shouting as she dragged something. Woon-wee, he replied, big sister, why are you here? He looked at her, startled, speechless. Jiu-Jin approached, her expression naive. Are you hurt? What happened? What she was dragging was the beast Jiangxia from earlier, screaming as she choked it. He stepped back. I'm fine, but big sister, that's, Jiu-Jin raised the beast Jiangxia, making it panic. I thought I could get some information from it. I tried to cut its wings so it couldn't escape, but it was too tough. She tightened her grip, laughing sinisterly. So I beat it up. Woon-wee remained silent. I need to be careful. Don't anger big sister. Ching-Cheng disciples show no mercy to evil spirits. With that thought, he bowed apologetically. I let it escape. I'm sorry for missing the opportunity you created. She hesitated, waving her hand. No, it's all right, as long as you're safe. Jiu-Jin looked at the still screaming beast Jiangxia. Just beating this beast Jiangxia might reveal their hideout. It seemed to understand human speech. Suddenly, it broke free, clinging to Woon-wee's back. She was surprised. Hey, is it still alive? The beast Jiangxia had heard the entire conversation. It cried and clung to his clothes, whimpering. Woon-wee squatted facing it. With this size, I can't bring it to the Nine Dragons branch. The beast Jiangxia used a spell, a light enveloping it. When the light disappeared, the large beast Jiangxia had shrunk to the size of a hand. He was slightly surprised. Oh, you know how to use spells. It could only respond with key sounds. He suddenly noticed something on the beast Jiangxia, changing his expression. This is. Woon-wee let it perch on his arm and told Jiu-Jin, I'll take it to the White Pavilion first. You're tired, go rest. She wanted to say something but remained silent. Jiu-Jin said goodbye reluctantly. Yes, the intruder has fled, so I should go home too. You should rest, he replied as he turned around. Yes. She also turned away, but her expression had changed. No longer as cheerful and carefree as before. The scene shifts to Woon-wee's room. He addresses the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley. So, that old geezer, the Whitebone Wraith, is your master. The Black Skeleton Ghost Valley prostrates himself, surrounded by the spirits of elders. Yes, that's right, Woon-wee continues. That old man is here too. It's been a long time since I've seen him. The Black Skeleton Ghost Valley lifts his head in surprise. You know my master? No, Woon-wee says, sitting regally in his chair, arms crossed. You could say that. Woon-wee recalls his past life. When he learned dark magic from him, he remembers the scene, the old man gaping in disbelief at his 100 years of cultivation, while he, the junior lord of the heavenly demon cult, arrogantly stroked his hair and sneered, really, it only took me a month. There's also the Blue Bone Phantom, the wicked Crimson Spectre, the evil Cauldron, and the immortal Green Devil. 4 of the 12 dark ghosts of the Black Ghost Valley are lurking near Nine Dragon County, plotting something. He rests his chin in his hand, pondering. 4 elders of the Black Bone Ghost Valley near Nine Dragon County. There's only one reason they'd be interested in Nine Dragon County. The Dark Sovereign's welcoming ceremony. The establishment of a new Shadow Guard led by the Dark Sovereign Tang Moonhyuk, one of the top 10 masters, with the demonic cult. They can't stand idly by while Sichuan's defenses are being strengthened. Normally, they'd infiltrate spies into the Shadow Guard or try to reduce its size, but if that were all, they wouldn't need 4 elders of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley, especially with the involvement of Namgong Sanyang, the Grand Matriarch of the Nine Dragons branch, from the renowned Namgong clan. Woon-wee envisions the Whitebone Wraith's leering smile and the Grand Matriarch's vicious gaze, suggesting a larger plot. The Huskshedders currently control the Heavenly Demon cult. If they've strengthened the Heavenly Demon cult, their previous reckless plans could become reality. That reckless plan. His face darkens. They are planning to assassinate the Dark Sovereign. The surrounding elder spirits angrily shout, those foolish Jiangxia, with only 4 elders of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley. Do you think you can oppose the Dark Sovereign? The Blackbone Ghost Valley, kneeling in fear, says, it's not me. But the elders continue to howl. Even the clan leaders of the Gu Pei Ma clan couldn't do it, even the third uncle, one of the top 10 masters. Woon-wee silences them. That's right. So they're just the vanguard, right? The Black Skeleton Ghost Valley is also unclear about the details. I don't know the specifics, but I heard there will be reinforcements from Tianshan. He repeats in his mind, Tianshan, not a society. Then, he suddenly understands something and says, number 15. That's the name he uses for the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley. The ghost is surprised. Woon-wee asks, you know nothing about the society. The Black Skeleton Ghost Valley cautiously replies, foolish little devil, I don't know which society the junior lord is referring to. Woon-wee rests his chin in his hand. Right, it seems even a 4th-rate swordsman of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley knows nothing about the society. Then I'll have to capture the Whitebone Wraith to get information. But with my current strength, I can't defeat the Whitebone Wraith. I'd be torn to shreds in his lair of dark magic. Having thought it through, he sits up straight. In any case, that's all the information I could get from number 15. Suddenly, Tang Jian bursts through the door, shouting, young Master Woon-wee, you all right? Woon-wee calmly replies, oh, Martial Master. Tang Jian points behind him anxiously. The branch clan head wants to see you, so I came here. But what's with the front yard? Wunwei asks, confused. The front yard. Number 15, the Blackbone Ghost Valley, whispers in his ear. I think he's referring to the traces of your fight with Big Sister. Wunwei is startled. Oh. Wunwei reassures him, calm down, Martial Master, I'll tell you on the way. It wasn't me. He thinks to himself, with Tang Jian and the Wild Wind Squad's help, things might be easier, but to solve this. Facing Tang Hosan, the scene shifts to the courtyard. Tang Hosan turns, looking ahead. The branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch, Tang Hosan, he turns at the sound of footsteps. Let's see how much he knows and how he'll act. Wunwei bows. Tang Wunwei of the White Pavilion greets the branch clan head. Tang Hosan calmly says, branch clan head, in the second martial arts arena, in front of everyone, you can call me that, but when it's just the two of us, you still maintain this distance. Wunwei replies, it's been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm a little flustered. Tang Jian flinches at Wunwei's words. In shock, he exclaims, no, you crazy, I praised you endlessly in front of the master, and you ruin your image yourself. Wunwei smirks, oh, the martial master praised me a lot, oh, my apologies. Tang Jian is furious, you joking? Wunwei calmly soothes him, martial master, just wait and see. Wunwei turns back to Tang Hosan, if this is a reward ceremony for eliminating the intruder, it shouldn't be so secretive. He thinks to himself, Tang Hosan didn't call me here out of fatherly affection, but to see how much we know. And indeed, Tang Hosan's words confirm his suspicions. It seems you know why I called you here. Wunwei states directly, it seems the branch clan head knows the identity of the intruder and the Grand Matriarch's involvement. Tang Hosan replies, because it concerns the upcoming Patriarch's welcoming ceremony. Wunwei is certain, you know about the plan to assassinate the Dark Sovereign. Tang Hosan continues, you're not surprised to hear this, meaning you already knew. His gaze sharpens, I hear you've changed a lot, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Internal energy, insight, strategic thinking, these aren't things you acquire in a year or two. You've been hiding in the shadows, waiting for your opportunity. To Tang Hosan, Wunwei seems like a giant python preparing to hunt. He chuckles, you've deceived me for years, you're truly cunning, a true Tang clan member. Wunwei bows his head, I'm grateful for your praise. He thinks, it sounds sarcastic, but it's high praise for a Tang clan member. I'm getting used to this. Tang Hosan warns, his eyes fixed on Wunwei, but don't cross the line. Wunwei is silent, the line. Tang Hosan explains, I won't interfere in anything happening between you and Sanyang on the estate, but don't touch those behind her. Wunwei assesses his words, you allow your family to fight amongst themselves, but you won't let me touch outsiders. What is this cunning man plotting? He respectfully replies, yes, I understand. In any case, I can't attack Whitebone right now. Tang Hosan concludes the conversation. I've finished, you can go. He walks past Wunwei. Wunwei speaks again, before you leave, you should reward me for catching the intruder. He hesitantly turned around, reward, you deliberately held me back. You must need something that you can't get yourself. Tell me what you want. Wunwei spoke vaguely, I want to enter the Twisted Forest to cultivate, he thought, in the harsh environment of the Twisted Forest, filled with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, I can quickly recover my past life's magical power. Tang Hosan muttered, the Twisted Forest. Only the Patriarch has the authority to allow others entry, but there's no guarantee he'll agree, so that's how it is, he thought, tsk, this plan has failed. But suddenly, he reached into his pocket and took out something. He saw a bright red butterfly. Tang Hosan placed the butterfly on his finger, held it out to Wunwei, and said, take this. Tang Jian witnessed this scene, utterly astonished. He stuttered, Ona, that thing is Tang Ho. San saw him lose his composure, immediately reassured him, calm down, Tang Jian. Tang Jian wanted to say something, but stopped. Tang Wunwei observed, his brow furrowed in doubt, what is it? What kind of thing makes a martial arts master so flustered? It looks like nothing more than a decorative item. Then he noticed the butterfly resting on Tang Hosan's hand. Seeing his intense focus, Tang Hosan spoke, don't you like it? He quickly denied it. No, sir, he thought, you're emitting an aura that prevents me from getting close, and yet you ask if I like it. You mean I should use a different method? He glanced and saw a dark shadow approaching, and softly said, go, spirit number 15. Immediately, the spirit swiftly passed Tang Hosan, saying, yes, master, yes, master. The approaching spirit caused the butterfly to flutter slightly, Tang Hosan observed, looking surprised. Suddenly, the butterfly flew off his hand and soared into the air. This made Tang Jian extremely flustered, his mouth agape. The butterfly landed on Tang Wunwei's hand. He stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Tang Hosan watched intently to see what would happen next. He turned and said, it's yours now. He ordered, let's go. Tang Jian, utterly astonished after witnessing everything, replied, yes, master. Tang Wunwei stood behind, his gaze following them as they left. Tang Wunwei looked at the butterfly on his hand, wondering, what exactly is this? The spirits, seeing the strange object, asked each other. It looks like an expensive decorative item. Another spirit said, perhaps it's a hidden weapon of the Tang clan. He angrily squeezed several spirits, shouting, who cares about your opinions, follow me. The spirits quickly obeyed, yes, master, yes, master. On the other side, Tang Jian was leaving with Tang Ho-san. He asked with concern, master, you all right? Aren't you very fond of the bloody butterfly? He looked up at the sky and calmly replied, yes, but the Wild Wind Squad has disbanded, and the Nine Dragons branch has been established for 20 years. Furthermore, Wunwei said he wants to inherit the Wild Wind Squad. Tang Jian continued, so you gave the bloody butterfly to young Master Wunwei, he thought. Does Master still regret what he couldn't do with the Wild Wind Squad? Tang Ho-san continued, I showed it to the other two, but Jiu Jin and Yu Chang weren't interested in it. But Wunwei somehow obtained the bloody butterfly. In the distance, the spirits were eavesdropping on their conversation. Tang Ho-san said, therefore, I think that boy can uncover the secret of the bloody butterfly. On Tang Wunwei's side, he placed the bloody butterfly on the table, wondering, he said that. He and the spirits were sitting at the table talking. He continued to ask the spirits. He didn't say anything else. They replied, no, but according to those two Tang clan members, it's a treasure. Another spirit spoke, Junior Lord, this artifact consumes a lot of spiritual energy every time it moves. In my opinion, it's a cursed object. Tang Wunwei looked at it thoughtfully. A cursed object, let me examine it. Then he used his spiritual energy to scan the bloody butterfly. As he examined it, he said, anyway, it's just a Tang clan item, not specialized in spiritual energy. Even if it absorbs spiritual energy, it won't be much. Everyone around continued to watch the bloody butterfly intently. The bloody butterfly suddenly moved, emitting energy. He and the spirits were listlessly thinking. He suddenly realized something unusual about the bloody butterfly. He used his spiritual energy to suppress it. Purple energy emanated from him. He said, you dare resist me. The bloody butterfly continued to resist. Under his control, the bloody butterfly could no longer use its power and became obedient. Tang Wunwei and the spirits looked at each other speechless. Then he decided, addressing the spirits, then I will. The spirits asked each other, how about this? Tang Wunwei tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He sighed, I'm losing sleep over the bloody butterfly. He sat up tiredly. If I can't solve it, then just leave it. He thought White Bone Wraith Geezer will definitely make a next move after the attack failed. He remembered when he was with Tang Ho-san, he warned him not to go too far. Remembering this detail, he considered, but I can't act rashly because of Tang Ho-san's warning. How can I hinder the White Bone Old Geezer's plan without Tang Ho-san finding out? Tang Wunwei went to the tea table, continuing to ponder. Certainly, there's no easy way. I must search gradually. He sipped his tea, lost in thought. Suddenly, a ghost appeared beside him, but he remained oblivious, still lost in thought. Solitude, I'd forgotten about it. The ghost's appearance startled him. Tang Wunwei sighed, although Solitude is a powerful beast Jiangshi, it's not strong enough to fight many fourth-rate swordsmen. The ghost looked at him blankly, unsure of his thoughts. He continued to think, I must make it stronger. Then, Tang Wunwei squeezed something, blood flowing from his hand. He thought, I'll use my blood as a conduit and use Reaper Sight to transmit the information of the demonic aura into a special medicine. I'll call it Demon King's blood. His blood coalesced into a round pellet. The ghosts surrounding him watched and whispered amongst themselves, this is the legendary Demon King's blood. I wish I could be like it. One ghost cautioned, hey, don't disgrace yourselves like that. Another retorted, we're ghosts, why bother with appearances? The ghost's reaction was due to the Demon King. It contained information, making it a highly valuable elixir for the Demon King's subordinates. He held up the Demon King's blood and asked the ghosts, do you want to eat it? The ghosts chuckled at his words, but he said, why should I give you something so good? The Jiangshi chuckled, not understanding him. Tang Wunwei smiled cruelly and made a demand, the breeding grounds of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley's beast Jiangshi. If you tell me their location, I'll give you this. Will you tell me? The Jiangshi nodded vigorously, chuckling. He gave the Demon King's blood to it. Good, eat it. The Jiangshi happily accepted it. After absorbing it, the ghost suddenly evolved. Its eyes glowed. Then, it grew wings. Thanks to the Demon King's blood, it opened its mouth wide, its gaze sharp, fixing on something ahead. The other ghosts watched in astonishment. Solitude's state had completely transformed. This beast was an omen of the legendary demon's resurgence. The beast let out an ancient cry. Tang Wunwei smiled at it, the feeling of rebirth. This body is far superior to that spider. Then, inside the beast was Elder Huan. He reached out his hand. But then he appeared, quite surprised. This. A ghost approached, tears streaming down its face. Elder Huan, you're not dead. He questioned, Junior Lord, why? Tang Wunwei explained, because there are 3 reasons. Then he stated the first reason. First, it's a reward for your loyalty. Those I defeat always curse me before dying, but you are different. That's also the second reason. You hoped I would protect your daughter. He was taken aback, stammering, that. He looked at him and continued, how can I protect your daughter when I haven't even seen her? In fact, I don't even know her name. Then he smiled brightly, Don't deceive me, find her yourself, with your own hands. He seemed to understand what he had to do after hearing him. Tang Wunwei continued with the final reason. Third, ghosts are more obedient than those birds. He muttered to himself upon hearing this. Don't tell me the third reason, he said angrily. I thought I'd been freed from my shackles, but it seems I still can't escape the Junior Lord. He recalled the past and recounted, I lost my wife and daughter, my only treasure, my only reason for living. Since Cheon Hajin kidnapped her, my life became meaningless. In the end, I betrayed my liege and the Junior Lord, but still couldn't protect my daughter. He gritted his teeth, showing determination. But now I have a chance. I swear my loyalty to the Junior Lord. Then he shouted, his eyes turning red. Then he bowed deeply, showing his loyalty. This Huan soul will dedicate itself to the liege, and my fate shall be yours to decide. Tang Wunwei asked him, do you remember Solitude's memories? Do you know where they are bred? The beast's eyes glowed. It replied, if the Junior Lord commands, I will immediately fly there and use my new claws and beak to tear them apart. Tang Wunwei praised him. Excellent, resentful demon. Then he ordered, destroy those breeding grounds and let the traitors know of the divine cult's return. The beast replied resolutely, as you command. Then it flew out the door to carry out its mission, under his gaze. He watched it, thinking, when Solitude starts attacking the breeding grounds, Whitebone will no longer have time to pay attention to me. I've bought myself some time. He watched the flying feathers and exclaimed, claws and beak. Namgong Sanyang stepped out of the carriage. She complained tiredly, walking all night was so tiring. Then she noticed a piece of paper on the table and thought, Mu's report. The corner of the letter was folded, it seemed urgent. She picked up the letter from the desk and began to read. Her face darkened as she read, Yu Chang had fought that bastard. Even more surprising, the bastard had won. And he'd even fought against Jiu Jin, my Jiu Jin. As she read, she imagined Tang Hosan's face, what was happening in front of the branch clan head. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice from behind. It was Tang Jiu Jin. Mother, she asked, where have you been? Namgong Sanyang turned around, forcing a smile despite her aching feet. Jiu Jin, what are you doing up at this hour? I had urgent business, she explained. Jiu Jin asked, something you can't tell me. A Jiangshi broke into the Nine Dragons branch last night and targeted Wunwei, Jiu Jin said angrily. Sanyang stammered, what? Something terrible happened last night. She was so worried she broke into a sweat. So the man I met yesterday took care of that bastard, she thought. Being discovered wasn't what I wanted, but... Jiu Jin spoke up, I defeated the Jiangshi. Her words stunned Sanyang. What? Then, she flew into a rage. Grabbing her daughter's shoulders, she shouted, why you? Are you hurt? Jiu Jin replied calmly, I'm fine. The assassin hesitated when he mentioned you, Jiu Jin added. Sanyang asked, what? Namgong Sanyang gritted her teeth in anger. Those useless sorcerers, what were they doing? She hurriedly explained to Jiu Jin, everything I did was for you and Yu Chang. That bastard was an obstacle, Jiu Jin coldly replied. You hate Wunwei that much? Her face showed a hint of anger. He's a Qingcheng disciple and you used a Jiangshi against him. Her face went pale. That. Tang Jiu Jin turned to leave, saying, if you don't stop, I will stop you. Namgong Sanyang stammered, reaching out, Jiu Jin. She collapsed, clutching her head. Why don't you understand me? Her eyes widened. Why would you? She opened her mouth and screamed, like that. Namgong Sanyang continued to lament. She thought, it's all because of that bastard. I should have eliminated him long ago. I must go to the temple immediately. It's the only way to save Jiu Jin. She thought, her anger reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Tang Jian was walking with Tang Wunwei. You're incredibly bold, Jian said. Attacked last night, and you dare leave the manor today. Wunwei replied, if you want to complain, go back. Jian looked helpless, but the master ordered. Wunwei cut him off, then stopped complaining. They arrived and stopped. Wunwei asked, is this the place? Jian replied, yes, this is Lu Ban's forge. Wunwei thought, the Taoist god of engineering and craftsmanship. He calls himself the first sacred master craftsman, quite confident. He entered and asked the man by the furnace, is the senior craftsman inside? The man replied, the violent wind knight, the master is inside. A man appeared in the distance, looking at them. What? The young colt has arrived. This confused them. The apprentice shouted, senior craftsman, are you there? This was Tang Chukyun. The apprentice introduced them. This is the master of Lu Ban's forge, Tang Chukyun. Wunwei bowed, saying, it's an honor to meet you, senior craftsman. I am. Chukyun interrupted, you're the second son of that stiff-necked fellow. Yes, I am Tang Wunwei, he replied, thinking, he knew Tang Hosan from the Wild Wind Squad, yet he calls him stiff-necked. Chukyun told Jian, young colt, you didn't come here just to greet me. Jian chuckled, Master Wunwei wishes to commission something. Chukyun sighed, I'm very busy. He turned to Wunwei, I assume you're unsatisfied with the Nine Dragons branch's equipment, just give me the designs, and you can leave, he thought. I have a lot of orders. Wunwei presented the drawings, that's right, he thought, the Tang clan will certainly want to check their weapons before the Dark Sovereign arrives. Without Tang Jian, I'd have been thrown out, but whatever. Then, Woonwee held up the drawings and said with a smile, "Senior craftsman, my design is quite complex, so I need to explain it to you." Chukyung's face hardened slightly. "Brat, do you think I've never made things for the Tang clan? No matter how bad your design is, I can craft any hidden weapon, don't worry." Woonwee said, "Senior craftsman, I don't want hidden weapons, I want a sword." Chukyung was surprised. "A sword? A sword? You intend to follow your sister's path?" Jaeon, overhearing, shouted angrily, "A sword." Jaeon yelled at Woonwee, "If you're here, you should commission hidden weapons, not a sword." Why? Woonwee explained, "Master, I told you to find a skilled blacksmith, I never said I wanted hidden weapons." Jaeon hesitated. Then he turned away, slightly dejected. Such a pity, such a pity." Chukyung looked at Woonwee with folded arms. "Seems you have high hopes for this young man." He walked to the door of a room and told them, "Right, come in, let's see how impressive your design is." Woonwee entered and explained, "I want to use this black sword and modify it like this." Chukyung looked closely, his expression puzzled. You want to make it like this? What kind of sword is this?" He said, "Oh, isn't this a steel folding fan?" He denied, "No, this is a sword." He stood observing, secretly evaluating. "You can understand my intention immediately. It seems you are a talented blacksmith." He smiled as the old man said, "Oh, how interesting." "No, ingenious," he replied. "I'm glad you like it." His face suddenly turned serious, and he pointed, "HMPH, stop flattering me and explain this damned sword in detail." Tang Woonwee explained the design in detail. "I want to make this part like this." The old man grunted, If you do that, then." He and Tang Yung discussed in a corner. He said, "The gunpowder will be like this." The other man countered, "The strength won't hold if you do that." The spirits observing whispered amongst themselves, "Junior Lord, you even understand mechanics. I don't understand at all. I don't understand why you want to make a sword shaped like a folding fan. I hear gunpowder. You intend to put gunpowder in the sword. Is it a family secret technique?" The spirits continued to discuss. "It's probably not. Even Tang Jian doesn't understand." At the same time, Tang Jian was stroking his chin, deep in thought. Tang Yung sighed, "This is a greedy sword." Tang Woonwee laughed, "I just want it to have many functions." He touched the design with determination. "I must make this myself." Tang Jian was quite surprised. "What, you intend to make it yourself?" He replied, "Yes, the design this clever young man brought isn't something my disciples can make." He suddenly thought of something. This is an opportunity. He thought, then knelt and kowtowed. "It's an honor to use a sword crafted by your own hands at the patriarch's welcoming ceremony." He started, "What, the welcoming ceremony? That's about 20 days away." Tang Woonwee looked up and asked softly, "Is that not possible?" He hesitated. No, my schedule is a bit." He asked, "Is it impossible to make it within 20 days? He paled. It's not impossible." Tang Woonwee said, "It's all right, perhaps I've troubled you too much. I apologize, Elder Lu Ban." Tang Yung went ballistic, remembering the impossible comment. He shouted, "I am Master Lu Ban, this only needs half a month. Half a month is enough." He laughed triumphantly. "Indeed, Master Lu Ban, you can finish it in just half a month." Tang Jian and the spirits watched helplessly. Another victim. Then Tang Woonwee went outside to ponder. Fortunately, he's a skilled blacksmith. Elder Huan is probably destroying the beast Jiangsha breeding grounds. He was still pondering when a voice calling Woonwee caught his attention. He murmured, Seeing Tang Jin appear, he asked, "Big sister, is something the matter?" She looked anxious. "Woonwee, I want to ask you something." His sharp eyes observed. He guessed the blue ghost face's killing intent was leaking out. "You're this anxious, and the reason is probably." Tang Jin asked Tang Woonwee abruptly, "But what do you know about the past?" He said, "The past." She hesitated. "Do you have resentment? I want to know what you think. Tell me." He smiled. Can you grasp the wind?" She looked bewildered. He said calmly, "I can imprison the wind for a moment, but I can't grasp it, because if the wind stops, it's no longer wind." He smiled brightly. "What's important about the past? I still have many things to do and many things I want to do. For me, the future is most important." Her expression showed disbelief that he could say those words. She felt relieved. "So, the future. Thank you, Woonwee, thanks to you, I've decided." Then she turned and left, adding, "I have things to do, I won't see you for a while." She flew away under his gaze. The surrounding spirits said, "You angered that kind young lady so much that the blue ghost face's killing intent pierced the heaven-earth diary gate." Tang Woonwee flicked the spirit that spoke, causing it to spurt blood. He ordered, "No more words, send 2 to follow her." The spirits replied, "As ordered." He pondered, if Tang Jin was provoked to that extent, she certainly quarreled with Namgong-san, Young, and Namgong-san, Young won't sit idly after quarreling with his daughter. He thought, then opened the door, letting in the light. He whispered, "Then it's time." He smirked wickedly, "Time to receive guests." In the tall building, a voice rang out, "The branch clan head, young Master Woonwee, requests an audience." Tang Jian turned, slightly surprised. "Woonwee, what are you still?" Tang Ho-san was working, intently focused on a paper. He said indifferently, "Tell him to wait inside." Tang Wenwei stood with Tang Jian. He whispered, "Why are you here?" Wenwei replied emotionlessly, "I'm visiting my father." Tang Jian didn't believe him. He said, "If you're only here to say meaningless things, then leave." He didn't care, and smiled slyly. "I am, after all, the young master of the 9 Dragons branch. You're a subordinate, and you dare speak to me like that?" Tang Jian retorted, sneering, "If you're not satisfied, grow up yourself." Then Tang Ho-san looked up. "So, what brings you here?" Tang Wenwei said bluntly, "I want to discuss business concerning the matter we discussed last night." Tang Ho-san looked intently at him, saying nothing. He called Tang Jian. Tang Jian immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. He was startled to see Tang Jian disappear. He thought, his aura vanished instantly. How many people are there? Tang Ho-san told him, "If you continue to interfere in this matter, Tang clan's plans might be affected." He crossed his arms and said sternly, "You have to give me a reason." He looked at him and whispered, "Sure, I have felt this at the martial arts arena, but this is indeed not an aura that an ordinary branch clan head can possess." Tang Wenwei cautiously nodded, saying, "Yes, of course, you think of the Tang clan's plan, it seems you're prepared." Tang Ho-san said, "If you want to do business, there must be an exchange. What can you offer me?" He calmly replied, "I have nothing to give you now, but I can promise you." He repeated, confused, "Promise." But what he said made him ponder. "I will protect Jujin big sister." Seeing Tang Ho-san's reaction, he cautiously added, "Do you know what kind of people the great madam is colluding with?" Tang Ho-san remained silent for a while. He spoke, but without opening his mouth. "I hear you." He realized it was a voice transmission. "It seems you haven't gotten rid of them all. This one is the same." Tang Wenwei also used voice transmission to say, "If the great madam's relationship with the demonic cult is exposed, Jujin big sister and Yu Chang will also be implicated." He continued, "The child of a demonic cult lackey." At this moment, Jujin and Yu Chang seemed to be under countless scrutinizing gazes. You also know how Jianghu treats those with such reputations. The branch clan head should know better than anyone. He said seriously, "Jujin big sister and Yu Chang will never be able to set foot in Jianghu again." Tang Ho-san seemed tired and replied, "I am Tang Ho-san. You once led the Wild Wind Squad to fight against the demonic cult." He retorted, "Who dares say my children are lackeys of the demonic cult?" But he recalled his own past and recounted that no one dared say that to his face. But the world doesn't always look at people with kind eyes. He said, "Therefore, I will protect Jujin big sister from those gossips." Tang Ho-san folded his arms and asked, "I don't care how you'll fulfill that promise, so what do you want in return?" He calmly replied, "I'm also deeply involved in this, so I want to participate in your plan." He threatened, "Do you think you're capable enough to participate in my plan?" He said confidently, "I will prove it to you." The other man was puzzled and asked, "Prove it? How?" Tang Wenwei uttered 4 words, "White Bone Wraith Geezer." He was very surprised. He stood proudly, smiling and saying, "I will bring you his head." 3 incense sticks burned in the incense burner, and someone kept chanting Amitabha, Amitabha. White Bone Wraith Geezer was sitting shaking the staff in his hand, continuously chanting Buddha's name. "Namgong-san," Young shouted and came in. "What kind of business are you guys doing? I have paid tribute to Lord so many treasures." White Bone Wraith Geezer interrupted and called Namgung benefactor. She shouted, "Do you know what my daughter said? Just a bastard and can't even handle it." White Bone Wraith Geezer called out, "Namgung benefactor." She only then realized and nervously broke into a sweat. The White Bone Wraith Geezer gripped his staff and said, "I also realize I underestimated this." He turned, full of killing intent, and said, "I've also lost a disciple, so I won't stand idly by. This time, I'll personally take action, so rest assured." Before White Bone Wraith Geezer could finish speaking, Jiangsha pushed the door open and shouted, "Lord," he asked, "what's the matter? Why are you making so much noise when Namgung benefactor is here?" The Jiangsha replied, "It's urgent." White Bone Wraith Geezer sat there coldly snorted and said, "Namgung benefactor, please wait a moment." She spoke very tactfully, "I have no choice but to wait." Namgong Sanyang knelt to the side, thinking to herself, "Although I don't like his arrogant attitude, the Lord's strength is undeniable." She smiled confidently, sure that the Lord would personally take action this time, certain that she would be able to eliminate that damned bastard. Suddenly, the White Bone Wraith Geezer shouted, "What?" surprising her. He gritted his teeth and thought, "The Beast Jiangsha breeding grounds are under attack. The secret Beast Jiangsha breeding grounds I built in Sichuan for over a decade." A large white bird appeared in the air, and the monsters on the ground stared at it. He remembered Solitude, the beast with the same aura as his Solitude. The white bird swooped down. After a while, it stood on the mountain of corpses, completely annihilated. Namgong Sanyang asked, "What's happening?" He gritted his teeth. Then, angrily, he pointed a hand and said, "This bitch." He grabbed her by the throat and slammed her to the ground. She screamed. The White Bone Wraith Geezer squeezed her throat tightly. "Say, you Namgung, you dare to lie to me?" He shouted like he lost his mind at Namgong San. "Young, a high-level magician who can take control of my Solitude and turn it into an ancient. You dare say he did that just to help a bastard of the Tang clan?" He continued to shout loudly, "How ridiculous, how ridiculous, you guys colluding with that sorcerer to harm me." She trembled and said, Lord, what are you saying? I don't understand. He became even angrier. A skull with an equally angry expression appeared behind him. He said, You don't understand, or are you pretending not to? Do you think our Black Skeleton Ghost Valley is easy to bully? She realized in confusion that the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley was a demonic cult force, this sorcerer, a demonic cult member. The old man saw her surprised expression and realized, looking at you so surprised, it seems you really don't know anything. It seems the Reno Wed Namgoon clan intends to take advantage of you and then throw you away. He calmed down, released his grip, and said, I was mistaken. It seems you truly know nothing, benefactor. Namgong Sanyang clutched her throat uncomfortably, her face ashen, thinking. Furthermore, the person you introduced to me is a member of our clan. Did the renowned Namgoon clan collude with the demonic cult? Whitebone Wraith Geezer turned back to call Namgoon benefactor, making her no longer panic but jump in surprise. He said without caring, Your second son seems to be named Tang Woonwee. Now I just noticed his name is exactly the same as that bastard. He continued, his killing intent palpable. That bastard and the sorcerer behind him. Now I have another reason to kill them, even if you don't ask. Can I enlist your help? Namgong-san, Young said seriously, I'm scared. Sitting opposite Tang Woonwee, she said, to apologize, I'll help you with anything you want. He chuckled, arms crossed, unexpected, the great madam is apologizing to me. She anxiously observed him, thinking, I don't want to do this, but it's the great demon's order. Namgong-san, Young recalled the Whitebone Wraith Geezer's words, You must win over that bastard to distract them, she retorted, Why should I do that? He laughed like a devil, Then I have no choice, I'll turn you into a living Jiangxia and control you. Her hands trembled, stiff with fear, Wait, I understand, I'll do as you say. I must lure this brat to find clues about the sorcerer behind him, she worriedly thought, it's humiliating, but I must do it to survive, he said. You were quite bold just now. He placed a hand on the table, smiling at her, so you're still afraid of the branch clan head finding out your collusion with the demonic cult? Namgong-san, Young's face turned pale, how does this bastard know, she thought, sweating. Looking straight into his eyes, Namgong-san, Young knew that he wasn't probing, his eyes were filled with certainty. Trembling with fear, she thought, I only learned they were from the demonic cult yesterday, how did he find out? Tang Woonwee smiled like a devil, leaning closer, Great Madam seems quite flustered. Lost in thought, she didn't notice him leaving, I thought someone had been controlling him for the past few months, she mused. Sitting there, her hands clenched, she trembled, thinking, but those eyes weren't the eyes of someone being controlled, perhaps the one behind him helped him. She trembled even more as she realized, but the mastermind is this brat, his image in her eyes was like a devil mocking her. Namgong-san, Young still clung to a sliver of hope, if he only just found out, she forced herself to say, I don't understand what you're saying. He smirked, then may I go talk to the branch clan head? He then transmitted his voice to her, if the Wild Wind Squad investigates, they'll find the strange temple you frequent, and if they find things related to the renowned Namgoon clan in the temple's treasure hoard, things will get very interesting. She was speechless, her mouth agape, passively listening. He looked directly into her eyes. If that happens, I wonder what the renowned Namgoon clan will do. Namgong-san, Young's eyes widened, her heart sinking. She understood his implication. They'll cut me loose, blame everything on me, and claim ignorance of my collusion with the demonic cult. The renowned Namgoon clan is perfectly capable of that. She bowed her head, weakly saying, I'm the head of the Nine Dragons branch, they can't easily discard me. Tang Woonwee laughed devilishly. You think so? You're wrong. Namgong-san, Young glared, what do you want? Tang Woonwee smiled. He smiled, raising a hand menacingly, I want many things. Tang Woonwee's room was filled with piles of luxurious silk clothes. Namgong-san, Young had offered countless rare treasures, heavenly silk robes, darkness gauntlets, and many other strange and precious artifacts. Images flashed of gaunt people struggling to carry heavy loads, gathering such rare treasures in such a short time. Namgong-san, Young had no time for games. Tang Woonwee spoke from within the room. Indeed, a prestigious Namgoon clan. I've plundered so much, and they still have more to give. The small ghost surrounding him cheerfully added, amazing. He's decked out in rare treasures. That old Namgoon hag must be broke. An elder with snow-white hair added, serves her right for defying the junior lord. Tang Woonwee glanced at him, smiling cryptically, you're no different. While these things are useful. He pulled out a green jade emitting black gas. Woonwee exclaimed, but the most important thing is this. The two beside him showed fear. The potent poison gas made one tremble and ask, what is that, Junior Lord? Tang Woonwee replied, this is a medicinal pill made from wilting fungus, toxic flame herbs, and white life oil. They were frightened. A ghost said, it looks more like poison than medicine. The elder with a pointed head asked, are you trying to break through to level 6 poison dragon essence art? Tang Woonwee replied, yes, you're right, I'll open the middle dantian and reach the pinnacle. A door opened and a voice echoed, wilting fungus is often used for elixirs, but using too much will harm the body, the toxin will spread, permeating and destroying you from within. Woonwee walked with the ghosts above, casually saying, I decided to add white life oil and toxic flame herbs, along with other ingredients to amplify the toxicity, creating an extremely potent poison. For me, who has cultivated the poison dragon essence art, this is a wonderful elixir. The elder with silver hair spoke, Junior Lord, while I understand your intentions, the toxicity is too strong, can your body withstand it? Woonwee sighed, that's why we have this. Is this the divine azure medicine pill? Asterisk he thought. Staring at the glowing elixir, he thought, asterisk an elixir crafted by the life and death divine physician, capable of enhancing internal energy. He revealed a sinister look and swallowed the elixir. I'll use the divine azure medicine pill to enhance my internal energy. After swallowing the pill, a green light emanated from his body, pure chi spreading throughout, asterisk its reputation is well deserved. Woonwee held the elixir. Next, the wilting fungus, as the elders said, this is a difficult toxin to absorb. Clenching the elixir, he continued his train of thought, asterisk with my current level of poison dragon essence art, I must endure this agonizing pain. Green light spread everywhere. A potent poison gas filled the dark space, making Woonwee grit his teeth in pain but still trying to endure. Elder Strawberry Silver exclaimed, the poison gas is too strong. Concerned, he asked, Junior Lord, you all right? Woonwee tried to distract himself from the pain. The wilting fungus's toxicity was erupting within him, emitting purple light. He had to transform it into internal energy using the poison dragon essence art. The pills coalesced into one and ascended to his upper dantian. The pill reached his heart, merging and emitting blinding light. He stopped the pain, focused his chi, and channeled it to his upper dantian. An image appeared, his beating heart, from within it. A glowing jewel emerged. In the dark space, an image appeared, a man sitting solemnly, his eyes gleaming, his left chest glowing with a sparkling jewel. He let out a relieved sigh, exclaiming, I've actually done it. Purple light enveloped him, level 6 poison dragon essence art. Seeing their liege's success, the two elders rejoiced, exclaiming, Congratulations, Junior Lord, the silver-bearded elder added, in just 2 months, you've achieved a breakthrough, you've reached the pinnacle, no one can match your cultivation speed. Deep down, Woonwee knew that though he was still weak, he could feel the essence forming within him. He touched his glowing chest, the 5 dragon crossings had reached a phenomenal level. Someone appeared on the rooftop, arrogantly wielding 2 staffs. I heard a loud bang. I thought someone dared to break in, but it's this powerful aura. The large staff wielder asked, what are you doing? Tang Woonwee smiled, I'm just testing a few elixirs the Grand Matriarch gifted me. The large staff wielder jumped down, I don't know what they are, but I'm sure the Grand Matriarch went to great lengths to obtain them. He continued, that's irrelevant, I know you're eager to know just how powerful it is. Purple light surrounded Tang Woonwee, he pointed his staff, you're a good martial artist. Woonwee continued, then I won't be polite. With that, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. The staff wielder was slightly frightened, you can already channel internal energy into your weapon, how talented are you? Then, they engaged in a fight to test their strength. The large staff wielder said, your strength is sufficient. Pausing, he continued, then try blocking this. Woonwee's eyes narrowed, he thought, I can see the martial artist's movements, and my body is much more agile. Is this truly the difference in realm? They fought fiercely, he thought, finally, I can see what the martial artist sees. His grip tightened on his weapon, the ability to channel internal energy into his weapon made Woonwee a terrifying sight. Fear flickered in the staff wielder's eyes, stop, you actually used the 12 fierce tiger steps with a spear. One strike from Tang Woonwee rendered him immobile. For every step Woonwee took, the martial artist retreated one. Finally, the martial artist stopped, sighing, his face dark. It seems I can't afford to be complacent anymore. Tang Woonwee pointed at the martial artist, proudly declaring, I told you, I'll drain you dry. They stopped fighting and sat down calmly. The martial artist asked, young Master Woonwee, have you heard any news lately? There's a rumor circulating in the manor. Woonwee questioned, a rumor? The martial artist continued, they say you and the Grand Matriarch are romantically involved. They also say the Grand Matriarch helped you, and you were so moved that you agreed to give up your inheritance. Woonwee imagined himself and the Grand Matriarch fighting. The martial artist continued, and you were so touched by the Grand Matriarch's kindness that you gave up your position as heir. He was astonished, why would I give up my inheritance for family harmony? The martial artist helplessly asked, young Master Woonwee, do you truly know what family harmony is? Woonwee replied, I think the rumor stems from the Grand Matriarch gifting me many precious treasures. I don't understand how people can assume such a thing about me and the Grand Matriarch. Woonwee answered, I don't deny that the Grand Matriarch has been good to me. Her help benefits me in dealing with the Whitebone Wraith Geezer. The martial artist quietly asked, Whitebone Wraith Geezer, who is that? Regaining his composure, the martial artist frowned, wait, you said Whitebone Wraith Geezer, are you referring to the great demon of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley? Surprised by the reaction, Woonwee asked, why are you so surprised? Didn't you hear the branch clan head speak? The martial artist stammered. Woonwee continued, you didn't hear. Perhaps you weren't paying attention during the meeting. The martial artist lowered his head. That's right, Tang Woonwee thought. The martial artist usually seems indifferent, but his eyes change when mentioning the demonic cult. The martial artist raised his hand as if to explain, but then whispered, you say you'll deal with White Bone, but the sorcerers of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley always turn their dwelling into a fortress of sorcery. Tang Woonwee leaned back and asked, are you talking about the Mystic Ghost Formation? The martial artist clenched his fist, his face grim. Do you know what's inside? Living Jiangshi. They are extremely powerful, far stronger than us. He paused. Honestly, even if I gave it my all, I'm not sure I could defeat that great demon within the Mystic Ghost Formation. Tang Woonwee worried. I know a direct attack would result in heavy losses. Further explaining, an image appeared, a horrifying red-eyed Jiangshi. According to information from Ghost Number 15, the current forces at the shrine include Beck and Dawn Jiangshi, Spirit Warrior class, created by White Bone, and for fourth-rate swordsman. White Bone Wraith Geezer clenched his fist, showcasing his power. White Bone Wraith Geezer broke through immediately after my death. He must have received help from the cult. The martial artist asked, so what do you plan to do? Do you have a plan? Tang Woonwee confidently replied, of course. The last piece was about to fall into my hands. A woman with disheveled clothes and a tired face was Namgong-san, young, sitting on the ground. She was shouting for help. Save me. Tang Woonwee coldly asked, you come to find me in the middle of the night and beg me to save you. If anyone sees this, they'll think I intend to kill you. Woonwee continued, it seems you're being tormented by the temple and the renowned Namgung clan. Namgong-san, young, weakly replied, yes. She pleaded, do you know what kind of situation I'm in? She continued, that great demon threatened to turn me into a living Jiangshi if I don't give him clues about the sorcerer behind you. She turned away and continued, if this continues, I will. He replied, yes, if this continues, you won't die peacefully. Namgong-san, Young's eyes were filled with panic. I'll do anything you ask, anything you want, please, help me. Woonwee calmly and clearly stated, then I'll make my request. Can you give it up? If you renounce your inheritance rights, I will help you. Is this really your request? Is this what you've been planning all along? Clutching her clothes, Namgong-san, Young said, I will find a way to convince Yu Chang and Yu Jin to give up their claims to the inheritance. She kowtowed and continued, if that's not enough, I'll go into hiding and disappear from your sight. I beg you, just save me. He let out a sinister smile. All right, then do as I say. I'll do anything to eliminate that great demon and save you. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he continued, then there's something I want you to do right now. I think the time has come. A golden light surrounded Woonwee. This is the final chess piece to deal with that old White Bone. In Tang Chuk, Yoong's residence. Looking at the blade on the table, he worriedly said, this isn't good. I was so focused on this design that I didn't pay close attention. I've been trying to deal with the black sword he brought here for over half a month, but I haven't made any progress. This thing is made of black iron, and it's full of demonic energy. If I want to use this as a material for the design, how can I possibly do this difficult task? That old fox wants to make things difficult for me. I've been truly tricked by that brat. Just following this design alone has already cost me over half a month. My disciples can't handle this difficult work, and I can't split myself in two to speed things up. Therefore, I have to postpone the deadline. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Tang Chuk, Yoong, and spoke, someone like you complaining about work. Tang Chuk, Yoong was startled, turned around, and exclaimed, what the hell? I'm startled. Why are you here, you bastard? The stranger who just appeared spoke, it's been a long time since we last met. You're already angry when you see me. That hurts my feelings. Let me introduce you all. This is the Dark Sovereign, Tang Moonhyuk. Tang Chuk, Yoong angrily exclaimed, you should be at the Nine Dragons branch. Why are you here? Dark Sovereign Moonhyuk gave a thumbs up and replied, I came here alone for work. Tang Chuk, Yoong sighed, I really can't believe it. Tell me why you're here. Dark Sovereign Moonhyuk looked down at the blade on the table and said, this looks interesting. I wonder who commissioned this. Tang Chuk, Yoong sighed lightly and replied, it's the son of Ho-san. Dark Sovereign Moonhyuk picked up the paper, looked at it, and mumbled, it must be the third son, that prodigy with the haunting reputation. As expected. Tang Chuk, Yoong raised two fingers and replied, no, it's the second young master. Moonhyuk asked in surprise, second young master Woonwee? Tang Chuk, Yoong replied, yes. Moonhyuk continued, I heard he's weak and untalented. Tang Chuk, Yoong crossed his arms and replied, who knows, I'm surprised too. He's young, but he's a cunning old fox, don't underestimate him. With this new weapon, he wants to create a weapon that suits his swordsmanship. With this weapon, when used, it must cause the opponent to panic. When the opponent feels fear and retreats, he will use hidden weapons to attack the opponent from a distance. Moonhyuk smiled and said, this can be considered a powerful hidden weapon of the Tang clan. Tang Chuk, Yoong shook his head and sighed, continuing, if that were the only request, I could manage, but there's a second condition. Look at the materials he requires for this weapon. Picking up the metal on the table, Moonhyuk asked in surprise, this thing is made of black iron. Tang Chuk, Yung replied. Yes, it seems that besides his mastery of swordsmanship, he also knows about poison techniques, Moonhyuk continued. So, he intends to apply poison techniques to his hidden weapons and the sword he uses. So, what's the final condition? Tang Chuk, Yung replied. He's a disciple of Tang Jian, Moonhyuk exclaimed in surprise. Tang Jian, he takes disciples. Tang Chuk, Yung replied. Yes, Tang Jian taught that brat Woonwee the wild wind dance. Moonhyuk's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, the wild wind dance. Looking at the blade on the table, Tang Chuk, Yung sighed and continued. Besides those requests, this weapon must also be compatible with the wild wind dance. Everything must harmonize with this new weapon. So, you see how difficult it is to create this weapon, right? Dark Sovereign Moonhyuk smiled and replied, I understand. So you're saying you don't have enough manpower and time to create this weapon? Tang Chuk, Yung replied, yes. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that you? Moonhyuk raised his hand and smiled excitedly. Indeed, I want to see how he uses this multifunctional weapon. The scene changes to a different location. Namgong-san, Young, along with a carriage, has arrived to meet Tang Woonwee and asks, you said you prepared everything, right? But she looked around and saw no one. She continued, it's just you and me. Woonwee replied, there's someone else, he'll be here soon. Here he comes. A figure flew from behind Woonwee. Tang Jian landed while wiping his sweat, sighing, did he really have to come at such an inconvenient time? Tang Woonwee replied, this is the right time. Tang Jian spoke up, the Mu, Yan you are talking about I have already taken care of. Woonwee smiled and replied, you've worked hard. Hearing this, Namgong-san, Young was startled and softly exclaimed, Mu, Young. She angrily gritted her teeth and said, that man leaked information about the Nine Dragons branch, is colluding with Namgung and the Divine Temple, so that's it, she muttered. Namgung's intelligence team still has many shortcomings. She thought to herself, he knows too much, he's uncovered everything I've hidden, this man is turning everything around, making me dizzy. Tang Jian shook his head, then asked, so it's just the three of us? Tang Woonwee took out a mask and gave it to Tang Jian, replying, yes, just the three of us now. Tang Jian took it, examined it for a moment, and asked, so we need to use this mask? Tang Woonwee replied, of course. After all, our faces are already known to everyone, let's put on the masks and go. Tang Jian muttered as he put on the mask, this is really too much trouble. Then, the carriage went deep into the forest. Tang Jian said, the fog seems thicker now, it must be their territory. Woonwee, can you sense it? Woonwee, sitting beside him, replied, yes. Though they're hiding their presence in the fog, I can clearly sense many Jiangxia. It seems they've become more vigilant since the last attack. As rumored, Whitebone has heightened his defenses, the weak formations they used before have been significantly strengthened. Suddenly, Tang Woonwee sensed something and exclaimed, I seem to sense a flow of magical energy. No, 15, appear. Immediately, a spirit appeared and answered, present. Woonwee asked, did that old man Whitebone take my grimoire? The spirit replied, I'm not sure, but the 12 dark ghosts, while cleaning the battlefield, mentioned they recovered some of the junior lord's belongings. Other spirits appeared and exclaimed, those greedy bastards, they dared to take the junior lord's things. As they traveled, Tang Woonwee thought, I thought everything was destroyed in the explosion. Unexpectedly, some things remain. These are precisely what I'm looking for. With the previous spells, I've become proficient. Now, with these clues, it's like I've found the lock and I already have the key. Once I find all the information and improve the Devil King's grimoire, I'll have many tricks up my sleeve. A while after initiating the raid, the carriage stopped. Tang Jian said, we've arrived. Tang Jian and Tang Woonwee carefully helped Namgong-san, Young down and gently said, Madam. Namgong-san, Young cooperated, replying, I know. At that moment, the gate opened. A voice echoed, welcome, Master Namgung. I wonder what brings you here today. It was a female Jiangxia, Whitebone's servant. Namgong-san, Young said, glancing behind her at the 2 boxes the servant carried. I have brought the items the Lord mentioned belonging to that brat. The female Jiangxia replied, so that's it. We've been more cautious lately due to some unexpected incidents. Let me take this inside myself. You wait here. Tang Jian transmitted his voice to Woonwee. Should we just barge in? Woonwee replied through voice transmission, wait a bit. Namgong-san, Young said, these items are extremely important, so we need to be careful. Who knows what might happen if someone like you touches them? We must be cautious. Do you think you can bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? The female Jiangxia fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Then she led them inside and said, since you said so, take the items in yourselves, my lord. Master Namgung has brought the items you requested. Whitebone's voice echoed from inside. All right, come in. Then the female Jiangxia opened the door for Namgong-san, Young, and the others to enter. Namgong-san, Young said, greetings, my lord. Whitebone replied, all right, you've brought the items. Namgong-san, Young glanced at the 2 boxes and said, I don't know which item contains the spell, so I've brought all the items I found belonging to him. Whitebone turned around and praised, that's right, bringing everything is safer. Namgong-san, Young glanced at Tang Woonwee and ordered, bring them over. And so, 4 boxes were neatly placed before White Bone. White Bone slowly approached and reached out towards the bed and said, I can already feel the magic power without opening the bed. You did well, Namgung Donor. Now I'll use these items to track him down. When he opened the box, White Bone's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, What? Is this a black powder bomb? He looked up at Namgong-san, young, and asked, Namgung Benefactor. Immediately, Tang Jian and Tang Yuchang pulled Namgong-san, young, outside. White Bone remained stunned, not understanding what was happening. He stammered, Why is there a slow-burning fuse behind the box? His pupils constricted, and a thought flashed through his mind, this is bad. Then there was a bright light. Then there was a loud bang, and the whole temple exploded. The force of the blast was quite powerful, sending the temple's furnishings flying. The 3, Namgong-san, Young, Tang Wunwei, and Tang Jian, managed to run outside. They covered their ears, turning their backs to the exploding temple. Afterwards, Tang Jian and Wunwei removed their masks. Tang Jian curiously asked, Has the demonic formation been completely neutralized? Wunwei also took off his mask, smiling slightly as he replied, However, the spell hasn't been completely broken. Tang Jian continued, Do you think the White Bone Wraith Geezer could have survived the explosion? Wunwei answered, He's a Jiangxia. I witnessed him using his magic right before the explosion. Even if his limbs were torn apart, he would still survive. He looked up at the sky, where a swarm of beast Jiangxia were flying, Wunwei said, and all of them, too. Then, they heard someone running towards them. It was a female Jiangxia and 4 others with amulets stuck on their faces. Behind the female Jiangxia, her red eyes gleamed, revealing sharp, vicious fangs. She shrieked, How dare you defile this sacred land? Tang Wunwei turned to Tang Jian. She's got quite a temper. It's just a destroyed building. Tang Jian chuckled, Young master, anyone would be angry to see something like this. A Jiangxia with an amulet on its face, beside them, leaned down to remind the female Jiangxia, That's Tang Jian, the second strongest Gale Rider in the 9 Dragons branch. Beside him is Tang Wunwei, the second young master of the 9 Dragons branch. Their presence here proved that the Ghost Valley's plan had been discovered by the Tang clan. Tang Jian asked Wunwei, Can you handle this yourself? Wunwei replied, Just focus on your task. The female Jiangxia ordered the 4 behind her, I need to assess the extent of the plan's destruction, so capture them alive. All 4 replied in unison, Yes. Before they could finish, one of the Jiangxia behind the female Jiangxia was suddenly sent flying, splattered with blood. The female Jiangxia didn't understand what happened. She closed her mouth, no longer baring her fangs. She turned around to see one of them lying on the ground. Tang Jian landed gracefully, saying, These low-class demons dare to impersonate humans. The female Jiangxia thought in panic, despite the surprise attack, a swordsman could defeat a Jiangxia with a single blow. He's a master. You've reached the pinnacle of martial arts. From above, Tang Wunwei flew down, exclaiming with delight, It's much more reassuring to have someone here. See you later then. Tang Jian sighed, Oh, why is my fate so unlucky? Seeing one of the Jiangxia behind her about to capture Wunwei, the female Jiangxia shouted, Where do you think you're going? Leave him be, he's not a threat. Now is the time to use all our strength to capture him. Tang Jian laughed, Try catching me. The Jiangxia began to move. Facing the White Bone Wraith Geezer amidst the rubble, the White Bone Wraith stumbled out from beneath the debris. He angrily gritted his teeth, cursing, That bitch dared to betray me. Damn it, this recovery is too slow. The explosion damaged the core of the demonic formation. Before the Tang clan arrives, I need to choose between restoring the demonic formation or destroying all traces and retreating. At that moment, Tang Wunwei appeared over 10 meters away and spoke, You think I came here just to let you escape? That's a rather inhospitable way to treat a guest. Whitebone turned, his voice filled with anger, muttering, That face, it's the second young master of the branch, so you're the one behind this plan. Wunwei continued with a cold smile, Long time no see, old man, the last time we met, I was still learning sorcery from you, wasn't I? Whitebone still hadn't recognized him, innocently replying, Long time no see, learning sorcery, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Wunwei reminded him, Don't you remember, although we were from different sects, I was your disciple for a whole month. Whitebone looked up, his face astonished, You were my disciple for a month. Wait a minute, that way of speaking, could it be? Tang Wunwei stepped forward, continuing, You didn't recognize me even after I stole your sorcery, you disappoint me. At that moment, a large demon face appeared behind Wunwei. Whitebone exclaimed in shock, Evil spirit, you're the heavenly demon Yun Wunwei. He quickly raised a hand high above his head and shouted, Ah! A swirling gust of energy like a whirlwind surged from him, reaching straight towards the sky. Tang Wunwei prepared to attack, faintly smiling, Your realm has reached a higher level. If I hadn't broken the demonic formation, I might have been in danger. Suddenly, Whitebone slammed his hand onto the ground. A loud explosion erupted, sending earth and rocks flying. Tang Wunwei shielded his face with his hands, muttering in surprise, What was that? He didn't seem to be using any magic. What is he plotting? Whatever his plans, nothing can escape my Reaper sight. When he activated his Reaper sight, Tang Wunwei saw something and gasped. He saw a hole in the ground, Wunwei exclaimed. What, where is he? It's impossible, he's not capable of invisibility, and I don't sense any magical traces, so it's not an illusion. The spirits appeared, reminding him, Junior Lord, the white bone wraith is over there. Seeing a big bird in the sky, Wunwei exclaimed in surprise. Why did he appear there? Could it be that he seemed to have escaped? I don't know whether to criticize him for being a coward or praise him for being decisive. But why did he choose that direction? He's awfully unlucky. Carried by the bird in the sky, Whitebone was still confused, thinking, is that the Junior Heaven Demon? The Junior Heaven Demon really? Why is that damned ghost still alive? No, now's not the time to worry about that. He dares to reveal his identity here, which proves he plans to kill me. That scoundrel has always been like that, so it's time to retreat and focus on consolidating my strength. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from below, catching his attention. It was Tang Jiujin. She unleashed a sword energy, slashing towards Whitebone in the sky. Seeing this, he was astonished, thinking, what kind of energy is this? Tang Jiujin slashed, then slashed again with several more sword strikes. The sword strikes flew up, narrowly missing Whitebone's feet. He screamed in pain. The flying beast Jiangshi was also chopped into pieces, causing Whitebone's body to fall. Tang Wunwei ran over and said, this is the result of you abandoning me. Seeing Tang Jiujin running towards him, looking quite surprised, Wunwei said, hello, big sister. Tang Jiujin's eyes widened. Wunwei, what are you doing here? She asked. Wunwei smiled and replied, I'm on a mission to wipe out the demonic cult with the matriarch. Tang Jiujin was startled. With mother, what's the demonic cult? Tang Wunwei pointed his thumb towards the hole and said, the Jiangshi you just defeated was a member of the demonic cult. I'm here to hunt him down. Tang Jiujin lowered her head, worried. She mumbled, I heard mother was involved in an exchange with a sorcerer on this mountain. That's why I came, the demonic cult. Seeing Tang Jiujin's state, Wunwei thought, I understand she's worried, but before that old man escapes, I have to stop him quickly. Then Wunwei said, big sister, let me handle him. Could you go over there and help? There seem to be a lot of enemies over there, he added. Tang Jiujin exclaimed in panic, what? Only mother, you, and Uncle Jian are here. Wunwei casually replied, this is a raid, big sister, you came alone too. Tang Wunwei thought, no matter what I say, she won't stop worrying. Tang Jiujin turned towards Tang Jian who was fighting and warned, because of the urgency, I'll explain later. If you feel danger, retreat immediately. Wunwei replied clearly, big sister. Tang Jiujin turned around, goodbye, see you later. Then she quickly ran towards Tang Jian and her mother. Wunwei began to speak coldly, old man, while I was chatting with big sister, you must have had enough time to recover, haven't you? The Jiangshi of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley certainly has that level of regenerative ability. And you didn't try any tricks to catch me off guard, did you? Whitebone slowly crawled out of the hole. He gritted his teeth in anger. Then he tensed his arms and spread them out. He panted and angrily shouted, still with that annoying, mocking voice. But you're dead, could it be you've actually been resurrected? Tang Wunwei spread out his left palm, demonic energy swirling around it, and replied, that's right, incredible, isn't it? Immortality and regeneration are what all sorcerers dream of. Demonic energy began to envelop Wunwei's body. Tang Wunwei smiled and continued, is this proof convincing enough? Whitebone mumbled in panic, Ghost Chi. Then he screamed, you really escaped death. Junior Heaven Demon Yun Wunwei, Wunwei said. Old man Whitebone, I have many things I need you to explain. Then, Tang Wunwei slowly walked forward and said, don't run away pathetically anymore, let's end this fight here. Whitebone gathered energy in his right hand and shouted, you damned wretch, you always infuriate me. All right, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Immediately after, countless spots of light darted out from the forest. Those were the beast Jiangshi Whitebone had raised. They aggressively bared their sharp teeth towards Tang Wunwei. Wunwei remained calm, his right hand unleashing a purple energy to stop them. Next, Tang Wunwei performed a wild wind dance. The wild wind dance sliced the beast Jiangshi in half. Then he eerily reappeared in front of Whitebone. Tang Wunwei punched Whitebone in the face, knocking out a tooth. Whitebone exclaimed in surprise, this martial art. His body was sent flying, and the wooden beads around his neck broke and scattered. Before he could land, Wunwei reappeared beside him. He thought in bewilderment, too fast, as far as I know, that scoundrel hasn't reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. It's impossible that he has achieved such strength in such a short time. That Junior Heaven Demon before, he didn't have such strong martial arts. This is too absurd. After thinking, Whitebone suddenly tensed and shouted loudly. The demonic energy radiating from him pushed Tang Wunwei back. Tang Wunwei was pushed back about 10 meters. Tang Wunwei said, you foolish old man, if you're hiding more strength, unleash it now, otherwise, you're dead. Whitebone pointed his arm forward and shouted, shut your mouth. Countless dark shadows, like beast Jiangshi, surged from Whitebone towards Wunwei. Wunwei said, the same old trick again. Then Tang Wunwei frowned and thought, no matter how strong you are, if you keep using the same move, it'll be easy for me to counter. Suddenly, Whitebone clenched his fist and shouted, power explosion. Immediately, a red surge of power erupted from inside the beast Jiangshi, as if about to explode. Tang Wunwei said, "He's using a corpse explosion technique to escape." Then, boom boom, all those beast Jiangshi exploded in the air. Taking the opportunity, Whitebone quickly vanished from his original position. As he ran, he muttered, "It's not worth I have to, such a valuable clone, but with that self-destructing Jiangshi technique, I'll definitely be able to escape." Suddenly, Tang Wunwei appeared on his left fist raised, shouting, "Don't think you can escape just by self-destructing." Next, Tang Wunwei punched him, sending Whitebone flying backward. His body flew a distance before crashing to the ground, several of his teeth were knocked out, and he gasped for breath. He struggled to sit up, thinking, "My self-destructing Jiangshi technique is that powerful, and he wasn't affected at all. I can't recover now." Tang Wunwei slowly approached Whitebone and asked, "With the spellbook you obtained from me, your strength is only this meager." Whitebone angrily looked up and replied, "It's all your fault. You destroyed my formation, so I couldn't unleash my full power." Tang Wunwei continued, "Of course, but your pathetic resistance is truly disappointing. I thought with all that time, you could show me something impressive. Now you look utterly pathetic." Insulted, Whitebone gritted his teeth. He spread his arms, his hands ablaze with demonic energy. He charged towards Tang Wunwei again. He lunged forward, shouting, "Die, you bastard." Seeing Whitebone's approaching hand, Tang Wunwei thought, "I've provoked him this much, this must be all the strength he has left, is at his wit's end, so I can't underestimate him." Tang Wunwei grabbed Whitebone's wrists, stopping him. Whitebone continued to shout madly, "Die." Then, Tang Wunwei kicked Whitebone in the stomach. Whitebone's body was sent flying backward. Where he landed, a small crater formed, however, he wasn't dead. Wunwei continued, "Whatever you say, your Jiangshi techniques are pretty powerful." Whitebone screamed in fear, "I surrender. I'll tell you everything I know." Wunwei rushed forward, kicking Whitebone in the face, and said, "Do you think you have a choice?" Then Tang Wunwei stepped on Whitebone's face and continued, "I have Reaper sight, even if you die, I'll still get the information I need." Tang Wunwei squeezed Whitebone's neck with his left hand, raised his right hand, preparing a decisive blow, and shouted, "Your life ends now, die." Whitebone's eyes were filled with fear. He thought, "I'm going to die here, I can't die like this." As Wunwei struck him, he suddenly saw a blinding white light. Wunwei asked in surprise, "What is this?" Tang Wunwei then appeared on a beach. The sky was gloomy, fog limiting visibility. Tang Wunwei said, "What trick is this, soul ensnarement to blind me?" Indeed, those who practice black magic always have last resort defensive tricks. The spirits following Tang Wunwei appeared, warning, "Young cult leader, be careful, this soul ensnarement isn't simple, it's a blinding technique, trapping another soul in a difficult-to-escape space." Looking at his palm, Tang Wunwei replied, "That old man couldn't have used such a powerful spell, it seems he's connected to someone from the society." A voice echoed through the space, "Junior Heaven Demon Young Wunwei, you are now imprisoned in my soul prison. This spell uses my life essence, you won't be able to break free. I never thought I'd have to use my own life essence for this." Tang Wunwei turned to see Whitebone's face appearing in the sky, speaking. Seeing this, Wunwei replied, "No matter what you do, you've reached your limit, I guess you can't cast this high-level spell by yourself." Whitebone angrily shouted, "Shut up." The spirits quickly reminded, "Young cult leader, be careful, he has a point, this spell isn't simple." Whitebone continued, "If you can't escape from here, then slowly your soul will be assimilated by me, everything of yours will be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, waves from the sea rolled up, covering Tang Wunwei. Whitebone continued, "All I need to do is burn my life to hold him back." A wandering soul flew close to remind Wunwei, "The ground we're standing on is gone, it seems he's enhanced his magic, making it even stronger." Wunwei looked down and telepathically transmitted, "Below is a boundless sea. Here, space and time constantly shift, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. It's disorienting. I need to focus to find the exit. But everything needs to be done quickly, if I don't want to drown." His magic has enveloped all sides. I carefully rely on the flow of magical energy to find the weakness in his spell. This endless ocean current is the restricting gate. If I can navigate along it, I can reach the end point, the danger gate, and from there observe the entire space. From there, I can accurately identify the exit and the death door. Whitebone has burned a lot of his energy and life force, but due to his cowardly nature, he won't be able to burn his life force too intensely. He doesn't want to die, he wants to use his magic to possess my soul. If that's the case, then it can be assumed that the death door always has a path to survival. The exit will always be open because he himself cannot push himself to the point of ultimate desperation. Suddenly, Wunwei grabbed his chest, and blood gushed out. The wandering spirits cried out in panic, "Young master, why are you committing suicide?" Wunwei glanced sideways and telepathically replied, "I have a plan, life is death, and therefore death is life, this is my answer, isn't it, old man?" Wunwei violently ripped out his heart, on it was Whitebone's eye. He angrily shouted, "You scoundrel, you!" Then the eye on the heart stopped moving. At Tang Jian's battlefield, the battle was fierce. With a whip in hand, Tang Jian wielded it like a dancer. Some were struck in the face, others in the neck. A Jiangshi retreated to the female Jiangshi and spoke, Baek Dong. We can't hold on much longer. The female Jiangshi, Baek Dong, replied, I know, but we need to find a weakness to kill him. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Tang Jian still smiled, lashed out with his whip, and said, You're good, but you're only delaying the inevitable. When the whip struck, Baek Dong quickly raised her hand to block it. She angrily shouted, I'm not like them. Tang Jian laughed triumphantly, gripping his whip, and replied, All right, then show me what you've got. Tang Jian's whip sent the minions flying, but Baek Dong remained standing. Tang Jian shouted, the mystic ghost formation. In one move, the spellbound Jiangshi was sent flying behind Baek Dong. Baek Dong turned to look at the Jiangshi, sweating profusely, thinking, even I had to use almost all my strength to stop him. Those are just low-level evil sorcerers, they are useless. If this continues, we'll be annihilated. Baek Dong said, You need to sacrifice yourself so I can escape. Unleash your life force so I can absorb your demonic energy. The Jiangshi screamed in pain. Baek Dong saw this. Tang Jian was puzzled and muttered to himself, Those sorcerers look strange, I wonder what they are planning. Suddenly, 3 Jiangshi leaped from the ground into the air. They jumped towards Tang Jian like true suicide demons. Tang Jian grinned and said, You think simply charging at me will stop me? Tang Jian swung his whip, and the first one was cut in 2. The other 2 were undeterred and continued to charge. Tang Jian continued his attack, thinking in surprise, These bastards are still so strong even after I've cut off their limbs. Suddenly, Tang Jian looked forward in shock, thinking, No good. Seeing Baek Dong rushing towards him, Tang Jian panicked, thinking, When did she get so close? She used those suicidal sorcerers as a distraction. Damn it, how can I fight now? I might have to sacrifice an arm to escape. Baek Dong's arm was very close to Tang Jian. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Baek Dong's arm was severed. The familiar-looking sword plunged into the ground. Tang Jian glanced over, his eyes wide in surprise. That sword was. Baek Dong painfully looked at the sword and exclaimed in panic, Anti-demon energy, is that the Taoist sword Tang Ju, Jin? Yes, Tang Ju, Jin shouted, Uncle Jian, you okay? Tang Jian replied, Oh, thanks to the young miss, I was able to escape. Then, Tang Jian's eyes blazed with killing intent. With a slash, Baek Dong's body was cut in 2. It looked up to the sky, lamenting, Lord. Then it fell to the ground with a thud. Tang Ju-jin picked up the sword and approached Tang Jian, asking, Have you dealt with all the sorcerers? Tang Jian slightly turned his head and replied, Yes, they are all dead. But why are you here, young miss? Tang Ju-jin replied nervously, Now isn't the time for this, we need to go help Woon Wee. Tang Jian replied, All right. He said I'm in charge of the outside, and he'll deal with the old white bone inside the temple. He seems quite confident in his abilities, so I guess it'll be all right. The scene shifts back to Woon Wee. Whitebone angrily shouted, You whore, you dare to confidently rip out your own heart. Do you think that will dispel this illusion? Woon Wee replied, That's the life gate. If I drown in this illusion, you'll obtain my spirit and body. The eye on the heart suddenly widened and said, You could guess that and kill yourself, you bastard. Tang Woon Wee decisively crushed the heart in his hand. Then, the space around Woon Wee suddenly shone brightly. Woon Wee spoke, It seems the space has changed. This time it's the dark forest, everything here is highly venomous. You'll die in agony. From the ground, Woon Wee continued, From water to earth, do you think these spells can trouble me? Suddenly, Woon Wee punched a nearby ancient tree. Then he caught a lizard. That lizard was Whitebone. He angrily shouted, How dare you? Woon Wee replied, Stop these childish tricks. When Woon Wee crushed the lizard, a blinding light emanated from it. Woon Wee fell into another dimension. He looked around and exclaimed in surprise, This time it's the sky. If I'm correct, his location would be. Then Tang Woon Wee struck a palm towards the cloud in front of him and said, Right in front, an eye appeared from the cloud. It exclaimed, What, you've seen through me so quickly. Then came a series of other illusions, from arid deserts to the freezing Arctic, volcanic eruptions, and so on. Then, it was back to the original beach. Woon Wee asked, We're back to the original space, you have no more tricks, huh? Whitebone appeared in the sky and angrily shouted, You bastard, how is this possible? You could see through such a simple life gate. What trick did you use? Tang Woon Wee spread his arms and replied, I am the young master heavenly demon. With a spirit as strong as mine, I can escape from anywhere. Soul ensnaring mirage maze. Whitebone asked in astonishment, You've mastered this spell. Woon Wee replied, You were too confident in your spell, old man, therefore, you revealed many weaknesses that allowed me to deduce the spell. When cast, the caster must have an incredibly strong spirit. It's completely different from martial arts. It mainly relies on magic and the user's mental strength. Sorcerers always try to hide the name of the spell and conceal the source of their power. The less known a spell is, the more dangerous it is. The name of the spell often gives a hint about the caster's magic. Tang Woon Wee struck a palm forcefully to the ground, and the surrounding space seemed to crack. Woon Wee continued, Once a spell is seen through, it can no longer imprison others. Countless eyes appeared from the blurry cracks. Whitebone screamed, "Impossible, I sacrificed my soul to cast this spell. How could you break it?" Back to reality, Tang Wunwei was still holding Whitebone's neck on the ground. He sighed and said, "Phew, finally back to where we started. Thanks to that interesting spell, I've learned a lot. Thank you, old man." Whitebone's soul crawled out of his body's mouth. It cried out in agony, "How could I die so easily?" Wunwei spoke, "Meeting you here again. It's really nice, isn't it, old man?" Whitebone bowed his head and replied, "Lit heaven demon." Then he yelled again and asked, "How can you reincarnate? If you tell me that secret technique, I will tell you all the information I know." Wunwei grabbed Whitebone's face and shouted, "Are you delusional, pretending to be friendly with me?" Then he slammed Whitebone's face into the ground and continued, "Do you understand now? I'll ask, and you'll answer clearly." Whitebone, irritated, replied, "I understand." Tang Wunwei calmly sat down on a rock and asked, "After I died at the Ceiling Heaven Peak 6 years ago, what happened in Tianshan?" At this moment, the ghost key dissipated. Wunwei continued, "Tell me everything, don't omit a single detail." Whitebone slowly recounted the events, and Tang Wunwei learned the following secret. 6 years ago, at the Ceiling Heaven Peak blood battle, after I and most of the elders and subordinates perished, the divine cult erupted into an internal conflict between factions. The Fist Demon Beast Mythos, True Demon Full Negative Mythos, Blade Demon North Sea Mythos, Killing Demon Ghost Mythos, and Wind Demon Void Mythos. 5 of the Gu Pei Ma sects revolted in alliance. They ravaged the ancient demon Celestial Mythos, while loyal subordinates still defended the Liege Palace. After winning the rebellion, they even invaded the main hall of the revered demon god Mythos to capture my master. After eliminating me, if they captured my master, they would control the divine cult. Only the revered demon god Mythos would oppose them. The other sects would be forced to submit, allowing them to continue ruling the divine cult. But the civil war erupted as rumored, and they failed to capture my master. Tang Wunwei continued, "So, how is my master now?" Whitebone fearfully pondered. That gaze, was it human? This guy's absurdly powerful mimicry abilities, I wonder what he's been through. Though alive, his power surpasses even those like me, who are considered dead. He truly deserves the title of Demon King now. Only after becoming a wraith did I understand the irresistible fear of facing him. If his power is unavoidable, I must avoid annihilation by complying with him. Suddenly, Whitebone exclaimed, "Liege." Then his ethereal soul trembled. This sudden event surprised Wunwei, who looked around. Tang Wunwei said, "Something's coming." A vortex of dark energy swirled around Whitebone's soul. Whitebone cried out in fear, "That's," two wraiths hastily warned, "Junior Lord, something's wrong." Tang Wunwei quickly leaped back to avoid it. Then Whitebone reached out and begged, "Junior Lord, please save me. I'll tell you everything I know, please save me." A large, red mouth appeared and swallowed Whitebone's soul. It was large and mysterious. Then it slowly shrank. Tang Wunwei muttered, "Whitebone's soul, it's gone. That place is dangerous. What was that thing?" The wraiths anxiously warned, "Junior Lord, you should stay away." Watching the mouth shrink and sink into the ground, Wunwei thought, "That's dangerous. Was it a monster sent by the sect to silence the old man? It's moving, I have to deal with it." Then it gradually shrunk into a black mark on the ground. It continued shrinking until it was only a small spot, the size of a palm. This left Tang Wunwei stunned, unsure what to do next. Wunwei wondered in surprise, "Is it gone? Did it only appear to eat Whitebone's soul?" A wraith appeared and said, "Junior Lord." The little demon heard Whitebone say, "It might be desire." Wunwei asked in surprise, "Desire?" The wraith replied, "Desire isn't a monster or demon, but a strange phenomenon, an inexplicable anomaly. It grants immense power to sorcerers who make a pact with it, but if the recipient doesn't use the power correctly, it will appear and consume their soul." Tang Wunwei approached the faint black mark and said, "Selective consumption, so a pact with desire takes precedence over even my Demon King power." The wraith replied, "Perhaps." Tang Wunwei touched the black mark and angrily said, "It dared to take a wraith who had submitted to me, unacceptable." He picked up a handful of sand and squeezed it. Wunwei continued, "I had so much more information to extract from that old Whitebone, and now I've lost such a valuable source." Seeing the black spot hadn't completely disappeared, Wunwei thought, "No, it's not over. There are still remnants of Whitebone's spirit here." So Wunwei used his magic to collect those remnants. Mumbled in his head, "Even if it's just fragments, I must dig out information from you guys. The memories that Whitebone remembers when being eaten by desire, the remnants will be engraved most clearly. This must be the memory related to the sect when he signed a pact with desire. Is this the Liege Hall of the Divine Cult, Whitebone, and the elders of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley? It seems I've come to the right place." Suddenly, Wunwei felt a crushing pressure. His mind was astonished. "This is, even in the remnants of a memory, I still feel this pressure." Seeing a blurry figure sitting on a high chair, Wunwei thought, "That must be the sect master, a husk shedder. Can I see his face? Let's try, but this is just the remnant memory of old man Whitebone. I can't see what Whitebone didn't perceive. But something was etched into Whitebone's memory. Those eyes containing inverted yin and yang. I can only know this much from Whitebone's remnant memory. Anyway, clues to identify the enemy's characteristics are crucial, especially when the opponent possesses power that surpasses even the Demon King's restraints. Nothing more to see, I should go back, shouldn't I? Tang Wenhui looked down and saw something unusual, muttering, "This is." On Wenhui's hand, a surge of power was enveloping him. Tang Wenhui thought in panic, the crack where desire appeared. Dangerous, because this is the remnant memory of Old Man Whitebone, devoured by desire. So I've been discovered by desire's master. If this continues, he'll realize my existence. No, I might suffer something worse than an attack. I have to get out of here quickly. Tang Wenhui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, using all his strength, he forcefully pulled his hand out of the crack. That crack was like a hole, sucking everything inside. Tang Wenhui's body quickly recoiled backward. The spirit appeared, anxiously asking, "Young leader, you all right? You're drenched in sweat in just a moment." Wenhui replied, "I'm fine, don't make a fuss, although I was caught off guard, I obtained important information." The spirits praised, "Indeed, young leader, amazing, you were able to obtain information from just the remaining fragments of Whitebone's memories." Standing up, Wenhui's eyes were serious as he thought, "No matter how carefully you hide your information, I will uncover everything, just you wait, I will come for you." Scene change, back at the Nine Dragons branch, Tang Ho-san is sitting pensively looking at a piece of paper in his hand. A person standing opposite asks, "Sir, you seem worried about young Master Wenhui, don't you?" Tang Ho-san replies, "Me. Let me introduce everyone, this is Tang Gun, the overseer of the Nine Dragons branch." Tang Gun speaks, "There's a lot of work, and you haven't been focusing at all since you heard that young Master Wenhui left with Tang Jian and the madam." Tang Ho-san sighs and replies, "You're quite enthusiastic, aren't you?" Tang Gun smiles and says, "Of course, if young Master Wenhui can bring back Whitebone's head, that would be great news." Tang Ho-san looks up and asks, "Do you think that's possible?" Tang Gun replies, "I believe the young master can do it." Tang Ho-san continues, "What makes you say that?" Tang Gun fans his folding fan and turns away, saying, "Well, lately, the young master's actions have been quite different from before, based on my observations. In just 2 months, the young master, from being incompetent, has defeated Yu Chang, and now rivals the Jiujin young miss. In the great battle with the Jiujin young miss, he defeated those who tried to break into the manor. The young master also made the great madam submit and obey him. Young Master Wenhui has changed all our plans. His actions distracted the great madam, diverting her attention from Whitebone, allowing us to better monitor the secret activities of the demonic cult and the renowned Namgung clan. Currently, based on my calculations, if the young master defeats the Whitebone Wraith Geezer, we need to reassess him." Tang Ho-san replies, "It's true, hearing you say this, I've noticed, Wenhui has changed so much, why didn't you stop him from doing those things?" Tang Gun excitedly says, "How could I do that? But it's fine, he made our work easier, so I'm more than happy. And besides, I just heard some interesting news. Do you know where the Patriarch is now?" Tang Ho-san asks in surprise, "Why are you mentioning the Patriarch?" Tang Gun replies, "He seems to be at Lu Ban's forge." Tang Ho-san exclaims in surprise, "What?" Tang Gun continues, "Important news, the Patriarch is at Lu Ban's forge forging a very important item. He seems to be crafting a weapon commissioned by someone." Tang Ho-san stutters, "Could it be?" Tang Gun replies, "I don't know exactly what it is, but the item young Master Wenhui requested is quite special. It's attracted the attention of both Lu Ban and the Patriarch. That's why I said young Master Wenhui might bring back the Whitebone Wraith Geezer's head this time." Tang Ho-san thinks for a moment then replies, "Indeed, your analysis suggests that it might be true." Tang Gun asked, "So what should we think about next? Should we reveal our plans to young Master Wenhui so he can help a little? If we give the young master work, which part of the work should we give him? Or is it better to just let the young master act freely like he is now?" Tang Ho-san turned his head slightly and asked, "You seem to be leaning towards letting him act freely." Tang Gun covered his face with his fan and replied, "It's true that the young master always does things that surpass our calculations." Tang Ho-san placed a hand on the table and continued, "You're right, let things be as they are for now. If everything goes as planned, we shouldn't interfere with him. If we try to control Wenhui, it might lead to many undesirable situations." Tang Gun replied happily, "Your words are exactly what your subordinate, think. We need to observe the situation a little longer. So, this time young Master Wenhui defeated Whitebone. We need to slightly adjust our plan to fit the circumstances." Tang Ho-san looked up at the sky and replied, "If you have a plan, go ahead and do it." Scene changed to the Whitebone Temple. Tang Jian, Tang Jiujin, and Namgong Sanyang are back. A moment later, Tang Wenhui ran up carrying a cloth bag. Tang Jian turned and said, "We didn't see you. We thought something happened to you, young master." Tang Wenhui smiled and replied, "Master, you don't have a little faith in your disciple." Tang Jiujin rushed over, worriedly asking, "Are you injured anywhere?" Wenhui smiled, "I'm fine." Tang Jian pointed at the bag Wenhui was holding and curiously asked, "What's that, young master?" Tang Wenhui lifted it up and said, causing Tang Jian to be terrified, "It's the head of the Whitebone Wraith Geezer." Tang Jian exclaimed, "Throw that away. Why did you bring that here?" Young master, are you going to use it to intimidate the demons? Wunwi replied, this is a hard-earned trophy. Of course, I need to bring it back. Tang Jian continued to shout, no, young master, our Tang clan is one of the sects that follow the orthodox path. Since when did you start acting like this? Tang Jiujin stood aside, eyes wide with astonishment, thinking, he actually defeated an elder of the demonic cult. Just a few days ago, he fought me and hid his strength. In just a few days, he's become much stronger. This is amazing. His martial arts achievements are improving, but what's even stranger is that he persuaded his mother to participate in this mission to eliminate Whitebone. They are like fire and water. It's hard for them to even talk, let alone cooperate against the Whitebone Wraith geezer. Suddenly, the ghost inside Tang Jiujin appeared and said, that guy is quite similar to me. Tang Jiujin asked, you mean he also has a spiritual root? The ghost replied, his aptitude isn't at that level yet. Tang Jiujin asked in surprise, no spiritual root, then what do you mean by similar? With his talent, you still don't recognize it. The ghost replied, what's similar is what terrifies me. You could say he's a great demon king. Anyone who messes with him will be devoured alive. But the puzzling thing is, he's a living human. Why do I feel he's so similar to me? It's strange. Tang Jiujin covered his ears and shouted, too noisy. The ghost warned, therefore, if you know what's good for you, don't provoke him for now. I can be the eater, but I don't want to be the prey of that demon king. Tang Jiujin thought carefully, even the ghost is a little afraid of him. It seems the demonic cult's power is rising again, and Wunwi, he eliminated a small branch in Sichuan. Soon, he'll be famous in Sichuan. This is a difficult achievement that I haven't been able to accomplish yet. I need to work harder. This will be an advantage in the succession to the patriarch's position, certainly tilting towards Wunwi. What will my mother do then? Then things will be quite chaotic. Seeing Tang Wunwi still rummaging, Tang Jian curiously asked, I blew everything up. What are you looking for? Wunwi replied, I'm looking for some clues and what Whitebone said before he died. Tang Wunwi turned to the spirit and asked, hey 15, where's the room Whitebone could enter here? The spirit flew to the ruins a few steps away and replied, right here. This is a place only Whitebone could enter and exit. I think the item the young master is looking for might be nearby. There's definitely a mechanism here, probably a secret room. When Wunwi touched it, he suddenly fell down, revealing a void. Tang Jian asked in surprise, where is this? Tang Wunwi replied, exactly, this is where he hid everything. Then both of them jumped down and began to explore. Looking at the pile of things on the shelf, Tang Jian said in surprise, the letters and treasures are all perfectly preserved. This is almost the secret language of the demonic cult. These letters can't be deciphered immediately. Young Master Wunwi, what do you think? Tang Wunwi was carefully reading something on a piece of paper. It wrote, 3 individuals who seem to be remnants of the demonic cult have been found in Daocheng's secret altar. Apprehend them quickly before the cult leader arrives. He happily exclaimed in his mind, I found it. And then, after searching the secret space in the underground secret chamber, we obtained the letters that Whitebone exchanged with the demonic cult and his diary recording his activities in Sichuan. Of course, there was also a lot of wealth he had accumulated under the name of the temple. In addition, a whole box of documents related to the renowned Namgong clan. Before the demonic cult or the renowned Namgong clan discovers the chaos here, we need to transfer everything here back to the branch faster. With this large amount of stuff, it's difficult for us few people to transfer it. Therefore, for safety, Master, please stay here to watch over things, and you, sister, go back to the branch with the wife to find some help. Tang Jiujin worriedly asked, what about you? Tang Wunwi replied, I will pursue the clues Whitebone left behind. Tang Jiujin asked again in surprise, clues? Wunwi explained, yes, when I defeated Whitebone, I got some clues to the information I'm looking for. Before they erase those clues, I need to find what I've been looking for. Tang Jiujin anxiously exclaimed, you're going to search for those things alone. It could be a trap. Wunwi resolutely replied, even if it's a trap, I have to risk it. The accuracy of the information I'm looking for could greatly influence the future of the Tang clan. Tang Jian spoke up, it's true that no one can stop the young master from doing anything, but there might be more powerful great demons appearing to hinder him, so it's safe to say that I will go with him to find that information. Okay. Tang Wunwi thought, it is true that there is a possibility that other great demons from the 12 dark ghosts who are more powerful might appear, but if I have someone accompanying me, then my search for the demon sect's disciples will be quite troublesome. Thinking, Tang Wunwi replied to Tang Jian, please stay here and look at these secret documents that we found. If these things are confiscated by the demonic cult, then we will suffer a huge loss. Tang Jian replied in surprise, I understand. Wunwi continued, regarding summoning aid from the 9 Dragons branch, naturally, no one holds the same authority as you at the branch, therefore, you should return there quickly. Tang Jiujin glanced at his mother behind him and thought, simple enough, easy to understand. If Uncle Jian or Wunwi accompanied mother back to the branch, the current situation and Namgung's confidential letters would affect her reputation, therefore, only I can accurately convey what's happening here to father without harming mother's reputation. Tang Wenwei smiled and continued, I will search for more information here. I will contact everyone later if necessary. Tang Jiujin sighed and replied, alright, let's quickly arrange everything and then everyone return to their tasks. Tang Jian also spoke, I will definitely protect these letters and items well before the people from the branch arrive. Wenwei smiled and replied, with Master here, I feel much more at ease, I'll go ahead then. Then, Tang Wenwei's figure leaped away and disappeared. Deep into the forest, the spirit beside Tang Wenwei spoke, indeed, those two seem to treat you sincerely. I also see their loyalty to you. If we are on the same side, we can cooperate with them later. Tang Wenwei smiled and replied, that's true, they are good people, difficult to find. Without their presence at the Nine Dragons branch, my identity as Tang Wenwei wouldn't have allowed me to become attached to the Tang clan. I have found people who trust and will accompany me for a long time. But rescuing my disciples this time is not Tang Wenwei's task, but mine, under the title of Junior Lord. As a young cult leader, a heavenly demon, I need to do this quickly to rescue more people. In Sichuan Daocheng, the bustling crowds made Tang Wenwei exclaim, Daocheng County is this lively. The spirit speculated, perhaps due to the Dark Sovereign's appearance, the Nine Dragons County's inns are overcrowded, causing people to move to the neighboring Daocheng County. He ordered, it seems we'll need more time to find them. Spread out and find any remaining traces of the Blackbone Ghost Valley's pursuers. It immediately obeyed the order. Tang Wenwei thought, if this is the case, I can only observe from above. He quickly found a suitable location. That place would be perfect. As Tang Wenwei entered the inn, the old man greeted him. Welcome, sir. He asked if there were any rooms left on the top floor. The man replied, only one remains. But before the old man could finish, Tang Wenwei tossed a coin into his hand. Prepare that room for me. The man gestured, I will serve you attentively. He then showed him the way with a pleasant expression. There happened to be a seat perfect for observing outside. Tang Wenwei thought, if demons are here, they must be concealing their presence. Fortunately, there's still a faint trace of demonic energy everywhere. They haven't left Daocheng County yet. The spirit reported, found a mysterious observer, an assassin using concealment drugs. He ordered, quickly determine their direction. There must be followers of the mythos. It quickly updated the situation. I overheard the conversation of those pursuing the Blackbone Ghost Valley. Tang Wenwei glanced. What is it? The spirit speculated, the followers probably know they're being pursued. They keep changing direction within 100 miles to lose their tail, making capture difficult. He asked about the number of those being followed. It replied, according to reports, 3. Tang Wenwei poured tea into a cup, and the pursuers, the spirit immediately replied, 9, according to our investigation. While not definitively confirmed, one seems to be a demon from the Gu Pei sect. He pondered, a Gu Pei demonic sect accompanying the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley. It must be the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos. He slammed his teacup on the table. The Blade Demon North Sea Mythos is located in the far north, a land of ice mountains and seas, a frozen wasteland. This sect was once known as the Northern Sea Ice Palace, but after its destruction, it submitted to the divine cult. The cold wind and energy they generate are powerful enough to turn everything into ice and snow. Thanks to this power, shortly after arriving in Tianshan, they were quickly ranked among the Gu Pei sects. Especially the Ice Essence divine item of the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos contains a massive amount of yin energy. It's considered an essential ingredient for the Black Ghost Valley to create the strongest jiangshi. Therefore, the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley has served the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos for a long time like loyal guard dogs. In short, the plan to assassinate the Dark Sovereign was orchestrated by the force behind the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley, the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos. Tang Wenwei wondered about the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos's strength. The spirit replied hesitantly, he conceals his internal energy very well, so his level is unknown. He pondered, a top expert from the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos could reach the peak realm. He's tougher than I thought. He ordered, pinpoint the followers' locations. It immediately obeyed. Tang Wenwei looked at the town. Is it already dusk? Finding those followers is taking longer than I expected. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below, no more seats. The old man apologized profusely. I'm sorry, sir. See how crowded it is outside. This only angered Hyukwogi further. What nonsense is this? He silently observed from afar. All three were around his age, dressed in luxurious clothing, likely descendants of prominent families. The man's identity was unclear, but the two women beside him emanated an extraordinary qi. They had the potential to make a name for themselves in the Jianghu, perhaps on par with renowned experts like his big sister. He shouted loudly, I am Hyukwogi of the Golden Sword sect. Do you know? I will ask an acquaintance among the distinguished guests to respectfully give up their seat, so please let me in. Hearing Hyukwogi say that, made Wenwei ponder. Golden Sword sect if I'm not mistaken, I've heard this name in the Sichuan news when I was in Tianshan. A sect that has emerged for about 30 years thanks to trade with the western regions and possesses both martial arts and power, turns out to be the descendants of that sect. He grabbed the old man's collar, escalating the tension. Seeing this, Yosumin intervened. Young Master Hyuk, we're fine. It's a pity we can't enjoy Daocheng's tea, but if there are no seats, we'll have to accept it. won't we, little sister? Yuk Woogie exclaimed. Ah. He felt awkward. He was trying to impress the women, but he had lost points. If the two young misses say so. It seems Yuk Woogie noticed something. He chuckled. Who is this? Isn't it Tang Woonwee from the Nine Dragons branch? Long time no see. Tang Woonwee pretended not to hear anything. What a party, meeting an acquaintance. Tang Woonwee again. This is tiring. Yuk Woogie walked over and asked, Woonwee, this tea shop is full. Can I sit with you? Is it bothering you? He took a sip of tea. This tone was forcing and looking down on me. Clearly not friends, and it's not strange that Tang Woonwee doesn't have friends. Usually I'd teach him a lesson, but he readily agreed. Go ahead. It turns out Tang Woonwee had his own plans. I don't have time for this kind of person now. I'll just wait for the spirits to bring me the disciples' location and leave immediately. He scoffed. Ha ha, that's right. Summer young miss, yo young miss, you have a seat. Thank you for letting us share your table, young master, excuse us. Yuk Woogie took the opportunity to flirt. Waiter brought the menu. Both of you, try the tea here. The flavor is excellent. Just then, a spirit returned to report, young leader, we've found the SECT disciples. According to the report, there are only 3. Tang Woonwee's expression changed instantly. Finally, his eyes widened. It seemed Tang Woonwee was intensely focusing on sensing something. An old man spoke, reminding them, excuse me, sir, I'm afraid that's not possible. But Baek Doyang not only ignored him but also shoved him aside. Get out of the way. I have business to attend to. Don't you dare move. He seemed ready for a fight. Everyone in the tea house turned their attention to Baek Doyang. Yuk Woogie's face turned pale. He stammered, what's happening? The spirit broke into a cold sweat. With that aura and identical attire, they could be sword masters from the Lion Sect. The Lion Sect, true to its name, is famous in Guiju for its decisive and aggressive nature, like a lion. Baek Doyang stepped forward and asked, is Sima Suani of the Changhua cabin the young miss? He glanced at the Changhua cabin. There are rumors that the Clear Sky Sword Emperor had a daughter in his old age. Perhaps that woman is that young lady. Tang Woonwee observed Suani's appearance. The Clear Sky Sword Emperor, the one my master and the Dark Sovereign ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the world, so this is his daughter. The spirit recounted, the Lion Sect's leader, the Lion Sword Emperor, challenged the Clear Sky Sword Emperor a year ago, and he was utterly defeated. I heard the defeat was incredibly humiliating, it added. Tang Woonwee speculated, so they're looking for the Clear Sky Sword Emperor's daughter for revenge. She asked Baek Doyang, if that's the case, then what? He clasped his hands in a greeting. Greetings, I am Baek Doyang of the Lion Sect. Baek Doyang then got straight to the point. On behalf of the Lion Sect, I challenge the young miss to a duel. The Crimson Lion Blade, known for its ruthlessness, a blade drenched in blood. I didn't expect the second disciple of the Lion Sect's leader to be here. Yo Sumin spoke indignantly. Aren't you being too presumptuous, appearing out of nowhere and issuing a challenge like that? He glanced at the person accompanying Sama young miss. You must be a junior disciple of the Amei Sect's leader, the Clear Moon Lady, Yo Sumin young miss, right? Tang Woonwee speculated, the other person must be a rare talent from the Amei Sect. Baek Doyang sneered, this is between the Lion Sect and the Changhua cabin. I don't think the Amei Sect should interfere. But if the young miss feels she can't win alone, your young miss can join her. I don't mind facing both of you. Suani showed displeasure on her face. Fine, I accept your so-called challenge. She tried to dissuade her, little sister, but Suani remained firm. Don't worry. Suani's face was filled with killing intent. If I keep avoiding challenges like this, I'm not worthy of being the Clear Sky Sword Emperor's daughter. He let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, truly the bloodline of the Sword Emperor, so open and forthright. Then let's move somewhere else. The tea house's backyard is spacious enough for a sword fight. The spirit reported, young leader, the situation here seems settled. Tang Woonwee stood up. I'm wasting time on trivial matters. The spirit quickly updated the situation. The disciples have left the main road and split into smaller groups. He immediately moved to another location. First, we go to the most urgent situation. But he was stopped by a tea house employee. I sincerely apologize, but please remain seated until the duel between the young master and Sama young miss ends. This surprised Tang Woonwee. What? Baek Doyang arrogantly said, come now, guests, please stay and witness the duel between me and Sima young miss. He pointed towards Tang Woonwee. I especially appreciate Sima young miss's companions acting as special witnesses for this duel. Tang Woonwee ignored them and continued to leave. Get out of my way. Suddenly drew his sword, holding it to Tang Woonwee's neck. Stay put. Speak when spoken to, the man warned Tang Woonwee. He quickly grabbed the man's face. Tang Woonwee smashed the man's head against the wall mercilessly, sending bricks flying. Baek Doyang was stunned. Suani and Yo Sumin's eyes widened in surprise. A powerful demonic aura emanated from him. I told you to get out of the way. Tang Woonwee's face was covered in blood. He smiled a terrifying smile. Why didn't you listen? The spirit, observing from a distance, commented, fools, they dared to provoke the junior heaven demon when he's in a bad mood. Baek Doyang's subordinates started to get agitated. This guy dares to touch our Lion Sect. They rushed towards Tang Woonwee, each one of them holding a sword. His anger made his veins bulge. What did you say? Tang Wenwei became excited, his strength surging around him. Tang Wenwei clenched his fist, preparing to attack. The first attacker mercilessly swung his sword at him. The attacker's face was terrifying. He roared, "Dare to oppose the Lion Sect, you'll die." Tang Wenwei was unharmed. The attacker's sword shattered, much to his astonishment. Tang Wenwei counterattacked, causing the attacker to scream in terror. Seeing his comrade falter, the ponytailed man charged in. Damn it. He thrust his sword at Tang Wenwei's face. Tang Wenwei met the attack with a fist. A single punch would easily shatter the ponytailed man's sword. He couldn't believe Tang Wenwei's strength. What's going on? Tang Wenwei counterattacked. The ponytailed man couldn't resist, his body flying backward. The ponytailed man lay sprawled on the ground before his comrades. Baek Doyang thought, the elite Blade Lion squad, once the undisputed rulers of Guiju Murim, now my face is swollen from Tang Wenwei's punches. He looked at Tang Wenwei with disbelief, so easily defeated. Baek Doyang drew his blade. I didn't want to fight, I have a duel. But fine, I'll show you the Crimson Lion blade, he declared. Baek Doyang charged at Tang Wenwei, shouting. But Tang Wenwei remained calm. Normally, I'd just beat you up. But today, you dared to provoke me, so you die. Tang Wenwei easily dodged his attack. Baek Doyang had to acknowledge his skill. You dodge well, I'll give you that. He continued to attack, but one hit is all it takes, one hit. Frustrated by his missed attacks, Baek Doyang snarled, you're just running like a rat. He raised his blade, seemingly wanting Tang Wenwei to fight seriously. Fight me. Contrary to Baek Doyang's expectation, Tang Wenwei was nonchalant. I'm bored of you. Baek Doyang roared, his veins bulging with strain. His subordinates were stunned. Suini broke out in a cold sweat, equally surprised. I can't believe Tang Wenwei blocked Baek Doyang's attack so easily. With just one arm, you said you'd kill me, but you can't. What now? Baek Doyang couldn't believe Tang Wenwei's strength. Impossible. Without hesitation, Tang Wenwei punched Baek Doyang. The punch sent Baek Doyang reeling, a bloody nose the result. Tang Wenwei easily finished Baek Doyang off with a single punch. Yo Sumin couldn't believe her eyes. The top fighter of Guiju, defeated. She was incredulous. Baek Doyang's body was now suspended from the ceiling. With their leader defeated, Baek Doyang's subordinates panicked. Master. Despite the danger, they drew their swords and charged at Tang Wenwei. You dare to attack our master, you're dead. Despite the odds, Tang Wenwei remained calm and unafraid. You're asking for trouble. He effortlessly used his magic to defeat them all at once. Baek Doyang's remaining subordinate was the only one left. He seemed powerless to fight back. Terror painted his face, his eyes brimming with tears. Monster. Tang Wenwei's face was filled with killing intent. You wanted to die, so don't blame me. The man cried and begged for mercy. Tang Wenwei offered a condition. Okay, but... He grabbed the man's hair. Tell the others. Tang Wenwei threatened. I'm letting you live today. But next time, run, understand, or you'll know what hell is. The man was terrified, foaming at the mouth. I will tell them. He fainted. Tang Wenwei took the opportunity to leave. Yo Sumin's face turned pale. Did that young master just cause trouble and then leave? Looks like we can't drink tea here today. Little sister, Suini also has the same thought as her. She couldn't help but admire Tang Wenwei's fighting skills. He's a master we've never known before. Did that young master proclaim himself as Wenwei during the fight? Perhaps his battle was so impressive that Suini remembered his name. Elsewhere, the boy tried to escape from the little vermilion bird. It threw a small knife at him with an emotionless face. It seemed the little vermilion bird threw it with such precision that the boy couldn't dodge the attack. He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from the sword the little vermilion bird had thrown into his back. It stood behind him, pulled off its mask, finally caught you. The little vermilion bird let out an excited laugh. Let's deal with this one first, the rest will be easier. The boy glared at it, cursing, traitorous bastard. But that only made the little vermilion bird more smug. Keep cursing, you'll beg for mercy later. I am the little vermilion bird, my target is under my control, come get him. After waiting a while, no one answered, making it feel puzzled. Why isn't anyone saying anything? The little vermilion bird started to lose its composure. This is the little vermilion bird, someone say something. Damn it, why isn't anyone answering me? Despite the yelling, after a long wait, there was still no response. It began to feel uneasy. This is strange. No matter how busy they are, someone should respond. Seeing the situation was not right, the little vermilion bird assumed a combat stance. Could it be? Then, Tang Wenwei suddenly spoke. You seem startled by the lack of response, don't you? It looked around in panic. Who are you? How could you infiltrate the spirit contact bond? He scoffed. You're still using this outdated communication spell. Impressive. And you dare call it the spirit contact bond? The little vermilion bird thought. He knows about the spirit contact bond. And his voice, it sounds familiar. The little vermilion bird mused. Tang Wenwei continued. Your response to danger is too slow. Your previous companion seemed more alert. It immediately turned around. Since when were you there? Now, Tang Wenwei stood on the rooftop, his face hidden by a mask. The little vermilion bird grew increasingly afraid, trembling, the evil ghost wore robe, purple eyes, you are. Tang Wunwei jumped down, you seem quite excited hunting down followers of the demon god Mythos, huh? In a flash, he lunged forward, grabbing the little vermilion bird's neck before it could react. Now, the prey isn't my followers, but your traitors, understand? In the quiet of the night, a man stood silently on a rooftop, observing his surroundings. A slight noise broke the silence, making him turn. It was Baek-san. Another figure appeared. Baek-san bowed respectfully. You've arrived, sir. Young Master Gu Minchi, the young master with a cold expression asked, still not done, Baek-san. Baek-san quickly bowed his head in apology, not daring to look him in the eye. My subordinates are incompetent, we have too many enemies, making it difficult to subdue them. Gu Minchi's face darkened, he scoffed, glaring down, useless Jiangxia, the black skeleton. Sensing his anger, he continued, Baek-san is ashamed to have kept you waiting. Young master, Gu Minchi crossed his arms, understandingly comforting Baek-san, it's all right, the longer I wait, the longer the pitiful howls of the Yan Wunwei hunting dogs will last. Seeing this, Baek-san lowered his hands, still feeling apologetic. Young master, anticipating what he was about to say, Gu Minchi replied, I know this is pathetic, but I still remember that bastard Yan Wunwei's face vividly. Gu Minchi, was once one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path, vying for the position of young cult leader, his face contorted, his eyes sharp, teeth gritted as he recalled the past. Flashback to the day Gu Minchi and Yan Wunwei fought for the position of liege, a massive explosion occurred. He lay there, trembling miserably. The ground beneath Gu Minchi had caved in. The superior Yan Wunwei looked down at Gu Minchi, creating chains with his magic, holding them in his hand and asking scornfully, what, who is this insignificant little brat? Regaining some strength, he sat up, wiping the blood from his lips. I can't accept losing to him. Without martial arts, using only dark magic, he did this. Who are you? Yan Wunwei feigned sympathy, mocking Gu Minchi. Hey, stop, you might infect me with your weakness. Gu Minchi froze, stunned at being called weak. He ignored Gu Minchi, who was sitting listlessly on the ground, and turned away, cursing, you have to be worthy to fight me, you're a nuisance, get lost. Gu Minchi seemed to collapse, his hands on the ground, his whole body trembling with agitation. I was the second young master of the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos, one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path, a candidate for young cult leader of the heavenly demon cult, yet, because of one defeat, I lost everything. The more he spoke, the more his anger was evident. I worked so hard to reach this level, yet that damned bastard dared to leave me to die in such shame, but he hasn't gotten away with it all. Gu Minchi's eyes revealed the malice of a living demon, his clenched fist showed his fury, he gritted his teeth and yelled, if I slaughter all the foolish disciples who worship him, won't he feel some of my resentment? Baek-san, hearing his master's confession and hatred, understood. Baek-san swears, for the rest of his life, he will help the young master alleviate some of his resentment. Gu Minchi felt comforted and his voice softened, I appreciate that. Suddenly, a tremor and purple magical energy erupted, attracting both their attention. Gu Minchi looked in that direction and called out, Baek-san. Baek-san quickly understood, yes, sir, this is the dark energy of the revered demon god Mythos, it seems a sorcerer has infiltrated it. His face was contorted in a grimace. From his experience, he judged that while the dark energy was far weaker than him, the 4th-rank warriors, the black skeleton, couldn't handle it. Baek-san, needing to atone for his failures, clasped his hands respectfully. If you permit, my subordinate will go check it out. Gu Minchi had no reason to refuse and agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek-san rushed away so fast that only a green light could be seen. Gu Minchi was still there, his face dark as he gritted his teeth, seemingly still angry. His 2 hands clenched his mouth as he muttered, that aura. A thought flashed through Gu Minchi's mind at this moment, it's similar to that hateful Yan Wunwei. On the other side, Tang Wunwei, in a ghost-key state, used one hand to grab the little vermilion bird's face and lift it up. You dare touch my follower right in front of me. The bird was struggling, its face turning pale from lack of breath. The little vermilion bird only then realized the strength and danger of Tang Wunwei. Its whole body trembled, it cried, and continuously whimpered, begging, young cult leader, this little one was only following orders from above. Tang Wunwei remained unmoved, with no intention of sparing it. What good is a small fry like you? The little vermilion bird continued to plead fervently, cult, please forgive this little one, I am eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, his other hand plunged into its stomach, staining Tang Wunwei's hand with blood. The little vermilion bird was completely unprepared, its face was one of shock, its mouth agape, uttering a few incoherent sounds. Why? Tang Wunwei said coldly, nonchalantly, as if it were obvious, you must be punished, wouldn't you agree? As his hand withdrew, not only did blood spray out, but the little vermilion bird also fell backward due to inertia. Tang Wunwei didn't forget to offer a bit of comfort, don't worry, your companions will follow you soon enough. Tang Wunwei clenched his fist, raising it high, asserting firmly, I will kill them all. A hole had been pierced through the little vermilion bird's abdomen where Tang Wunwei had struck, its body twitched repeatedly, emitting a few sounds before dying. Through the hole in its stomach, Tang Wunwei's cold face could be seen. Tang Wunwei, in his ghostly state, wearing a mask, his eyes radiating an evil aura, calmly witnessed everything. Illinois Lo, a white-haired follower from the Three Birds of Kunlun group, poked his head out and stammered, "Evil gods battle treasure and purple eyes." He took off his hat and said softly, "Truly." Illinois Lo was so moved that his eyes welled up. After hearing the whole story, he asked, "You are truly the young cult leader?" Tang Wunwei grinned and replied to his follower's question, "Besides me, who else could do this?" He was indeed a loyal follower, his eyes shone brightly, his face clearly showing his joy. Illinois Lo shouted Tang Wunwei's name and quickly ran towards him, "Young cult leader." He embraced him, crying with joy, "You're all right, it's truly wonderful." The follower cried so hard that his whole body trembled as Tang Wunwei comforted him. "You've suffered a lot," Illinois Lo stuttered, unable to speak properly. This little one. Tang Wunwei didn't fail to reciprocate his follower's sincerity. He bent down, reached out to pat his head, and reassured him, "You don't need to say anything, I understand your feelings, don't strain yourself." And so, the two embraced, the atmosphere becoming warm, dispelling the coldness of the recent death. The follower's voice still echoed in the space, "Sniff, young cult leader." Suddenly, Tang Wunwei opened his eyes and looked around, sensing the strange aura of another person approaching. He let go of Illinois Lo, slowly stood up, and explained, "I really wanted to chat with you, but there's an intruder, quickly go behind me." Illinois Lo was startled to hear this. From afar, behind Tang Wunwei, a figure dashed towards them. The person was none other than Baek-san. His white figure landed lightly on the ground. He looked at the little vermilion bird's bloody body. Unexpectedly, someone this strong has infiltrated. Baek-san turned to face his opponent, the one responsible for the death on the ground, and said, "I've caught a bigger fish than expected." Tang Wunwei quickly recognized Baek-san and spoke first, "Long time no see, Baek-san, the half-dead blade demon North Sea Mythos is still alive." Baek-san's face turned pale, unexpectedly realizing that the other party knew him, and even mocked his master. "Is Gu Minchi nearby? That weakling is still alive." He frowned, his face turning serious as he observed Tang Wunwei. "I've seen this clothing before, I think someone wore something similar in the past." Tang Wunwei understood who Baek-san was referring to. He had no intention of hiding it and playfully asked back, "Isn't the person you're referring to me?" He seemed to erupt with anger, shouting, "Junior Heaven Demon." The spirits surrounding Tang Wunwei were startled by the explosive aura emanating from Baek-san's power. They hurriedly warned, "The chilling aura is terrifying, young cult leader, be careful." Baek-san, the bodyguard of the second young master of the blade demon North Sea Mythos. It's said he's the second strongest among those little demons, but unexpectedly, he's this strong. He remained unmoved, standing calmly and asking, downplaying Baek-san's strength, "An ice demon with a 10-year lifespan like you is still alive, you must be 15 years old now." Baek-san didn't get angry but replied, "Junior Heaven Demon, I thought you died 6 years ago, yet, you're still alive, that's truly strange." Baek-san was both excited and amused, grinning without realizing the danger approaching him. "Over the past period, I, Baek-san, have sent countless disciples of the revered demon god Mythos to the underworld to serve you. It's a pity that we missed our meeting." Tang Wunwei's expression slightly changed upon receiving this news. Then he glanced at his follower, Illinois Lo, who was hiding and observing behind a wall. Illinois Lo heard Baek-san's words as if they struck a sensitive nerve. His whole body trembled against the wall, and he hung his head, weeping and recounting. During the young cult leader's absence, the second young master of the blade demon North Sea Mythos relentlessly eliminated the revered demon god Mythos. Upon hearing Illinois Lo's confirmation, Tang Wunwei's face turned cold, his eyes darkening. He said grimly, "Gu Minchi." Baek-san's hand, radiating icy cold energy, trembled slightly as he replied, "It seems you can only live as a cripple. You're not even half as strong as the young master, HMPH, you're not even as strong as me." Baek-san swung the prepared ice shards, provokingly, "How can I miss such an opportunity?" Seeing Baek-san's smugness, Tang Wunwei reminded him, "You're misunderstanding something." He recalled his past experiences as young Wunwei, filled with tragedies. Thus, the murder of his sect's followers didn't provoke much emotion, whether before or now. "My life has always been a struggle against adversity and suffering. That's my life. With what I've gone through, I won't allow myself to fail," Tang Wunwei told himself. Evil energy emanated from his body. He raised his hand, holding his hidden weapons. "Come, I'll give you 3 seconds." Baek-san still hadn't realized Tang Wunwei's true strength, and swung his ice blade. "I want to see how long you can remain arrogant." Two opposing forces were about to clash in battle. He turned into a streak of light and died. Baek-san rushed towards Duong Yen-hui, who was motionless. He glared and commented, "You guys have been defeated by me like that." In Tang Wunwei's dark purple eyes, a terrifying demonic gaze seemed to appear. Baek-san flinched slightly upon seeing. The ice blade in his hand seemed to have reached him, then a plume of smoke erupted, yet nothing changed. Baek-san fell into a space enveloped in darkness, cried out in slight panic, "What kind of formation is this? When was it set up?" His face contorted in a ferocious grimace. He snarled, "Did you think I would attack and prepared this formation?" Tang Wunwei, mysteriously unseen by Baek-san, mocked, "Baek-san, you seem to be close to death. and thus you've overthought things. Why would I dare to charge at a martial artist like you without a plan? Baek-san raised his ice blade defensively, a slight apprehension causing him to cough. Thick, hazy fog obscured his vision. This fog is thorny ghost fog. Could this be the bramble ghost fog formation of the Black Skeleton Ghost Valley? Do you think this simple formation can contain me? Tang Wunwei didn't answer his question, instead provoking him. Try it and see. Baek-san struck a palm into the void, and a purple light flashed. This is the power of an evil god, sending Baek-san flying backward. He was significantly affected, kneeling on the floor, gasping for breath. This isn't just a simple formation, it's a combination of formations that also create obstacles. When Baek-san stated the correct answer, Tang Wunwei readily confirmed, correct, this is a formation I've created by combining various other formations to counter you. And it's called the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. It's a high-level formation combined from many different formations. It has many effects that hinder the enemy, but to deploy it requires a tremendous amount of chi. However, I've only recently been resurrected in this new body as Tang Wunwei, so with my current strength, it's difficult to maintain this formation for long. Tang Wunwei's hazy figure appeared within the fog behind Baek-san, who was still bewildered and terrified, unsure what to do. However, to simplify deployment, I slightly modified the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. Tang Wunwei calmly observed his actions. With my evil purple eyes, I can cast any spell more easily and activate the formation's effects rapidly, disorienting my opponent and hindering their judgment when trying to escape. Therefore, thanks to the modifications to suit my current strength, combined with my purple eyes, the deployment of the formation is now much more efficient. The chi consumption is lower, yet the formation's area is much larger. This can be considered a modification of the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net, creating a formation to my liking. I can temporarily call this new formation the Purple Fantasy Net, a new name for the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net after its improvements, replacing its weaknesses with new strengths. Shortly after, Baek-san regained his composure. He smiled gleefully, raising his ice blade. You may have blended many different formations together, but do you think such a massive formation can be sustained? I'll simply sit quietly and wait for you to run out of chi, and the formation will dissolve. Just as Tang Wunwei had anticipated, he guessed Baek-san would realize this. Without fear, he said, I know what you're thinking. But do you think this formation is merely for containment? Baek-san was stunned, his eyes wide. Suddenly, Baek-san spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The veins on his forehead bulged. He finally understood, wiping the blood from his lips. Poison, Tang Wunwei explained, with the spirit poison incorporated into the formation. As long as you remain within it, the spirit poison will gradually seep into your body. Immediately after, Baek-san coughed, seemingly about to vomit again. Tang Wunwei warned, if you use chi to expel the spirit poison, you'll die even faster. The spirit poison will spread much more rapidly. You think using chi can expel the spirit poison? You're completely wrong. This soul spirit poison has explosive properties. Its spread within the formation is incredibly fast and powerful. Simply regulating your breath won't stop its spread. Previous creatures who came into contact with the ghost poison all met the same tragic end. Furthermore, your body possesses extremely strong yin energy, the perfect condition for the spirit poison to thrive and maximize its effects. Even though Baek-san tries to cover his nose and mouth to minimize the poison's intake, the evil chi is wrapping around his legs. Still refusing to accept reality, he yelled, you damned bastard, don't hide in the formation, come out and face me. Tang Wunwei maintained his composure, sighing softly and replying, why would I come out and face you? I'll wait until the poison completely incapacitates you before I reveal myself. His words drove Baek-san mad. He glared and coughed, a sign of his deteriorating condition. He refused to surrender. His face turned purplish from the poison. He gritted his teeth in defiance. My lifespan is almost over anyway. Baek-san raised his blade, assuming a battle stance. The icy aura emanating from him enveloped the surroundings. I'll use every ounce of life force I have left to fight you to the death. He widened his eyes, focusing intently on a single point. Baek-san brought his blade down with immense force, using the ice soul blade technique. Unexpectedly, it caused the ground to crack, and rock fragments flew everywhere from the heavenly ice slash. Seeing Baek-san determined to break the purple fantasy net with a massive explosion, Tang Wunwei judged. Seems like you're at your wit's end, huh? The smoke gradually dissipated, and he approached, standing before Baek-san. Even if you use all your life force and chi, it won't make a difference. Tang Wunwei sneered triumphantly. The poison has already entered your body. You're like a fish on a chopping block. Baek-san's face turned pale green, partly from the deep poison and the overuse of chi, causing him to spit out blood. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn you. Seeing Tang Wunwei appear while still using the formation to conceal his identity, Baek-san proudly prepared to attack. The spell isn't broken, yet you dare to show yourself. You must be looking for death. Understanding his thoughts, Tang Wunwei replied, you think it's that simple? He effortlessly caught Baek-san's ice blade with his bare hand, his eyes revealing satisfaction at achieving his goal. There are still many surprises awaiting you. He furrowed his brows, his evil face like a true demon, roaring madly. Despite the continuous flow of blood from his mouth, You dare to fight me head-on? Do you think you still have chi after deploying such a high-level formation? Tang Wunwei didn't hide it, helping Baek-san understand. Don't you think I can use various methods to replenish my lost chi? Immediately afterward, he used mystic energy reinforcement, evil demon descent. Still holding the ice blade, his other hand was enveloped in evil chi. He thought to himself, I'm much different now. Baek-san's blade-wielding arm was suddenly caught in a wave of demonic chi. Unprepared, he stared in astonishment. What? Tang Wunwei's two hands slashed out two intersecting streams of chi, successfully pushing Baek-san backward, shouting, Wild Wind Dance, Chaotic Strike. Unprepared for his actions, he was utterly shocked. Martial arts? Your dantian is destroyed. How can you use martial arts? Baek-san's gaze fixated on his opponent. His body was too affected to stand. He looked at Tang Wunwei, emanating a powerful killing intent, and assessed the potent chi radiating from him. These martial arts aren't just for show. They've reached the realm of supernatural skill. How could that bastard be this strong? A massive explosion lit up a portion of the sky. Both engaged in a fierce battle, each launching attacks with internal energy enhanced by the evil demon cultivation, and Tang Wunwei being within his own formation. Baek-san, poisoned and his chi depleted, was going all out, making the spirit poison even more potent, the perfect opportunity for Tang Wunwei to act. Baek-san poured all his remaining strength into one final, fatal blow. The ice blade smashed into the ground, followed by a massive tremor. Tang Wunwei fell to his knees, pushed back quite a distance, and cried out in pain. The spirits of the elders were both worried and panicked as they shouted around him, Young cult leader, are you okay? He has exhausted his life force and chi, yet he is still so strong. It seems like he wants to fight to the death with you. Those spirits were left behind, startled as the significantly injured Tang Wunwei still pressed forward. They could only warn from behind. Be careful, my lord, he silently thought to himself. The stronger he is, the more interesting this becomes. Like that, we have been able to test how much strength we have now. From there we can see our weaknesses and overcome them in the future. Thinking, he strongly reached out to attack first, but Baek-san quickly jumped up to dodge. The two continued their life-or-death struggle. This is the lesson I've always sought. Only through such life-or-death battles can a martial artist fully unleash their potential. Tang Wunwei smiled and thought, in this battle, Baek-san, you will be the prey I hunt. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. He dodged his attacks, then gritted his teeth and retaliated with all his might. I've already seen through some aspects of your unique 12 fierce tiger steps. In Baek-san's next counterattack, he successfully blocked it, thanks to his accumulated experience. Both sensing danger, they simultaneously retreated to a safe distance. Tang Wunwei silently resolved, I will meticulously analyze the weaknesses in your martial arts, and use that to fully unleash my own potential. He focused all his energy, creating a sphere of light in his hand. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Martial arts become far stronger through actual combat. With this demon strength fist, you'll be dead before you even understand what happened, Baek-san. The smile on Tang Wunwei's face deepened, his killing intent clear, reflecting his newly acquired knowledge. I can't blindly use other people's martial arts. I need to combine their strengths and weaknesses, making them my own. While I've grasped some things, I still need creativity and innovation to transform them. The Wild Wind Dance and the basic Mystic Ghost formation are stronger and more powerful now, allowing me to utilize them according to my own style without restriction. He faced the formidable Baek-san without fear. Baek-san before him was like a ferocious demon, screaming savagely. Undeterred, he thought, Baek-san, you are the perfect prey to demonstrate my improved and transformed techniques. Baek-san screamed and attacked wildly, his ice elemental demonic blade techniques infused with demonic power. Tang Wunwei used his understanding of Baek-san's techniques and attacks to analyze them. He refined and changed them from the original, adapting them to a different style. Baek-san's current style is the demonic snow wind, swift, sharp, powerful, and ferocious. Those unable to withstand his full-bodied and soul-infused snow wind would turn to stone. He imagined his own body completely frozen by Baek-san's ice techniques if he failed to counter them. Death would come without warning. Baek-san was intensely focused, his body weakened but still relentlessly unleashing various techniques. Tang Wunwei faced them without fear, instead feeling exhilarated. His smile widened, with the ice elemental blade techniques infused with demonic energy. Each strike carried a chilling aura and deadly sharpness. But he blocked them all with his bare hands, gaining a deeper understanding of his own strength. Thanks to my demon eyes, I can see through his techniques and replicate them. Baek-san was astonished. How can you use my ice blade techniques? You just saw it and replicated it. Facing the relentless barrage of attacks, Tang Wunwei smirked slightly. Both leaped back again. He stood ready, his demonic blade at the ready. Since I've replicated his ice blade techniques, I can learn even more. Combining it with the 12 fierce tiger steps, this combination of positive and negative energy will make my palm strikes incredibly powerful. At that moment, the shadow of a ferocious white tiger appeared behind Tang Wunwei. Without warning, he lunged forward like a roaring white tiger, attacking his prey. Tang Wunwei unleashed his attack, Snow Tiger 12 Blades. The consecutive strikes pummeled Baek-san's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. His face was pale, ignoring his wounds as he questioned, "How can you combine my blade techniques with your own palm strikes? It's impossible, you're a monster." Before spitting out a mouthful of blood, Baek-san cursed, "Damn you." Tang Wunwei didn't get angry. Instead, he found the title fitting. "Monster, I've heard that before." He landed a fatal blow, causing more blood to spurt out along with Baek-san's agonizing scream. Tang Wunwei taunted, "Hearing you say that is somewhat amusing." The battle concluded with Baek-san falling backward, his arm with the ice blade severed. Before his body hit the ground, he stubbornly clung to a sliver of consciousness, muttering, "I can't die like this." Unexpectedly, Baek-san leaped up, striking with his remaining arm. "How can I face the young master after this?" He unleashed the Ice Soul Divine Palm. Tang Wunwei couldn't react in time and received the full force of the attack. The light from the ice palm shone blindingly, obscuring both figures. Tang Wunwei leaped back after receiving Baek-san's palm strike. He crouched down, letting out a strange, sinister laugh. "Junior Heaven Demon, you've grown careless." Baek-san roared like a madman, ignoring his disheveled appearance. "What do you think of our blade demon North Sea Mythos Ice Poison?" He looked down, placing his hand on his chest where the strike landed. A noticeable glow emanated from the area. The spirits surrounding Tang Wunwei were filled with worry. "Young leader, if this continues, your blood vessels will freeze." He mumbled, sensing his blood vessels freezing and the ice poison spreading across his chest. "This ice poison is different from what the blade demon North Sea Mythos usually uses." Seeing this, Baek-san let out a sinister chuckle. "You realize, it will slowly devour your heart and ultimately claim your life." He excitedly exclaimed in his madness, "There's no antidote, it was created to kill you." Finally, Tang Wunwei understood why Baek-san had saved it for last. "This is the weapon you received from the Star Assembly," he silently thought. "I wondered why the blade demon North Sea Mythos dared to attack the Tang clan. So, they have this." His unexpected question surprised and bewildered Baek-san, who couldn't understand how he knew. He didn't answer immediately but countered, "You know about the assembly. Indeed, you are the junior heaven demon. Fortunately, we eliminated you early." Tang Wunwei scoffed. "Eliminated? Who gave you permission to do that?" Tang Wunwei looked at the spirit pills in his hand that were emitting evil energy and assessed. "I killed 5 black-bone swordsmen on the way here." He didn't hesitate to put them all in his mouth at once, to the shock of the spirits. "You've absorbed so many spirit pills, too dangerous, young leader." Tang Wunwei's eyes immediately changed dramatically, and the aura flared up again. His chi erupted, powerfully disrupting the space around him. Baek-san seemed still self-assured, unaware of the impending danger, grinning. "You're struggling in vain, don't you see? This ice poison is incurable." Tang Wunwei silently agreed, just as Baek-san said, "This ice poison was incurable. But I don't intend to cure the poison, I'll use the spirit's poison, the poison I've absorbed so much of." His heart worked at full capacity under the influence of 2 different poisons. Tang Wunwei's actions were deliberate. He wanted to use poison to counteract the poison. His chi flowed through his veins, unblocking the frozen blood vessels and absorbing the poison. The ice poison was indeed a powerful secret technique of the sect. Ice magic suddenly flared in his hands. Tang Wunwei's body emitted abundant cold energy, but the powerful yin energy and toxins were only top-notch elixirs to me. Baek-san stammered, watching him emanate icy cold energy. What is this?" He transformed the cold energy of the heart-corroding ice poison into chi. Tang Wunwei smirked. "You dare attack me, the Demon King, with an ice poison based on yin energy?" Wunwei mocked Baek-san. "It seems you've lost your minds, Baek-san." He trembled and prostrated himself, unable to believe his impending defeat, from the ice soul blade technique to the ice poison. Baek-san's eyes widened as he screamed in agony. "You tricked me from the beginning." As he finished his sentence, Baek-san's eyes lost their light, leaving only the whites. He fell heavily before Tang Wunwei. He feigned pity but laughed heartily. "What a pathetic death for a 4-blade demon, don't you agree, Baek-san?" He carefully examined the motionless corpse. "Now I have my spoils." Tang Wunwei brushed his hands. "I'll use true fire technique to incinerate your corpse to avoid detection." He watched as Baek-san's body was consumed by the flames. Illinois Lo, who had been observing Tang Wunwei's battle, his eyes shining with admiration, excitedly said, "To witness the young leader's power firsthand is an honor." He suddenly sensed a strange aura and unconsciously looked up at the sky. A bird was spreading its wings in the dark night, but with it came a dark, evil aura. He stammered, This aura." Illinois Lo shouted, pointing, "Young master, that's the aura of the Blackbone Ghost Valley, a new enemy." Tang Wunwei calmly reassured him, "Don't worry. That eagle is also Elder Huan's possession. From far to near he is an ally." He reported to the young leader, "The mission to destroy the Jiangxia breeding grounds is complete, and we're returning." The elder spirits also praised, "Elder Huan, long time no see. How many monsters have you eaten? Your body and aura are completely different from before." He also proudly raised his head. Tang Wunwei waved his hand, silencing the spirit. "Be quiet, you destroyed all the breeding grounds, right?" The elder replied, "Yes." He strained, pushing something up his throat, "But there's something I must report." He spat out a glittering red stone. "I found this while destroying the breeding grounds." He frowned, taking the stone. "This is Tang Wunwei seriously announced, "We must leave here immediately." In the air, Gu Minchi flew with someone, questioning, "Are you sure you're tracking the right target?" "The 12 dark ghosts of the Blackbone Ghost Valley," Redbone Terror affirmed confidently. "Rest assured, the beast Jiangxia of our Ghost Valley carry dark mana essence, so they can't escape my lamenting soul tracking." He grumbled, dissatisfied, "HMPH, if they can't escape, why haven't you caught that demon yet?" Redbone Terror stammered, sweating profusely, "There was interference, it wasn't our fault." Minchi disdainfully frowned, "I don't need excuses, lead the way." Redbone Terror cursed inwardly, "Damn cowards." He quickly spotted something and shouted, "It's in that alley." They landed softly in a familiar alley, seemingly still bearing the marks of a fierce. "According to my demon hasn't moved from this alley." Redbone Terror was stunned. What was going on? Tengu Minchi's mood was always tense and he didn't say anything. He looked around, sensing the cold energy. "Is this the blade demon of the North Sea Mythos?" Gu Minchi didn't hide the answer. "I assigned Bexan the task of tracking down the revered demon god Mythos." Redbone Terror began to worry. If he could fight Bexan for several rounds, he must be a master. Minchi stopped before the crystallized ice on the ground, traces of ice poison, and it's the cold energy of the heart-corroding ice poison, using that requires profound internal energy. Gu Minchi pondered suspiciously. Used incorrectly, it can shorten one's lifespan, yet Bexan, a dying man, used it. This made him even more uneasy. Gu Minchi recalled his conversation with Bexan. Redbone Terror sneered, "But it's strange, according to my lamenting soul tracking, that demon should be here." Before he could finish, a hand shot out. Minchi unexpectedly grabbed him by the throat, leaving him no time to react. Redbone Terror was lifted into the air. What is this?" Gu Minchi sternly called out. Redbone Terror. Gu Minchi angrily questioned, "The sect leader ordered me to capture the demon that destroyed the breeding grounds. According to you, it should be here. Not only is there no demon, but there are also traces of Bexan's battle." He drew his sword. "I assigned a Divine Fire sect mage to track it down, and now there are traces of the cold energy of the heart-corroding ice poison, but no sign of movement." Gu Minchi drew his sword and threatened, "The master of the demon and the remnants of the revered demon god Mythos. I need to investigate the connection between the two sides. You must tell me everything you know about the master of that demon." Gu Minchi's face darkened with anger. He growled and threatened, "If you don't want to test the sharpness of this life-stealing sword." Redbone Terror's face turned purple from difficulty breathing. Trembling in fear, he stammered, It's the Nine Dragons branch, the demon we're hunting. It's Solitude, the one we sent to assassinate the second son of the Nine Dragons branch head." Minchi was surprised. The Nine Dragons branch of the Tang clan, the location of the Dark Sovereign assassination plan, but this information wasn't enough. He didn't understand what was going on. "Order him to tell me more details." Redbone Terror continued, "To infiltrate the Nine Dragons branch, we ingratiated ourselves with the branch head's wife. At her request, we sent someone to assassinate the illegitimate second son of the branch clan head. But that swordsman disappeared, and for some reason, Solitude transformed and attacked our cultivation grounds. The Solitude he mentioned is the one possessed by Elder Huan." Gu Minchi finally understood, releasing Redbone Terror with a sigh. "You don't know why. Useless." Still gasping for air from Gu Minchi's actions, he clutched his throat and replied respectfully, "Yes, the Whitebone Wraith Geezer is investigating, but as you know, we haven't been able to fully infiltrate the Nine Dragons branch." Minchi nodded in agreement. "Everyone knows the Tang clan is difficult to penetrate." Redbone Terror's face turned pale. "That's why the investigation is taking so long. The problem is that the illegitimate son doesn't seem to have any backing." He recounted what he knew. Just a few months ago, he was still neglected by the Nine Dragons branch. At that time, Yun Wunwei hadn't possessed Tang Wunwei yet. But suddenly, he changed and started sabotaging the Blackbone Ghost Valley's plans orchestrated by Yun Wunwei's possession. A sense of unease washed over Gu Minchi. She narrowed her eyes. "That illegitimate son is highly suspicious. What's his name?" Redbone Terror nodded, agreeing with the assessment. "Tang Wunwei." He flinched slightly. Gu Minchi gritted her teeth in fury. A chilling aura emanated from her, a sorcerer who can steal and evolve the solitude of the Blackbone Ghost Valley, and the sorcerer's name is Wunwei. That familiar name. Gu Minchi felt a mix of apprehension and anger. The members of the Three Birds of Kunlun simultaneously knelt and chanted, "The Three Birds of Kunlun. Pay respects to the young cult leader." They chanted respectfully before Tang Wunwei. He felt a surge of pride, smiling, "I'm glad you're all safe." Tang Wunwei gently inquired, "So, Leech, you well?" His question instantly cast a dark pall over the atmosphere. The Three Birds of Kunlun trembled, their faces paling. He frowned. Long also felt strange. "Impossible, Liege, is something wrong?" They were all terrified, tears welling up in their eyes. Illinois Low frantically waved his hands. "No, we thought that if the young leader was alive, you would be with the Liege." Tang Wunwei felt anxious and surprised. His master wasn't with them. He demanded, "Tell me what happened." Illinois Low recounted the events, immediately after the massacre at the cult's chambers, when the rebelling 5 Mythoses, attacked the Liege's palace. Our master and the warding demon squad, his protectors, disappeared. Without the liege and the young leader, the revered demon god Mythos was expelled from Tianshan and scattered throughout Zhongyuan and beyond. We, the three birds of Kunlun, struggled to find a new place to settle. To search for our master, we, the revered demon god Mythos, evaded the society's pursuit and searched the world. 6 years later, we discovered a mark you left at the Nine Dragons County Inn. From that moment, the hunt for the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect members began. And we sent the three birds of Kunlun here to investigate. They are among the few remaining loyal followers of the demon-worshipping Divine Fire sect. Tang Wunwei calmly looked at his trembling hand, his eyes tinged with sadness. The duty of a cult leader is to care for their followers, even in times of calamity. I am truly sorry, he said sadly, lowering his eyes and apologizing to the three birds of Kunlun. The three followers of the three birds of Kunlun wept. They were touched by Tang Wunwei's words. Young leader, please don't say that. We are overjoyed that you have returned. He looked up at the dark sky, a full moon hanging above. As you've realized, I am not with my master. The three birds of Kunlun hung their heads, their faces filled with sadness, unsure of how to respond. He turned and walked deeper into the forest, and I haven't been able to restore myself to the state I was 6 years ago. Tang Wunwei thought sadly, although the warding demon squad disappeared with my master, our enemies are the society and the 5 demon Mythoses, who support them. Moreover, if my master was safe, he would have reunited everyone over the past 6 years. He couldn't help but remember the image of his master, a heart-wrenching sadness washing over him. Tang Wunwei, experiencing this for the first time, silently asked his master in his memory, Master, what should we do? His thoughts continued, but were interrupted by the timid call of his followers, Young leader. What should we do? Tang Wunwei snapped out of his reverie. He turned to look at them. Right. I've only been back for 2 months, but they've waited 6 years. Tang Wunwei saw the 3 of them seriously awaiting his orders. Long's loyalty remained despite the passing time. He remembered his master's words. Remember this, Wunwei. Liege of the heavenly demon cult, Tang Wunwei, changed completely, returning to a serious state, his sadness gone. All demons must bow to us. These words were deeply ingrained in Tang Wunwei's mind. The 3 birds of Kunlun were startled, their eyes widening in awe. He raised both hands to the sky, and they looked up. Divine flames erupted from the Sichuan divine fire, Tang Wunwei's magical energy surging and flowing from his palms. He gathered that chi into his hands, incinerating all enemies and burning all foes, the revered demon god Mythos. Tang Wunwei's display not only moved the 3 birds of Kunlun to tears, but even the spirits and the solitude possessed by Elder Huan were similarly awestruck. Tang Wunwei spread his arms wide, declaring boldly, I will lead you in my master's stead. He smiled confidently, and I will prepare for your return. To be able to do that, do you trust me and follow me? Tang Wunwei looked at them seriously. The 3 birds of Kunlun immediately kowtowed sincerely, shouting, Please lead us. Wunwei felt very pleased and grateful. Thank you. He also thought to himself, First, I must gather the revered demon god Mythos, those who have scattered everywhere. Then Tang Wunwei interrogated, Who commands you now? Illinois Lo immediately replied, one of the 5 sword captains, the vampiric spectre. Tang Wunwei was quite surprised by this news. The vampiric sect leader is still safe. It's thanks to the first heavenly demon, he seriously reported. We will return and report this good news to the vampiric spectre. The red-haired boy and the blue-haired boy, after hearing Illinois Lo, advised, Brother, you should stay and assist the young leader. Just the 2 of us will go. He was very embarrassed by their opinion. He agreed. Then go see him and tell him. The new sect leader of the revered demon god Mythos is waiting for him at Tang Clan Manor. Under the bright moonlight, he declared without hesitation. Scene change. After that conversation, a carriage creaked under the quiet night. Tang Wunwei, with a haggard face and dark circles under his eyes, wearily asked the spirits, You don't like it there? They were very worried about his health, warning, Your internal injuries are very serious. You unleashed your internal energy before stabilizing your mind. Your condition is critical. You could experience energy deviation at any time. The 2 spirit elders spoke fearfully. The combination of your soul and body is unstable. You overexerted yourself absorbing the poison. Solitude, possessed by Elder Huan, nervously added, I really don't understand how you can still stay conscious. Tang Wunwei frankly stated, To my followers, I am not just a ruler or a person in power, but also a god. The spirits exclaimed in surprise and confusion. He explained, That's what my master told me. Worship means looking up to someone great. If that person humbles himself, the eyes of the followers will also look down. Tang Wunwei clenched his fist determinedly. When my master is absent, I must become a guiding light for my followers to trust and rely on. Even if it's a lonely and thorny path, the spirits were moved by his noble words, Young leader. Tang Wunwei gasped from exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, he continued to ponder. When I heard these words, I couldn't understand my master's feelings. Now, I understand that loneliness. He touched his chest, the area affected by Baeksan's ice palm. Anyway, the important thing now is to heal this body, Solitude said. You need to rest for at least a month. Tang Wunwei's eyes sharpened as he looked at Elder Huan in solitude. I don't have time to rest. The ceremony to welcome the Dark Sovereign is in a few days. He nervously sweated. Then the important thing is to refine the yin energy and harmonize it with your understanding. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei quickly sat up straight, crossed his legs, prepared to follow, then questioned, is that the only way? I'll have to do it. The spirit elders were startled. Young leader, you intend to meditate in a moving carriage? He sighed wearily. I must deal with this yin energy before my internal injuries worsen. The cause of these injuries is due to the instability of my mind due to my comprehension, and I absorbed too much energy, causing the energy flows to become imbalanced and mixed together. I must separate them, eliminate the unnecessary energy flows and refine them. Tang Wunwei pondered, a new essence refined and adjusted to suit my body, eliminating unnecessary elements. If I introduce this essence into the middle dantian, immediately, yin and cold energy emanated from his body in meditation, melting into the space around him. Solitude exclaimed in amazement, impossible, you analyzed each energy flow and then refined them. That's an incredibly difficult task, astonishing concentration, only the young leader could do this. The cold energy gradually dissipated, and the yin energy around him decreased daily, signaling success. The spirits cheered, the yin energy is under control, you've done it. Tang Wunwei calmly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The spirits and Solitude erupted in joyous celebration. Congratulations on your achievement, you've created a middle dantian cultivation technique in this situation, truly, the young leader. Suddenly, he became sullen and displeased. What are you talking about? Created a middle dantian cultivation technique? He was astonished and confused by Tang Wunwei's attitude and reaction. Solitude flapped its wings in confusion, and the spirits did the same. Didn't you just manipulate the qi in the middle dantian as you wished? Tang Wunwei also asked in confusion. What do you mean? He explained, causing Tang Wunwei to suddenly understand that's the purpose of cultivating a middle dantian technique. Solitude, Elder Huan, calmly explained, causing Tang Wunwei to doubtfully touch his chest. You controlled the qi in the middle dantian, the place containing the mixture of magical power, internal energy, and the cold energy of the heart-corroding ice poison, according to your will. Therefore, you created a cultivation technique perfectly suited to yourself. Finally, he concluded with advice, let the essence operate and reorganize what you have understood, that is, reorganizing Solitude's words. Tang Wunwei finally concluded, satisfiedly clenching his fist, my own middle dantian cultivation technique, right. The Phantom King Tome, the cultivation technique I used from my previous life, stored in the upper dantian, the heavenly demon warding heart arts, the secret art of the heavenly demon cult's liege, which I will cultivate in the future, stored in the lower dantian. If I master both, I can become one of the 10 greatest masters. But that's when the opponent is from this world. The enemies I will face in the future are the Assembly, those said to have reached the astral heaven realm, and they are the ones who might take advantage of the situation to attack the Manhwa zone when they are in trouble. Tang Wunwei seriously calculated, if I only use the Phantom King Tome or the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart Arts, I can't defeat them. But he suddenly smirked triumphantly. If this middle dantian cultivation technique can combine magical power and internal energy. The spirits and Solitude Elder Huan nodded. Although it's a thorny path, based on what we've witnessed, the young leader will surely succeed. Gaining their trust, he became even more confident in his own thoughts. Yes, I've decided. Tang Wunwei took out a blue energy pill and fell into deep thought. It possesses water properties and moves like a dragon, so I'll call it Black Dragon, and it's as pure as qi, so I'll call it Black Dragon Water True Energy. He looked at it and smiled slightly, and my middle dantian mind method uses this kind of gas, the L Black Dragon Qi Arts. At the Tang clan branch, it was bustling with people. A report rang out, Pavilion Master, all preparations are complete. Tang Jiujin bowed respectfully, thanking the Righteous Wind Squad leader for coming to assist personally. The Pavilion Master smiled and replied, this is our duty. If that thug had reported fully, things would have been much smoother. Suddenly, someone in front was surprised to see something and made a sound of surprise. A carriage was slowly approaching. That person wondered, it's still so early, who? He approached the carriage and said to Illinois Low, who was driving it, stop a moment, what are you doing at the Tang clan branch? Someone stepped down from the carriage and asked, what's going on? We're returning after completing our mission, the other person exclaimed in surprise, young Master Wunwei. Tang Jin was surprised by his appearance, standing still. Then she ran to hug Tang Wunwei and called, Wunwei I was surprised by Tang Ju's extreme action. Jin asked confusedly, hey big sister, are you coming to pick me up? She looked around and then touched her own body. Tang Wunwei asked with concern, did you get hurt anywhere, little brother? He replied awkwardly, no. Hearing that, Tang Gaijin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, that's right, if I returned so early, I probably wouldn't have any gains this trip. It's a bit regrettable, but at least I'm back safe. Then she said dejectedly, it's been exhausting. Tang Wunwei proudly held up a cloth bag containing something white after the battle with Baek-san, smiling and boasting, it's all right, I eliminated the battle maniac of the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos in Daocheng County before returning. Hearing that, Tang Gaijin was extremely dubious. Then she finally understood and exclaimed in shock, little brother, you finished the job before coming back. Scene change, inside the Tang clan branch. Baek-san's soul was bound by chains, and he angrily roared, "Junior Heaven Demon." Tang Wunwei stood before him, controlling the magical chains with one hand, and said, "You should be grateful that I ended it at this level, Baek-san." Baek-san went crazy, continuing to scream and yell, tormenting other souls into fragments, then using the power of the Demon King to recover. Repeating the process, he cried, "Please kill me." The wandering spirits, seeing this, felt happy and murmured to each other, becoming complete wandering spirits. It seems he still has compassion. He went out of the room after interrogating Baek-san and muttered to himself, "Alright, I've extracted all the information about the Blade Demon North Sea mythos that Baek-san possessed. The sun is high now, they must be arriving soon." Suddenly, Tang Jian ran in, throwing open the door and urgently shouting, "Master Wunwei." Tang Wunwei, as if expecting it, glanced outside and said, "They've arrived." He entered and asked, "I heard you caused a big commotion." He calmly recounted, "What big commotion? I eliminated the demonic cult and enhanced the reputation of the Nine Dragons branch of the Tang clan." Tang Jian's face turned serious as he questioned, "I'm not talking about the demonic cult, but about the beating you gave the Taoists of the Lion sect." Tang Wunwei nonchalantly replied, "Oh, that, I don't remember them, they weren't impressive." He chuckled and treated it as insignificant. So what, it was just a minor scuffle. Would the Lion Sword Emperor personally come to demand retribution? Tang Jian anxiously confirmed, yes. Tang Wunwei was still confidently joking, but it turned out to be accurate. He froze as Tang Jian continued, "The Lion Sword Emperor himself has come to demand an explanation." His expression immediately turned serious. A minor clash between junior disciples, yet a person lauded as a regional hegemon has to personally come. Tang Jian sighed dejectedly, "You heard correctly." Tang Wunwei scratched his head and sighed, I only intended to receive praise, but instead I have to endure nagging." Tang Jian urged him, "Anyway, let's go, let's see the branch clan head." Scene change, the Tang clan's main hall. Entering the hall, followed by Tang Jian, Tang Wunwei clasped his hands respectfully and greeted Tang Hozan. "Father." Tang Wunwei has completed his mission and returned. Tang Hozan looked at him with a serious expression. Tang Hozan said in a low voice, "Besides the head of the elder from the Blackbone Ghost Valley that you promised to bring back, that incident alone has caused a great shock to the Tang clan. You also brought the head of the battle maniac, Baek-san, of the Blade Demon North Sea mythos, whom you just fought and defeated. Incidentally, you also clashed with the Lion sect, causing the Lion Sword Emperor to come here personally." Tang Hozan recounted his actions. Tang Wunwei calmly replied, addressing the matter that brought him here, "The conflict with the Lion sect was unavoidable during the mission. Moreover, I have something else to present." Tang Hozan asked in surprise and anticipation, "Something else to present?" He reached into his clothes and took out several sheets of paper, presenting the entire plan devised by the Blade Demon North Sea mythos. This was the overall picture. Tang Hozan looked at the papers Tang Wunwei held and was shocked to the point of chills. Seeing this, he was extremely proud, waving the papers. "Is this enough qualification for me to join the branch clan head's game? As you mentioned before, it should be enough, right?" A moment later, on a long, secret staircase leading to an unknown place underground, Tang Jian and Tang Wunwei followed Tang Hozan. Tang Wunwei thought to himself, "If I had known about this place earlier, I would have turned Tang Hozan into a wandering spirit." But then at the last steps, there is a door below. "I'm afraid that just keeping an eye on a dangerous person like Namgong-san, Young, and the henchman of the Reno-Wed Namgoon clan has made me sometimes reveal my flaws." Tang Wunwei's face darkened as Tang Hozan opened the door, revealing a strong light from the room within. He stared into the room, thinking, "This is beyond my imagination." Unexpected vast space was hidden underground. Tang Wunwei saw a huge map on the wall, with several people standing beside densely packed bookshelves. An anxious wandering spirit quickly pointed at something. "Young cult leader, please look at this. This is a map of the world, not only Zhongyuan but also the outer regions, and it's accurate." They carefully studied the map, constantly discussing. In the center is Sichuan, to the right are Zhongyuan and Haidong, to the left are Tibet, vast Xinjiang and the western regions. Further away are India and Europe. Large and small sects and their strengths are marked, along with their main characteristics, number of personnel, relationship with the Tang clan, and future development directions. Tang Wunwei also approached to observe. He was surprised to find that even Tianshan, where the heavenly demon cult was located, and the location of the new heaven and earth of the half-immortal, were meticulously recorded. Tang Gun had been observing him from a distance while he was deep in thought. "Now I understand what the Tang clan is plotting." Suddenly, Tang Gun appeared beside, smiling brightly. "Amazing. The Lord allowed Master Wunwei to enter here immediately." Tang Wunwei's eyes widened in surprise. "The steward of the Nine Dragons branch, Tang Gun. I wondered where he usually was, so he's here." He raised his fan, covering his mouth as usual, his voice suggestive of inquiry and investigation. "What do you think of this Wind Evolution Center?" Looking at the map, Tang Wunwei answered solemnly, "The Wind Evolution Center, does that mean you want to stir up the world?" Considering the purpose of this map, it shows where they are aiming, the world, even encroaching on Europe. A thought flashed through his mind, a global network. Tang Gun suddenly became excited, confirming his answer. Exactly. In a flash, He rushed to Tang Ho-san. He earnestly pleaded, "Please give Master Woonwee to me." Master Woonwee's mind undoubtedly contains the gift of divinity. Tang Gun acted possessed, quickly pointing at Tang Woonwee, praising him incessantly. That mind, that courage, that vision, and everything he's shown so far. Tang Woonwee frowned at Tang Gun's assessment, thinking, wait a minute, what's wrong with my personality? He confidently introduced himself with sweet words, painting a picture of the Tang clan's future. Everything will be perfect, an original rough gem. If you give him to me, I can, within 20 years, no, 10 years, make the Sichuan Tang clan the #1 power in the world. Tang Jian was startled by the confident declaration. Wait, what are you talking about? He excitedly refuted Tang Gun's ideas. Anyone can see that the path Master Woonwee has taken is one of dominance, is not a bookworm like you. Tang Gun covered his mouth with his fan again, creating a mysterious aura, and then laughed and said, for the Tang clan, the most important thing is not domineering, but a heart of iron that can achieve anything aimed for. Martial arts, strategy, all are just tools to complete the goal. Tang Jian angrily shouted, no matter how correct his reasoning is, so you intend to swallow the young master in the room to turn him into a bookworm, while the young master possesses such outstanding martial arts talent. The two people's eyes looked at each other as if sparks were flying. Tang Gun could no longer endure it and directly confronted him. What bookworm? That was the Lord's aptitude. Martial arts could be trained in the clan, but the Lord's aptitude could only be tempered when standing in a position to see through the world. Tang Jian gritted his teeth and angrily shouted back, what did you say? Tang Ho and San also spoke up to stop them, causing the two people arguing to freeze. Stop. Which path Woonwee takes next is his own choice. The seduction will be discussed later. Both Tang Jian and Tang Gun are at the same time confused and want to argue more. After saying that, he turned to introduce Tang Woonwee, who was still stunned and hadn't fully processed the information. Woonwee, you've seen correctly. This place is established by the Tang clan to control the world. Tang Ho, San with his deep voice and promising ideals mixed with the ambition of the patriarch. In Jianghu, people often call Tang clan Sichuan the place to block the evil forces and lure him from the outside world. Typically the heavenly demon cult cannot cross the border and enter Zhongyuan. The Tang clan, based here, can stand against powerful forces like the heavenly demon cult. Both of them stood in front looking at the vast map. Tang Ho, San confessed, but we, patriarch and our Tang clan absolutely do not intend to let everything end with just that title. The path that externeo forces, Tang clan Sichuan we will become the citadel. That is the great ideal that the Tang clan leaders plan to achieve that goal. He gave a cunning smile, his eyes reflecting a vast ambition, an unassailable fortress, standing tall and proud, overlooking the world, with both Zhongyuan and the outer regions beneath its feet. Then Tang Ho, San turned slightly to look at Tang Woonwee behind, but for that position to truly be firmly established here, first our Tang clan must become an impregnable fortress, a fortress that even the fanatics of the heavenly demon cult cannot shake. He showed a slight indignation, his hand slamming down on the table as he recalled the past. Half a year ago, we received news that the demonic cult fanatics dared to plan to assassinate the patriarch. More precisely, the Reno Wed Namgung clan was using the demonic cult as a blade to assassinate the patriarch. He lowered his eyes when mentioning this after a thorough investigation. Initially, we intended to stop it immediately, but the patriarch said, if we stop it in advance, wouldn't we only be able to catch the tail? We have to grab the whole body. That's what Tang Moonhyuk reminded Tang Ho-san while reading the investigation report. The old man grinned and confidently volunteered, I will be the resting bait, and so this plan was made. A plan to eliminate the demonic cult by exploiting the Dark Sovereign's assassination plot. Therefore, this place was established and is now the top priority. Tang Woonwee, standing beside him, finally spoke up. The Dark Sovereign intends to use this assassination to legitimize himself. The demonic cult will again invade Zhongyuan, so the Tang clan will gather its strength as before. He silently appraised Tang Moonhyuk's actions, betting his own life on this plan. The Dark Sovereign, Tang Moonhyuk, is truly insane. His decisive actions and incredible intelligence network were admirable, but his face darkened as he hesitantly said, but this plan will fail. Tang Ho, San suddenly startled, turned to look at Tang Woonwee. The atmosphere became more tense than ever, for he knew that the information about the cult within this plan was the biggest variable. Suddenly, Tang Woonwee spoke up in protest, unable to successfully say this sentence, causing Tang Ho and San to be startled and look over in surprise. With a serious expression, he asked, failure, what makes you say that? You'd better be careful what you say. Tang Gun saw the tense atmosphere and interrupted between Tang Woonwee and Tang Ho. San, young master may not know, but we are fully prepared to deal with this attack. The mechanisms, the troop deployment within the manor, even the actions of the Patriarch's guard are all part of the plan, he proudly declared, raising the fan in his hand. Woonwee then interrupted, the documents here, the tactical formations and orders on this round table, all prove that the Wind Evolution Center has created a meticulous plan based on excellent intelligence. Tang Gun was confused, you know this and still dare to speak nonsense. Tang Woonwee took out a piece of paper which recorded the clues he gathered from Baek San and continued, this is the information we just got from the ghost messenger. Tang Gun took the paper, read it, and exclaimed in surprise and excitement, "This information about the positions of the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos and the Blackbone Ghost Valley invading the Nine Dragons County, is it a preliminary plan too?" Tang Ho-san was also surprised by this information and asked how much of a match it was. He moved the positions on the map based on the paper, replying in astonishment, "Compared to what the Wind Evolution Center has gathered, it's 9 parts identical, with only a minor discrepancy. The combat strength is also almost the same as our predicted scenarios. With this accuracy, the source seems to come from within." Tang Gun is ambiguous, sharp eyes with many implications for Tang Ho-san. He dismissed Tang Gun and asked Tang Woonwi, "Woonwi, you mean you want to supplement the entire plan outlined by the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos?" He confirmed without hesitation, "Yes." Tang Ho-san touched the map and continued, "The accuracy of the information you brought has been confirmed. You also highly appreciate the battle strength of the Wind Evolution Center. Then, based on what you know, what makes you think this plan will fail?" he asked in a low voice, probing. Tang Woonwi coldly replied, "The reason is simple, the prediction of the demonic cult's strength is wrong. The demonic cult is currently a level stronger than predicted by the branch clan head and the Wind Evolution Center." Tang Ho-san frowned in surprise, but still doubted, "Was the prediction of strength wrong? Do you think me and the former members of the Wild Wind Squad have never confronted the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos? The possibility of them becoming stronger after the Civil War has also been taken into account." Looking at the chess piece representing the demonic cult on the map, Tang Woonwi explained, "But it still wasn't enough." He silently assessed in his mind, "Incredible." He was incredibly surprised by the Tang clan's strength and meticulous planning. Even after cautiously raising their enemy assessment, they still managed to devise a strategy for victory. But that's only if the enemy is ordinary. Whitebone and Baek-san, blessed by the cult, are far stronger than when I captured them 6 years ago, Tang Woonwi thought with some apprehension. He recalled his fight with them, once caught in the soul-restraining fantasy net. Without powerful magical power, escape is difficult. The cold energy of the heart-corroding ice poison consumes a lot of chi, but if hit, it's impossible to resist. He remembered risking himself against Baek-san. Then Tang Woonwi continued his assessment, plus other support from the cult. The current strategy is far from enough to cope with them. Tang Ho, exuding a gloomy and threatening aura, asked, "What do you mean? Is that in the end our Sichuan Tang clan is still not ready to confront the demonic cult?" Tang Woonwi immediately replied, "Yes, that's my opinion." He tried to remain calm but couldn't hide the tension and challenge in his eyes. "If you assert that, then prove it. Prove our prediction is wrong. And that you were right. Bet with your own life." Tang Ho-san officially exploded with a terrifying aura. He raised his hand, a green aura emanating. "I've currently adjusted my strength to match the Wind Evolution Center's prediction of the typical level of an enemy captain. If, as you say, the demonic cult is a level stronger than our prediction, then someone who successfully eliminated the Northwind Ghost Baek-san like you should be able to defeat me." He clenched his fist, warning, "But if it's within our prediction, you will die." Under the secret technique of Tang clan, the Thousand Clan Poison Hand, Tang Woonwi looked at Tang Ho-san without fear. Tang Gun exclaimed in panic, "Master, Lord, this condition is too harsh." Tang Jian also intervened, "Young Master Woonwi, if you apologize now, the Lord might." When Tang Ho-san finished speaking, something was glowing on Tang Woonwi's chest. He glared at him and interrupted Tang Jian's words. Sure enough, Master Van Die had misjudged. Then a terrifying power radiated from Tang Woonwi. Tang Jian was astonished and shouted, "What? It hasn't even been a week since you opened your middle dantian." Tang Ho-san was also amazed, but he didn't falter. He stubbornly clung to his thoughts. "Where exactly did I go wrong? Your current anger and achievement are indeed commendable. But you are still weaker than the enemy I assessed." Both of them simultaneously released powerful auras, weighing down the atmosphere. Tang Woonwi confirmed, "That's right, but the Northwind Ghost Baek-san, whom I defeated, was even a level stronger than the aura the branch clan head is emitting now." Hearing this, his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. He asked, "Then how did you defeat the Northwind Ghost?" He emitted power from both hands, assuming a battle stance, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It's best I demonstrate directly." Tang Ho-san raised his right arm, releasing a green aura. "You don't reveal your cards easily. I commend you for that." As soon as he finished, Tang Woonwi swiftly leaped forward, and the father and son began to fight, moving from left to right. Tang Gun and Tang Jian could only watch in dismay as the two moved across the room. Tang Gun stood there, fanning his face, watching the room filled with flying documents. Suddenly, Tang Jian grabbed his hair, causing him so much pain that his face turned purple. He yelled, "Let go, I said let go." In the midst of battle, while dodging Tang Ho-san's attacks, Tang Woonwi thought, "He's still holding back." His eyes glanced at him. He had been observing his every move. "He's been following my movements to their end." But the attack came a beat late. As soon as he thought that, Tang Ho-san swiped his hand, and a brilliant golden energy appeared. He maintained the combat capabilities of the enemy captain he had established. He figured it out, and leaped back to a safe distance. He wanted to prove that the data from the Wind Evolution Center and his own collection were accurate. Tang Wenhui looked at him and made a subtle assessment. It was infuriating. Tang Wenhui's eyes turned bloodshot, and in a flash, he attacked. Tang Hosan frowned and said, "This is the enemy's swordsmanship." He thought to himself, but his hands still blocked his attack. It wasn't just imitation, he had skillfully incorporated it into his own martial arts. Continuing, Tang Hosan retaliated and spoke first, "Your strength is clear, but it's not enough to prove your words." He had fought Tang Wenhui for a while, but still hadn't acknowledged him. As soon as he finished, Tang Hosan's hand struck Tang Wenhui's chest. Loud bangs echoed through the air, followed by a roaring explosion throughout the cellar. A bright light flashed between them, with quite a bit of blood spraying out. It was unclear whose it was. Tang Jian's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Young Master Wenhui." Tang Hosan, on the other hand, was displeased, unable to hide his resentment. Astonishing. It turned out his blow only grazed Tang Wenhui's shoulder. Tang Hosan said, "The 1,000 clan poison hand's venom will block a blood vessel, but you cut yourself before being poisoned to prevent the venom from entering." His hand now glowed purple, emitting poisonous energy that countered Tang Hosan's strike. "Furthermore, you recklessly charged despite being partially poisoned by the Tang clan's 1,000 clan poison hand. An enemy of the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos would have fallen long ago." It turned out Tang Wenhui had intentionally injured himself to launch a counterattack. This changed Tang Hosan's view of him. They stopped fighting. Tang Wenhui turned to him and said with a smile, "I knew the branch clan head only viewed me as an enemy, so I acted accordingly," he replied. "That's why I was astonished." Tang Gun frantically hugged the documents, yelling angrily, "Stop it already. If you want to destroy the Wind Evolution Center, kill me first." Only then did Tang Hosan seriously ask, "Wenhui, you once claimed that the Wind Evolution Center's plan would fail." He treated his words as wind, ignoring Tang Jian, comforting the heartbroken and collapsed Tang Gun. "Even if I'm restricting my chi, do you have a countermeasure?" At this point, Tang Hosan had to acknowledge him and ask his opinion. Tang Wenhui confidently replied, "Of course." Scene change, the main hall of the Tang clan. Tang Hosan wonders what it is. He looked at his hand emitting purple energy and pondered, "Then I'll take my leave." Tang Hosan looked at his left palm and coldly snorted to himself. "Even if I'm restricting my chi." Tang Hosan didn't finish his sentence. He clenched his poisoned hand in anger. He looked at Tang Gun, who hung his head in dejection, while Tang Jian stammered, "Lord, I..." Tang Hosan continued with his arms crossed, "I understand your meaning." The other was startled and exclaimed, "Lord, you're being too much." Tang Hosan seemed to read Tang Jian's mind when he mentioned Tang Wenhui. When Wenhui showed his talent and was chosen to inherit the Wild Wind Squad, your heart leaned towards him, didn't it? He was hit where it hurt, stunned and flustered. He stammered, that. Tang Hosan closed his eyes slightly, then sighed and continued, "Even if you weigh me and Wenhui against each other, I won't be angry. I know you stayed because of the Wild Wind Squad." Tang Jian's face was gloomy. He softly called, "Lord." Tang Hosan thought back to his youth and his time with him. "I promised that one day I would help you set foot on that land again. Before that day comes, trust and follow me." That's what Lord Tang Hosan had once told Tang Jian. Tang Hosan also confessed, "Because I cannot become the new leader of the Wild Wind Squad." Finally, Tang Gun interrupted, "Lord, before you talk about my plan, I have a question. Do you intend to make young Master Wenhui the successor?" Ho San was surprised by Tang Gun's sudden question. "Why did you mention the matter of succession?" Tang Gun's eyes turned cold, and he replied with hidden meaning, "If you still don't trust young Master Wenhui, then don't give him any position. If you suspect, don't use him. If you use him, don't suspect." The most dangerous thing in the world is to both suspect and entrust someone with a task. Indeed, a worthy aid of Tang Hosan, offering invaluable advice. Turning around, he extended both hands in a welcoming gesture and suggested, "If you still doubt the information young Master Wenhui brings back, let him act independently as he always has. We just need to trust our own preparations and prevent the demonic cult's attack." Tang Gun snapped his fan shut and continued, "But if you want to trust young Master Wenhui." Tang Gun seemed to have a good impression of him and encouraged him, "Then place your trust in him." He began to reason with Tang Hosan. "Furthermore, Miss Ju Jin has no interest in the position of successor, and young Master Yu Chang is not qualified." At this point, he seemed to understand Tang Gun's intention and replied, "You want to see my reaction for fun, don't you?" He pondered the advice he had just received. Trust. Then he recalled a conversation after the battle with Tang Wenhui. Tang Hosan asked, "Do you have a countermeasure?" Tang Wenhui calmly replied, "Of course, I do." He probed further, "What is it?" Tang Wenhui sneered, "Very simple. Entrust this plan entirely to me." He confidently nominated himself, placing his hand over his chest. Returning to reality, Tang Hosan sighed, "Fine, then, let's decide that way." The next day, at the main hall of the Nine Dragons branch, a large sign was hung, "Second Young Master." All members of the Tang clan gathered to read it. Tang Wenhui was officially appointed as the new branch clan head. Tang Wenhui stood arms crossed before a lavishly prepared and beautifully arranged feast, his face showing surprise before he exclaimed. Illinois Lo approached, bowing slightly. clasped his hands and respectfully said, "My lord, I apologize, today is your inauguration as the Vice Branch clan head, but the kitchen is severely lacking in ingredients, so I could only prepare this much for now." He turned, surprised by the boy's words. First of all, the boy became irritated, clenching his right fist and raising it as he explained to his master, "I just reprimanded the incompetent Hyonsam. I've ordered him to quickly supplement the ingredients, so soon there will be dishes more to your liking, my lord." The spirits appeared, sighing in admiration. They were extremely pleased with Illinois Lo's words and actions. Immediately running off to complete his task, they couldn't help but praise. Truly a devoted follower, his loyalty to his liege is precious. Tang Wunwei glared at the spirits, making the atmosphere gloomy. They were terrified by his cold voice. It must be very different from those traitors. The spirits, feeling guilty, stammered in self-defense. We, your humble servants, now." But Tang Wunwei's voice cut them off. "Enough." He smiled faintly and muttered, "Bad Tang Ho-san said he'd give me full authority to handle this, yet he dumped the Vice Branch clan head's duties on me right before the grand ceremony." Then Tang Wunwei silently recalled the past, the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos plot to welcome guests, negotiations with the Tang clan, preparations for the Dark Sovereign's banquet, and the arrangement of ceremonies. Tang Wunwei's mouth twitched several times. He rubbed his head wearily. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. While deep in thought, a woman's bright voice suddenly rang out. She rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, you've prepared such a grand feast." It turned out to be Tang Jujin. Drunk, her face flushed, she ran over, holding a bottle of wine, excitedly saying, "Wunwei, congratulations on your appointment as Vice Branch clan head." Tang Wunwei was a little flustered, but still managed to smile, bowing and replying, "Thank you, big sister." Tang Jujin noticed his attitude and angrily scowled. "What's with that expression? Are you unhappy that I came?" Tang Wunwei smiled awkwardly, trying to deflect. "You've already been drinking, haven't you?" Tang Jujin sat on the windowsill, raising her wine bottle excitedly. "Today is a joyous day. It's the day Wunwei is recognized by the clan." He smiled and replied, "It's also the day you're freed from the succession you didn't want." She scratched her head sheepishly, her secret revealed. She laughed it off. I've been found out." He added, "You're better suited to the serene atmosphere of Qingcheng than the intrigues of the Tang clan." Tang Jujin turned her head to look at the distant sky, confirming, "That's right, these past months of sword training at Qingcheng have been the happiest time of my life." She smiled happily, genuinely joyful and gentle, unlike her usual self. Seeing Tang Jujin like that, Tang Wunwei thought to himself, "She's not irresponsible. She must have trained extensively at Qingcheng, cultivating herself to inherit the branch clan. But all her years of effort have been in vain, yet she sincerely congratulates me." He looked at Tang Jujin's genuine expression, unable to help but wonder. Soon after, Tang Wunwei pulled up a chair and said, "My servant says the food will be served soon. Why don't you stay for dinner?" She seemed to have been waiting for this, immediately jumping down. She'd been waiting for those words. Tang Jujin firmly placed her wine bottle on the table and smiled. "I also brought a good bottle of wine." Tang Wunwei's face turned pale when he looked closely at the bottle. He stammered, "This is," she pointed at the wine, smiling slyly as if confirming his thoughts, "Maiden's red wine. It's a rare wine. You only get to drink it a few times in your life." He was surprised that Tang Jujin brought this wine. He considered the process. According to Sichuan custom, when a girl is born, wine is brewed and laid down. It's only opened when she gets married or achieves a great feat to celebrate. This bottle should have been opened when Tang Jujin became Vice Branch clan head. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Wunwei asked a question that made Tang Jujin embarrassed. "Is it alright to drink it now?" Her face reflected in her bottle of Maiden's red wine. She smiled softly. "Yes, because today is even more joyful for me than the day I become Vice Branch clan head." Hearing that, he felt relieved, picked up the wine bottle, prepared to open it, and smiled. "If you say so, then I'll open it." Suddenly, Tang Jian jumped in through the window, carrying several bottles of wine, shouting, "Congratulations, young Master Wunwei." Tang Wunwei turned around, not looking very welcoming. He helplessly pointed his thumb towards the door. "Master Wu, the door's over there." Tang Jian happily hummed, grinning. "Hey, it's a joyous day. Don't be picky about small things. I brought plenty of wine. Let's drink freely tonight." Tang Jujin stood up, peeking from behind Tang Wunwei to greet him. "Hello, Uncle Jian." He became even happier, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, hello, Miss Jujin." As soon as Tang Jian finished speaking, he felt something strange. His entire body stiffened, feeling like something was wrong. Tang Jian immediately turned and used it as an excuse to leave. "Young Master Wunwei, I have urgent business. I'll take my leave." Tang Wunwei, as if knowing what he was thinking, stepped forward and patted his shoulder to stop him. "No need to go anywhere, Master Wu. She's here to congratulate me too." He finally relaxed, sat down, scratched his head with his right hand, and forced a smile, breathing a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I was intruding on a serious conversation and was sweating profusely." Tang Jian quickly spotted the Maiden's red wine on the table. He asked in surprise, "Oh, you've already opened the wine?" Tang Wunwei said something that felt like a slap in the face. "It's Maiden's red wine. And the one who brought it is Tang Jin. She quickly poured wine for everyone and reassured him. Don't worry, Uncle Jian, I'm relieved to be free from the succession. She then warmly offered him wine. Come, have a drink, uncle. Tang Jian cooperatively raised his cup with both hands. Tang Jian happily offered his cup to receive the wine she poured. Ha ha, in that case, I won't be polite. Tang Jin turned to pour for Tang Wenwei. Next was Wenwei. He happily offered his cup towards the wine bottle for her to pour for him. Finally it was his turn to pour for her. Tang Jin looked at the wine being poured into the cup, happily praising, the smell is so fragrant. After everyone had their wine in their cups, Tang Ju and Jin raised their cups and excitedly opened the show, then for the future of Wenwei and the branch family. Then the three of them raised their cups high, clinking them together and joyfully shouting in unison, cheers. After drinking, they started the celebratory feast. Tang Jin was the first to pick up food from the table and take a bite. She was amazed and exclaimed in praise, wow, Wenwei, you've found a truly skilled chef. Tang Wenwei seemed to suddenly remember something and said, oh, sister. Tang Jin, her cheeks bulging with food, turned around in confusion. If you've opened the maiden's red wine, what will your relationship with Qingqing's great pupil be like? He boldly asked the fatal question, causing Tang Jin to spit out her food. She became extremely agitated by Tang Wenwei's question. Tang Jin slammed her bowl on the table and angrily shouted, why mention the senior disciple at this time? Tang Jian, eavesdropping, curiously asked, Qingqing's great pupil, you mean Yi Qiol-san, why him? He seemed to have an idea, turned around in surprise, his eyes wide as he looked at Tang Jin. She blushed with embarrassment and said, oh, nothing. Tang Jian turned and left, his face serious as he muttered, matchmaking, wait, let's take care of the branch clan head first. Tang Jin, angry and embarrassed, slammed both hands on the table and shouted to stop him, no, Uncle Jian. Suddenly she stood up and declared firmly, I will never marry. After the ceremony ends, I will return to the sect and become a nun. Tang Jin hung her head, her expression unclear, but her announcement shocked and puzzled Tang Jian and Tang Wenwei. Tang Jian turned back in surprise, exclaiming, Lady Jin, what's this, become a nun? Is it because of the Grand Madam? Tang Jin's face darkened. She softly replied, it's not just that, this is a question I've been pondering for years. In the Tang clan, a problem that takes 5 years to ponder is solved in a month at Qingqing. She unconsciously recalled her childhood memories of sword practice. Before Tang Wenwei and Tang Jian, she confessed her true feelings, I'm actually more suited to the sword. Tang Jin's face was confused and he said, Jin princess, honestly I can't understand, because I have spent my whole life loyal to the Tang clan, seeing it as my reason for living. But then he smiled, empathizing with Tang Jin's thoughts, but I understand your struggles, Lady Jin. She raised her head, moved, and responded, Uncle Jian. Tang Wenwei felt guilty. He glanced at Jin and said, I'm sorry for disturbing the feast you prepared to celebrate me. Tang Jin replied in confusion. His expression suddenly darkened. Sister, you know, before going to the Dark Sovereign's manor, I have a battle to fight. Can you be my sword? Tang Jin seriously replied, if it's to destroy the demonic cult, I'm willing. Suddenly, he poked his hand towards Tang Jin's face. An image of a vicious woman associated with bad memories appeared above her head. Tang Jin's mother, Namgong Sanyang. Tang Wenwei continued, but this sword isn't just for the demonic cult. And what if that sword can't be wielded against a certain target? His face turned cold, more resolute than ever. Tang Jin grasped his wrist and bowed her head, seemingly understanding his intention, then quickly discard that sword and find a new one. Tang Wenwei agreed, yes, if you feel that sword isn't sharp enough, I'll help you become a nun before the ceremony. She looked up at him, her tipsy demeanor replaced by a serious yet gentle expression. You're quite determined, little brother. I've always stood by you, even against our mother. Before Tang Jin could finish, Tang Wenwei replied, it's because I'll have to go deeper into this, that's why I'm saying this. She released his wrist and said helplessly, I've decided this a long time ago, whether in the Tang clan or Qingqing, the only thing I've learned is. Tang Jin clasped her hands to her chest and uttered a single word, righteousness. Having spoken, she walked towards Tang Wenwei. Then, with a cold expression, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped them. The standard by which I judge something is whether it is righteous or not. If what you want to do falls under the former, I will follow. If it's the latter. Tang Wenwei's eyes were equally serious as he asked, you'll refuse, right? The room's atmosphere became heavier than ever. Tang Jin seriously replied, yes, that's why I judged our mother to be against righteousness, and my actions have long followed that judgment. If you doubt my beliefs, then there's no easy path between us. The implication in her words was clear. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Righteousness, for me, it's a topic I've never considered, because the Zhongyuan people I've met, what they call righteousness often leans more toward personal gain, but what Tang Jin pursues seems somewhat different. Tang Wenwei, having lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but apply her standards to his past life. But on reflection, Tang Jin's manner of speaking about her own beliefs gave him a different assessment. It had power. Tang Wunwei unconsciously placed his hand on his chest, as if sensing something. He softly apologized. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn just now. In his heart, he was clear about her decision. Tang Jiujin was ready to sever everything. Tang Jiujin glanced at him but also understood his behavior. Becoming the vice branch clan head, you naturally have to be like that, so I'll be your sword. She then broke the tense atmosphere, proactively raising her cup to Tang Wunwei. Wunwei, during this time, I will live for you, die for you. He didn't hesitate to clink cups with her and seriously replied, his expression now more relaxed, I will definitely use this sword and keep it clean. Standing to the side, observing the entire conversation, Tang Jian sighed and said, I'm helpless against these two, leaving me out is a great loss, isn't it? Then he also raised his cup to join them. The three of them formed an unspoken pact and became a united team. The sky above the Tang clan today was unusually clear and calm. The scene shifts to that evening. The moon hung high over the Golden Sword sect in Daocheng County. In the dark night, the voice of Hyuk Woogie could be clearly heard shouting, Tang Wunwei. Inside his room, he was furiously throwing a crumpled piece of paper to the ground, screaming madly, that good-for-nothing actually became the vice branch clan head of the Tang clan. And he made me lose face in front of young Miss Suoni and young Miss Yosumin. Back then, Tang Wunwei beat me unconscious at the tavern. But what makes me even angrier is that I was forced to apologize. Now they are making me bring a gift when the Dark Sovereign visits to apologize personally. It was his fault, not mine. If I were born into a prestigious family like the Tang clan, at least, just imagining it, Hyuk Woogie felt incredibly humiliated and furious, his body trembling. But he still stubbornly believes that he made the right decision. No, I will definitely be many times stronger than that Tang Wunwei, yeah. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Hyuk Woogie and spoke, Tang Wunwei her, so I found the right place. He was startled and opened his mouth. Instinct turned around, jumped, and attacked the stranger, shouting, Who are you? The mysterious figure raised a hand, a surge of power appearing before Hyuk Woogie. He replied, It doesn't matter who I am. With a single, light flick of his wrist, the mysterious figure sent Hyuk Woogie flying backward. A wave of icy cold air filled the room. Then, the man coldly advanced toward just want to see Tang Wunwei for a bit. I need to borrow you for a little something. The cowardly Hyuk Woogie retreated in fear. Are you alright? A familiar laugh and face appeared. It turned out to be Gu Minchi. After enjoying drinks at Tang Wunwei and Tang Jian's celebration party from evening until late at night, he and Tang Jiujin went up to the roof to continue drinking. Tang Wunwei asked, Qingcheng, can you really drink like this? Hearing this, Tang Jiujin, in a drunken state, angrily retorted, Who's Qingcheng? You should call me Daoist. He could only chuckle and reply, Yes, Daoist Qingcheng. Tang Wunwei seemed serious as he asked, Big sister, I've wondered for a long time why you've been so kind to me. Hearing this, she was surprised and stopped what she was doing. Tang Jiujin stopped drinking, gently setting the bottle aside. She explained, I intended to tell you someday, it seems that day is today. Because I made a promise, she said hesitantly, leaving Tang Wunwei confused. He turned, surprised. A promise? Tang Jiujin confirmed with a smile. Yes, to Wunwei's mother. To mother. Tang Jiujin's eyes drooped slightly, seeming to revere that woman. She drifted into memories of Tang Wunwei's mother. Little mother was a very warm person. When I was little, I often visited her. I would run to the woman who was already waiting. Little mother, I'm home. She was a gentle and pure woman, never rejecting me but always welcoming me warmly. Oh, Jiujin young miss. When I visited, little mother would prepare my favorite dishes. When I was tired from my training in the Tang clan, you told me about the vast world outside the manor, about the boundless Jianghu, about the majestic Qingcheng mountain, the silent beauty of Mount Ame, the sweet taste of candied fruit. She recalled how carefree and happy she was as a child there. Tang Wunwei's mother watched Tang Jiujin eat happily, and also felt joy, affectionately stroking her head. Suddenly, the happy day didn't last long. An incident happened, but then one day, I discovered, Tang Jiujin was carrying a bowl of medicine, her face pale. Her intuition made her worriedly ask, What kind of medicine is this? She quickly noticed something unusual about the medicine. This scent, as she suspected, her mother had poisoned little mother's medicine. At that time, Tang Jiujin turned to call little mother, but she gestured for her to be silent. Tang Jiujin was shocked. Could it be? The little girl questioned in disbelief. You knew and still drank it. Little mother calmly replied, Jiujin young miss, that thing in the medicine no longer affects me. Tang Jiujin was stunned. She explained, I've had a serious illness for a long time. Each word from little mother was like a thunderbolt. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She tried to remain calm and confided, Thanks to the branch clan head, I managed to hold on. But after giving birth to Tang Wunwei, the illness recurred. This medicine will only make me leave a little earlier. At that time, Tang Jiujin couldn't believe the sudden information she received in this difficult situation. No way, at least live a little longer. Little mother smiled softly. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble just for a little more time. The girl lowered her head, her eyes welling up, her lips pressed together to hold back her tears. Tang Wunwei's mother took Tang Jiujin's small hands, as if comforting her. She instructed, but it sounded more like a request. Ju Jin young miss, what I'm about to say might be difficult for someone in the Tang clan, but can you promise me one thing, always treat Woonwee well? Tang Ju Jin couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out, no, I won't promise, don't die. Outside, the rain poured down as if mourning her fate. Little mother hugged Tang Ju Jin tightly, comforting her like a biological child. Ju Jin young miss, when you grow up, you'll become a wonderful person. So keep this warm heart, she said gently, stroking the girl's head. Returning to the present, Tang Ju Jin sat up, looking at the distant night sky, and then, little mother passed away like that. But even so, my mother didn't stop there. Her face turned slightly cold, a hint of sadness in her eyes. The slanderous rumors about Woonwee and her mother, spread by Namgong Sanyang, were widely circulated as a matter of course in the Nine Dragons branch, a child born from the scheming of a servant while the branch clan head was drunk. Just thinking about it is ridiculous. Someone like Tang Ho-san, who had reached a supreme level of cultivation, couldn't control his drinking, yet, some people still believed it. Even though the rumor harmed Tang Ho-san's reputation, Namgong Sanyang still used it to undermine Woonwee and her mother, because they threatened her position and her children, a vicious woman, driven by self-interest, not afraid of dirty deeds. That's what Tang Ju Jin told me, but she also felt ashamed. Sorry, does hearing this make you uncomfortable? Tang Woonwee understood her and looked at Tang Ju Jin, replying, big sister, the order of events is a bit wrong. The unexpected answer surprised her. She turned, exclaiming, huh? He smiled before analyzing. Before knowing about mother's request or the grand matriarch's mistake, you were already kind to me, weren't you? Because that's just the kind of person you are. Hearing Tang Woonwee say that, she felt some of the burden lift. She smiled gratefully. Thank you, little brother. Looking at the gentle Tang Ju Jin, Tang Woonwee thought, I really don't understand how someone like you could be born between that wooden-headed man and that woman. Then he spoke, I should be the one thanking you, big sister. Having said that, Tang Woonwee glanced in another direction, lost in thought. In the fragmented memories of this body, there's something he had to question himself about. In the remaining memories of Tang Woonwee, there was an emotion that I couldn't understand. At that time, when Tang Woonwee looked at that vicious woman, Namgong Sanyang, I didn't really care what would happen to her. The tide had turned. Even if I did nothing, after the Dark Sovereign's visit, she would be dealt with as a traitor. But my body reacted with an emotion that didn't belong to me. The biggest difference between Yun Woonwee's soul and Tang Woonwee's body is Tang Woonwee's resentment. From Yun Woonwee's perspective, he concluded. He recalled his memories from his original body. In his previous life, I was an orphan, so it was difficult for me to understand the feeling of loss and resentment. But recently, I've begun to understand. Subconsciously, he recalled memories with his master. Thinking this, Tang Woonwee stood up, but his right hand clenched tightly. Smiling, big sister, I have something to do, I have to go first. Tang Ju Jin raised the wine bottle and turned around, half awake, half answered, okay, go. He jumped away but didn't forget to turn back and threaten, if you still drink when I come back, I will tell the senior disciple. She jumped, her face red and shouted, no, why did you drag the senior disciple into this? After Tang Woonwee left, Tang Ju Jin sat back down, letting out a frustrated sigh. She hugged her sword to her chest, then sat alone on the rooftop, dejected. Tang Ju Jin surely had many more unspoken feelings. Scene change. The next day, in the grand hall of the matriarch, a cold snort came from within. Namgong Sanyang sat inside, biting her nails, her face pale and trembling with fear. Angrily, she muttered to herself, that bastard son, upon his return, is not only recognized as the heir but also declared the Pozong City Vice Branch clan head. This is tantamount to declaring that I and my children have been completely eliminated. Her eyes turned icy, gnashed teeth. She wondered, what should I do? I must think of a way. Namgong Sanyang's mood exploded. Those Righteous Wind Squad people acted on their own again. Suddenly, she shouted, didn't I say there's nothing left to discuss? It turned out to be Tang Yuchang. He called out, Mother. She was surprised to see him and said, TSK, Yuchang, the main gate is guarded by the Righteous Wind Squad. How did you get in? Tang Yuchang replied in a low voice, I earnestly begged father, and he permitted it. Namgong Sanyang was surprised by her husband's decision. So that's how it is, you came at the perfect time. Her attitude changed from before. Placing her hand on Tang Yuchang's shoulder, she continued, Yuchang, listen carefully. Now that bastard son has become the Vice Branch clan head, he certainly won't leave us alone. Go to your maternal home to plan for the future. Namgong Sanyang feared Tang Woonwee's revenge and shouted, imagining the future. His face darkened. He replied thoughtfully, Mother, those who followed you from the renowned Namgong clan are already under surveillance by the Righteous Wind Squad. She reached inside her clothes, taking something out without noticing Tang Yuchang's strange look. Casually, she continued, that's right. Those who followed me from the renowned Namgong clan are certainly being watched, but there's another connection between the renowned Namgong clan and the Righteous Wind Squad that I haven't revealed. Namgong Sanyang took out a folded piece of paper and placed it in his palm. At the northeast corner of the courtyard, behind the Righteous Wind Squad, leave this letter addressed to the Crimson Pavilion with this symbol. When night falls, someone will come for you. Tang Yuchang clenched the paper, angrily questioning, "You still have another spy from the renowned Namgong clan and didn't tell me." Her face showed worry, stammering, "Yuchang." Tang Yuchang spoke, "Even if mother doesn't believe in the big sister who opposes you, I thought you at least trusted me." Namgong Sanyang fearfully apologized, "I'm sorry, Yuchang, but now isn't the time to talk about that." Tang Yuchang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Why?" He was in pain, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked as he continued, "Why did you collude with the demonic cult?" Namgong Sanyang was startled, asking, "How do you know?" He yelled like a madman, "I wanted to prove myself, whether in martial arts or clan politics." Tang Yuchang yelled angrily, "But receiving help from the renowned Namgong clan's maternal family was only to accelerate my growth. I wanted to prove myself. Mother, I want to win as a member of the Tang clan." He buried his face in his hands, sobbing. She was speechless, softly calling, "Yuchang." Suddenly, a voice came from outside, startling Namgong Sanyang. "It seems the story is over, huh?" The one who entered was Tang Wunwei, followed by Tang Gun and Tang Jiujin. He sternly questioned, "The Righteous Wind Squad still has spies from the renowned Namgong clan. What does the commander think about this?" Tang Gun replied with a smile, "I thought we had caught all the spies from the renowned Namgong clan. How shameful." Namgong Sanyang exclaimed in horror, "How did you get here? The commander and Jiujin too, could it be?" She looked at Tang Yuchang, then froze, stammering. Namgong Sanyang turned to Tang Wunwei and shouted, You incited Yuchang." He calmly replied, "Matriarch, you once promised me that if I wished, you would retire and force your children to give up their inheritance." Tang Wunwei's furrowed brow reminded her of the promise, making Namgong Sanyang pale with shock. She quickly turned to justify herself to Tang Yuchang. "Yuchang, don't be swayed by his words." She didn't notice he was trembling with disappointment. Jiu Jin, standing to the side, couldn't help but angrily say, "Mother, stop, Yuchang has seen the proof with his own eyes." Namgong Sanyang was flustered but stubbornly stammered, calling out to Jiu Jin. Seeing her sit down powerlessly, Tang Gun spoke, "Matriarch, everything will be clarified at the Righteous Wind Squad. Now you must realize you have no way out." He maintained a pleasant smile as he spoke to Namgong Sanyang. She looked up at her two children and asked again, "No way out? Is it over?" Her two children, whom she had given birth to, were filled with sadness and disappointment, lacking the courage to look her in the eye. Namgong Sanyang slumped over, muttering to herself, "No, if it continues like this." Suddenly, she unleashed a terrifying power. Her red hair flew, her eyes widened, veins bulging on her face as she roared, "I won't let it end like this." As soon as she finished speaking, the aura emanating from Namgong Sanyang exploded even more powerfully, shocking everyone in the room. Tang Wunwei was also surprised, thinking, "This aura, demonic energy." Tang Yuchang and Tang Jiujin were shocked, stammering, Mother." The spirits following Tang Wunwei appeared and exclaimed in horror, "Young cult leader, could that be the forbidden technique sealed even by the divine cult, the explosive reversed blood flow demonic arts?" Their warning made him remember, right? The explosive reversed blood flow demonic arts. It can temporarily amplify internal energy many times over. But the price is the loss of reason, seeing everything around as an enemy, and when the time ends, even one's life is consumed, and Namgong Sanyang is like that now. She's like a wild beast, growling. She exploded like a manifestation of a demon, Tang Wunwei observed, thinking, "That's demonic art only for those who want to struggle in their final moment." Namgong Sanyang was so angry that his face was full of veins and shouted, "Tang Wunwei, if it weren't for you." Before he could finish speaking, he glared and interrupted, "You introduced the white bone wraith geezer to the madam. You must be someone from the Namgung clan. Why are you angry at me for that?" This enraged Namgong Sanyang even further. Grabbing a wooden table, she yelled, "Shut up." Then, Namgong Sanyang hurled the table at Tang Wunwei in a fit of rage. Yet he remained unmoved, simply deflecting the table with a hand, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Despite that, the table was split in two and flew past Tang Yuchang, causing him to cry out in fear. Tang Yuchang broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he softly reminded her, "Mother, why are you using demonic arts?" Suddenly, Tang Jiujin stepped forward with her sword, saying, "Yuchang, step back," causing him to questioningly call out, "Sister." She stood before Namgong Sanyang, who was still consumed by furious rage, pleading, "Mother, stop, don't create more karma." On the side, Tang Wunwei frowned and told Tang Jiujin, "Big sister, it's too late, don't try to persuade her anymore." He saw the blood flowing from Namgong Sanyang's eyes and mouth and announced, "The madam's brain is already damaged." Suddenly, she unleashed more red demonic energy, threatening loudly, "Even if you are my daughter, if you disobey me, and I will kill you if you defy me." Seeing she couldn't dissuade her, she drew her sword. Then she slashed a crescent-shaped arc at Namgong Sanyang. Injured by the sword energy, she flew backward, screaming in pain. Flying beside Tang Wunwei, the spirits of the elders furrowed their brows and commented, "Truly Qingcheng sect, righteous energy against demonic energy is the nemesis of the demonic path. She's truly skilled." While he thought the situation was precarious, Tang Wunwei watched her still emitting demonic energy, silently analyzing. Even knowing the explosive reversed blood flow demonic arts are harmful, Nam Gong-san, Young still uses them. She's at her wit's end. At this moment, Nam Gong-san, Young's hair and clothes billowed with demonic energy, her arms spreading with ominous black veins. Tang Wunwei speculated, she must want to kill me here. He looked at Tang Jiujin, calmly standing in front, thinking, but she miscalculated. Suddenly, Nam Gong-san, Young let out a roar and unleashed 6 crisscrossing claw strikes. Then, like a net, they wildly attacked the 3 Tang siblings. Tang Jiujin was cut on her cheek, blood spurting. She slightly lowered her head and sighed, "Mother." In the end, she still acted selfishly. Tears silently streamed down her face as she thought, she clearly knows the choice I've made. In the silent darkness, tears fell like ripples. Tang Jiujin painfully concluded, therefore, even in this situation, I must continue down the path I've chosen. Then she drew her sword again, her face resolute, shouting in her heart, "Qingcheng sect." And with both hands firmly gripping her sword, she used the heavenly blade unified chi of heaven and earth, and concealed sword leader technique, emitting powerful green energy. Tears flowed along with the chi, yet she showed no intention of stopping, telling herself, I will act on behalf of heaven, exterminating evil demons. On the other side, Nam Gong-san, Young facing Tang Jiujin roared, "Kill." Her dark eyes gleamed with killing intent, her mouth opened in fury, "Kill you all." Then she leaped, charging at Tang Jiujin like a madwoman, screaming. On this side, Tang Jiujin stamped her foot on the ground, gathering momentum to counterattack. As Nam Gong-san, Young flew past, she struck her with a sword, hitting her squarely in the chest. With a sorrowful gaze, Tang Jiujin watched flesh and blood fly through the air. Then she closed her eyes, calming herself, refusing to succumb to grief. Outside, rain poured down on their mansion. In the house, the spirits of the elders looked at Tang Wunwei and asked worriedly, "Did you see the face of the woman from the renowned Namgun clan before she was beheaded?" While he looked at his strong big sister. On one side, Tang Yuchang lowered his head, hugging a square box, sadly listening to Tang Wunwei say, it truly was a bitter situation. He recalled Nam Gong-san, Young's crazed expression as she attacked him, continuing, "Of all that I witnessed." Her face was covered in blood, her eyes bloodshot, her mouth open to receive Tang Jiujin's sword energy. But just as the sword neared her neck, she suddenly regained clarity, tears in her eyes. Tang Wunwei sighed, "That was the time I saw her before her death that most resembled a mother." He stood his back heavy with thought. It was because that profound motherly love was twisted by greed and jealousy that she wanted to kill Tang Wunwei. Suddenly, a green light emanated from his chest. Tang Wunwei looked down in astonishment, silently sighing, and in the end, that action hurt her own child, while the spirits of the elders cried out in alarm, "Liege, this." Then they realized the issue and added, "Your spiritual energy is merging." Hearing that, he placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, thinking, the distance between my soul and remaining body has finally completely vanished. After a while, Tang Wunwei opened his eyes, assuming his old identity, whispering to his new body, "Finally, you are free, Tang Wunwei." As he was feeling his heart, Tang Yuchang passed by carrying the square box. Suddenly he was so moved that his face turned red when he heard Tang Gun say that we will announce that the madam has gone to recuperate with young Master Yuchang at the Reincarnated Namgun clan, and thank you for saving the last bit of honor for my mother. Tang Wunwei remained silent, waiting until Tang Yuchang disappeared behind the door. In a corner of the room, Tang Jiujin still held her blood-stained sword, her lonely back unmoving. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder resounded outside, but she didn't move. Time passed quickly. After Nam Gong-san, Young was taken care of, the Righteous Wind Squad simultaneously wiped out the spying agents of the Reincarnated Namgun clan. Tang Jiujin also gradually calmed down and supported the Vice Brach clan head. The two sat looking at the pile of books piled up like a mountain with pale faces. Then came the day the Dark Sovereign visited. Seeing a luxurious carriage stop at the gate, Tang Jiujin said, "The Jinsang sect has arrived," while Tang Wunwei called out, "Big sister." Turning to her with an inquisitive look, he continued, "I have something to discuss with you." Leaving Tang Jiujin puzzled, "What is it?" He blushed, his hands gesturing wildly. "I think this position shouldn't be held by someone as inexperienced as me, but by you, someone the clan loves and respects." Hearing this, Tang Jiujin smiled indulgently. "What are you saying, little brother?" Suddenly, behind Tang Jiujin, the Wraith Elders whispered, "To see the young cult leader say that, it's truly surprising. This is the first time we've seen him so sincere. May his relationship with her be a good one." Unexpectedly, Tang Wunwei appeared, his face filled with killing intent. Grabbing someone, he snarled, "Perhaps I need to teach you all a lesson," squeezing the man until he was contorted and crying, begging for forgiveness. Beside them, Tang Jiujin was greeted by two women approaching from afar. Their attention was caught. "Jiujin, sister." She looked at Yosamina and Sueni and cheerfully said, "Samina and Sueni, come here." Yosamina responded politely, "It's been a while, sister." As she finished speaking, her eyes widened in shock as she stared ahead. Tang Wunwei, who was squeezing the Wraith Elder, glanced back when he heard Yosamina shout, "That person is From the side, Sunny continued, Woonwee, young master, prompting Tang Jin to ask in surprise, you three know each other. Tang Woonwee looked dumbfounded. Yosamina recalled Tang Woonwee's appearance, his hair slicked back, his blood-stained face, his sharp, smiling teeth, and recounted, we met at the tea house in the county town. Hearing this, Tang Jin became even more perplexed. Tang Woonwee cleared his throat defensively. To have these two young ladies see me in this state is truly embarrassing. Suddenly, Tang Jin narrowed her eyes and smiled happily, but let me introduce you properly. She gestured towards Yosamina, saying, this is my friend from Mount Shu, the Clear Moon Lady of Amei. Yosamina bowed, it's an honor to meet you, young master. Then Tang Jin introduced the other woman, Sama Sunny, of the Azure Flower Mountain Manor. Finally, Tang Jin put her hand on her younger brother's shoulder, saying, this is the newly appointed Vice Branch Clan head, my younger brother, Tang Woonwee. He bowed politely, I hope to receive your guidance. Is your younger brother, the Vice Branch Clan head, not you? Tang Jin laughed heartily, confirming, that's right. Yosamina chuckled teasingly, you did say you didn't want this position. It turns out it was true. Seeing this, Tang Jin scolded playfully, hey, but Yosamina quickly replied, I'll behave myself. Only Tang Woonwee and Sunny looked at each other, confused. Then he glanced at Sunny inquiringly, is something wrong? But she turned away, denying it, no. Suddenly, Yosamina appeared behind Sunny, clapping her on the shoulder to startle her. Teasingly, she said, oh, you little wicked cat. Then Yosamina dragged Sunny away, waving as they ran, we're busy now, see you later. Tang Jin didn't stop them, waving back, all right. After a while, Tang Woonwee rested his hands on his knees, sighing, those were the last two, I'm exhausted, let's get to work on those documents. Tang Jin added, it's almost evening. Suddenly, her eyes widened in doubt as she looked somewhere. On the path, a procession of carriages approached. Tang Jin wondered, what are those carriages? The lead carriage bore the flag of the Golden Sword Sect. Time passed quickly. A well-dressed man clasped his hands, bowed, and introduced himself. On behalf of the sect leader and his wife, I greet you both. I am Na Jinbei, the steward of the Golden Sword Sect. Tang Woonwee returned the bow, saying, I am Tang Woonwee, the junior patriarch of the Nine Dragons branch. Your journey has been long, but what are these? Na Jinbei pointed to one of the containers. Previously, the Vice Branch Clan head visited the county, but you left before the sect leader could greet you. He deeply regrets this. He opened it, revealing gold ingots. Na Jinbei added, this is the sect leader's apology to the junior patriarch. We hope this gift will strengthen the bonds between our two sides. He then subtly signaled to someone behind him to continue. Besides, suddenly, Hyuk-woogie stepped forward, clasping his hands and confessing, I made a mistake last time, please forgive me. Tang Woonwee remembered the man was from the Golden Sword Sect. He'd forgotten, however, he had his own plans. He'd accept the gift, but he'd also warn and dismiss the man. Then, looking at Na Jinbei, he said, with such sincerity, I accept. Both men bowed deeply, shouting, thank you. However, at that moment, Tang Woonwee sensed something, and became alert. Turning, he instructed his servant, take the Golden Sword Sect guests to the South Guest Hall. The servant was startled and confused, but replied, yes. Without looking at the Golden Sword Sect group, Tang Woonwee thought, in a moment, I sensed lingering demonic energy on him. At the same time, a man with a backpack passed by. Tang Woonwee affirmed in his heart, is the owner of that demonic energy you? He turned to look at the man, who also glanced back. Tang Woonwee's eyes glowed jade green in the darkness. The man seemed enveloped by that light, clearly within his sight. He thought, Gu Minchi. Yosamina noticed the person beside her intently watching the entrance to the villa, and exclaimed, Sunny. She poked Sunny's cheek teasingly. She's been staring at young Master Woonwee. Sunny quickly denied it. No, I wasn't. But Yosamina persisted, pinching Sunny's cheek. No, you say no, why not? Ignoring her friend's playful torture, Sunny suddenly spoke, he has a sword scent. Hearing this, Yosamina stopped, puzzled. Sword scent, Sunny explained, young Master Woonwee now has a sword scent. I didn't notice it when we met him at the tea house. Yosamina asked, dumbfounded, you mean his learned swordsmanship? Sunny replied sadly, but that's not quite right, because that sword scent is like someone who's trained for at least. Sunny seemed lost in thought, denying herself, no, not a few years, it's like he's trained for over 10 years. Suddenly, a golden aura flew past her nose, causing Sunny to widen her eyes in surprise. She was startled, realizing something about the sword scent, and grabbed Yosamina's hand, shouting, Samina. Then she dragged Yosamina away, startling her. Yosamina exclaimed, what's wrong, Sunny? Cold eyes. Sunny did not reply nor explain but thought, must go to Jin's sister and Woonwee young master. This sword scent is the sword scent of the person who fought with father. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the sky was already turning dark. Tang Woonwee glanced at the people from the Kim Kiem sect carrying their luggage and walking inside, thinking to himself, so it's you, Gu Minute Chai. The man mentioned, his face cold, his eyes fierce, didn't notice Tang Wunhuai's attention. He secretly praised, *, you've concealed your demonic energy remarkably well, but it's still not enough to fool me, Gu Minute Chai. Suddenly, the ghostly elder's killing intent in Tang Wunhuai's eyes made him wonder, young leader, who are you looking at so intently? He answered, that's Gu Minute Chai. As soon as he spoke, they exclaimed in alarm, you mean the 7 seconds killer, Gu Minute Chai, the second son of the Blade Demon, North Sea Mythos Master, has been among the guests all this time. The elders then discussed, we knew the Blade Demon, North Sea Mythos would infiltrate the guests, but we didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. What should we do, young leader? He calmly replied, what to do? Dealing with him now would be a poor strategy. Tang Wunhuai covered the killing intent in his eyes, thinking, *, I desperately want to tear apart the wretch who tormented my father, but if the Blade Demon, North Sea Mythos abandons their assassination plan against the Dark Sovereign, the losses will be immense. He clenched his fist, remaining outside the gate, silently enduring, *, so I'll let you live a little longer, Gu Minute Chai. Suddenly, Tang Jiujin interrupted his younger brother's thoughts. I guess the Golden Sword sect is the last group to arrive. Hearing this, Tang Wunhuai surmised, yes, it's almost completely dark. If they're courteous, they'd come tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew, making him suspicious. Tang Wunhuai immediately sensed something and thought, *, this feeling. Then he created an energy sphere in his palm, gnashing his teeth in anger. It seemed to take a long time, but it only happened in a flash. Tang Wunhuai threw weapons forward, causing Tang Jiujin to cry out in alarm, Wunhuai. Then he raised his hand behind him and called out to the ghostly spirits, spear. Instantly, they flew towards the spears, obeying the command and grabbing one. Outsiders would only see a spear hovering in midair and flying back. It whizzed and landed neatly in Tang Wunhuai's palm, to Tang Jiujin's astonishment. Seeing the purple energy emanating from beneath his feet, she hurriedly asked, little brother, what's wrong? Is there an enemy? Then Jiujin sensed something and looked up. But when she looked back, Tang Wunhuai had vanished, leaving only purple smoke. Her face froze in shock. What? Meanwhile, the other martial artists knelt on the ground, clutching their heads as an eerie, chilling laugh carrying red energy echoed. Only Tang Wunhuai seemed unaffected, soaring into the sky. Then they all stared upwards, hearing a voice say, you clearly sensed my killing intent, warned you to stay away, yet you still charged at me. The old man with a long white beard laughed heartily, I like you, kid. Then he raised a dazzling golden spear, and unleashed a gigantic crescent-shaped sword energy towards Tang Wunhuai. He gritted his teeth, enduring the blinding golden light. Then, Tang Wunhuai gripped his spear, emitting dark green spiritual energy. The next second, like a shooting star, he moved in 2 or 3 steps, directly breaking through the old man's sword energy. Instantly, high in the sky, 2 streams of dark purple and golden spiritual energy collided, obscuring the tiny figures of the 2 combatants. On the ground, the martial artists were sent flying by the shockwave, eyes closed tight, crossing their arms to protect themselves. Tang Jiujin covered herself with her sleeve, looking at them with emotion. Just the aftershock of that clash in the air caused this much dust. Hyuk Woo-ji, terrified, clutched his head, kneeling on the ground and crying, what on earth is happening? Na Jin Bae stammered, a demonic cult attack. Among them, one person seemed unharmed, the disguised Gu Minute Chai. He glanced around, but didn't utter a sound. Amidst the dust, the old man emerged, laughing heartily and saying to Tang Wunhuai, Koko, I just casually released it, yet you managed to withstand it. He planted his spear in the ground, sweating and panting heavily. Then Tang Wunhuai clasped his hands in a fist, respectfully introducing himself. I am Tang Wunhuai, the Vice Branch Clan head of the 9 Dragons branch of the Tang Clan. I greet the Lord of Murim Guiju. He looked at the imposing man in front of him, stating his title, Master of the Lion Sect, Lion Sword Emperor, Weiji Humion Great Warrior, causing the man to happily praise. I heard the Cyclone Great Warrior has some very capable children. Golden, flame-like energy emanated from Weiji Humion as he replied, resting on his sword. Indeed, it's true. But quickly, he seemed saddened, pointing his sword to the side. His strength is enough to make my incompetent disciple bow his head. Suddenly, Weiji Humion swung his sword, his eyes wide, shouting, seems worth trying. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhuai planted the tip of his spear in the ground, letting go of his grip and thinking, damn it, I only blocked 1 sword strike, yet my internal injuries, which were healing, have worsened. This is the power of a super grandmaster who's reached the peak of the super ultimate realm. Suddenly, his face turned pale as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Seeing this, Tang Wunhuai glanced back, silently speculating, it seems he doesn't intend to stop, but I probably don't need to respond further. At that moment, a group of people stood atop the manor gate, emitting an undercurrent of green energy, and a resounding voice boomed. If I knew Senior Humion would personally visit, I would have come to greet him in person. Tang Hosan, standing in the middle, clasped his hands behind his back, staring down and continuing, why did you arrive so suddenly without warning? Seeing this, the ghostly elders exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? This aura is no less than the Lion Sword Emperor's. We knew he was hiding his strength, but we didn't expect him to have reached the peak." Down in the courtyard, Weiji Humyong's golden spiritual energy and the green energy enveloping Tang Wunhui collided. He calmly replied, "Koko, I hear the world calls you the 9 dragons idiot to belittle you." Weiji Humyong became even more excited, not having any intention of withdrawing his spiritual power as he continued. "Although you have gone into seclusion, your hurricane is still the same as before, not to mention even more powerful than before, Tempest Swordsman." Hearing that, Tang Hosen looked down and asked, "Tempest Swordsman is fine, but the 9 dragons idiot is also fine." Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, radiating a sarcastic chill. "The important thing is that I've met my senior unharmed. Surely you have something to discuss with my son. Instead of standing here, why don't we go inside and continue our conversation?" Weiji Humyong's aged eyes widened, swirling like a dust devil. "What, you think I'd harm your son?" Simultaneously, 2 streams of yellowish-green spiritual energy, like 2 monstrous beasts, soared into the air, confronting each other. Tang Hosen countered, "I said that because there are many onlookers. I feared you might be uncomfortable." Weiji Humyong laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. "Is that so?" Suddenly, countless martial artists appeared behind him, weapons drawn and ready for battle. Weiji Humyong chuckled, "But I rather like this place." On the other side, Tang Hosen waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to draw their bows. "In that case, I'll have to treat my senior accordingly." Then, his eyes flashed with a green glint as he declared, "If Senior Humyong cannot maintain a shred of dignity and wishes to question my son Wunwei about the grudge in Daocheng County, then unless you can break Tang Hosan's neck, you won't achieve your goal." Hearing this, Weiji Humyong also unleashed his killing intent, hissing through his teeth, "You think those righteous words will stop me, the Blade King?" Ignored, Tang Wunwei's face turned pale as he blurted out, "Wait a minute." The 2 men, heads of their respective sects, exchanged fiery glares. Tang Wunwei felt the tension escalating between the 2 sides and sighed inwardly. Why are they escalating this into an all-out war, these madmen? Before the manor gates, the 2 factions clashed fiercely, each displaying their strength. A worried spirit sweated, "The Wild Wind Squad is even using forbidden weapons like the scattering slaughter bows against us. It seems they truly intend to launch a great war." This made Tang Wunwei look doubtful. The scattering slaughter bows. Knowing he didn't know about their new weapon, it described the bomb-like explosions. It's the type of weapon the Wild Wind Squad used in the battle between the righteous sects and the demonic cult. Then it pictured explosive-tipped arrows. They've replaced the arrowheads with explosives and fire them continuously. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei crossed his arms, eyes closed. Damn it, these mad Tang clan members. The 3 spirits beside him remained silent. Suddenly, Weiji Humyong shouted, "By using the scattering slaughter bows, the Wild Wind Squad has broken the treaty." But Tang Hosan remained nonchalant, countering, "They are now part of the Righteous Wind Squad, and this weapon has not left 9 Dragons County since the treaty, therefore, it's not a violation." Weiji Humyong looked at the people on the wall, questioning, "Your words are clever, but do you think others will believe you?" Tang Hosen shamelessly replied, "Senior has such an impression of me, it truly makes me regretful." A round-faced spirit angrily informed Tang Wunwei, "Since the Wild Wind Squad disbanded, the Orthodox Path sects have a common treaty." This made him pale. The other sects had set limitations for the Wild Wind Squad. His gaze distant and scrutinizing, Tang Wunwei analyzed the situation. "That old matter isn't the key issue, it's that they are currently using this as a pretext for war." On the other side, Weiji Humyong felt he couldn't argue, and said, "Let's consider your words accepted for now." He raised his sword, radiating powerful spiritual energy. "My true goal is to punish those who attacked my foolish disciples." Weiji Humyong frowned, provocatively challenging, "I want to see if your son has the skill to force someone like me to bow." At once, Tang Hosan's eyes blazed, "If you want that, you must defeat me first." Weiji Humyong laughed heartily, accepting his fate. "If that's the choice, I have no way out." With that, a green spiritual serpent shot out from Tang Hosan, attacking Weiji Humyong's towering flames. Meanwhile, Tang Wunwei gripped his spear, closing his eyes and muttering, It seems I have no choice but to accept this war." Then, white smoke swirled from the base of the spear. Tang Wunwei swung it behind him, his eyes coldly fixed ahead. He raised the spear, pointing it towards the sky, releasing a straight beam of white light. Observing from the side, Tang Jiujin thought in amazement, although both are restraining themselves, the aura of these top-tier masters is still intensely strained. Baek Doyang sweated, looking up and commenting, "He was never this strong in Daocheng County." Tang Hosan's close subordinate looked down, silently wondering, when did the branch clan head reach this level of strength? Among the awestruck martial artists, Gu Minchi in disguise secretly furrowed her brows. Her brows furrowed, her eyes startled, she thought, what is this cold energy? Suddenly, Tang Wunwei looked up, his expressionless face addressing the clan leader. "Grandmaster Weiji is an important guest of ours." Hearing this, Tang Hosan didn't retract his murderous aura. After a moment of contemplation, he countered, "But once he's released his killing intent, he's no longer a guest of the 9 Dragons branch." Tang Wunwei sternly glared, showing displeasure. Grandmaster Weiji has already stated his purpose, and the person he seeks is me. Then Weiji Humion was stunned speechless by Tang Wunwei's next words, therefore, whether to treat him as a guest is my decision alone. He grinned, emitting a laugh of disbelief. Suddenly, Weiji Humion threw his head back and roared with laughter. You want to personally treat me as your guest, you're quite daring. On the other side, Tang Hosan's eyes gradually lost their killing intent, looking down without saying a word. Suddenly he jumped behind Tang Wunwei, causing him to turn. Then Tang Hosan clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head and saying, You see it now, you don't know how to handle this, can you withstand his power? And hearing Tang Wunwei reply, I will do my best to cope. Only then did Tang Hosan narrow his eyes, accepting, very well. He waved his hand, and the assassins on the rooftops behind immediately disappeared. Seeing this, Weiji Humion drew his sword and asked Tang Wunwei, treating me as a guest means you accept the challenge, right? And he heard him confirm, yes. Suddenly Tang Wunwei closed his eyes and placed his hand on his chest, continuing, It's just that during a special mission in Daocheng County, I suffered internal injuries that have not yet recovered, so I can't fight Grandmaster Weiji with all my might right now. Hearing that, Weiji Humion suddenly stopped what he was doing, stood still, frowned, and observed, then said, Your internal injuries sound serious. Then, turning his head angrily towards his followers, he growled, And you allowed him to attack and defeat you so easily. He then scolded his subordinates without restraint. You fools. They were terrified and chorused, Forgive us. Weiji Humion stroked his beard, closing his eyes before opening a path for Wunwei. You need more time. Upon Wunwei's affirmation, Yes, that's right, he asked, How long will it take to recover? Tell me. Tang Wunwei then negotiated, If possible, I need about 10 days. But the grizzled Weiji Humion refused. 10 days to recover using Tang clan medicine. Absurd. 3 days is the limit. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei, sweating profusely, negotiated, at least 5 days. However, Weiji Humion disagreed, holding up 4 fingers. 4 days. I can't wait any longer. Seeing this, Tang Wunwei conceded, There's no other way. I will fight you in 4 days. Meanwhile, Tang Hosan, with a worried expression, reminded Grandmaster Weiji, if anything happens at the 9 Dragons branch in these 4 days, you understand what I mean, right? He immediately waved his hand in agreement. All right, I understand. Tang Wunwei then nodded and instructed Weiji Humion, I'll take care of a few things and then take Great Warrior Humion inside to rest. He then turned and ordered the person behind him, Master Tang Jian, I need your help. But Tang Jian crossed his arms grumbling, It's almost evening, is there still something else? Passing by his martial arts master, Tang Wunwei whispered, Please check if the item I ordered is finished. Tang Jian, sweating slightly, said, I know. Finally, he gestured towards the gate, inviting Grandmaster Weiji inside. As he followed Tang Wunwei through the gate, he glanced and saw 2 girls who had been standing there for some time. Yu Suming and Sueni clasped their hands together and bowed to them. Entering the courtyard, Tang Wunwei politely asked, You must be hungry, I'll have someone prepare food. This pleased Weiji Humion, who laughed heartily. Ha ha, what a welcoming reception, I am hungry indeed. Sueni watched them go inside, sweating nervously and feeling doubtful. That night, Tang Jiujin looked at the 2 girls and asked, Sumin, Sueni, you must be very worried, aren't you? Yo Sumin clasped her hands and replied, Well, this is a rare opportunity to see the strength of our elders. Suddenly, Sueni looked up at Tang Jiujin and said, Grandmaster Weiji not paying attention to me is fortunate. She then realized, Now that I think about it, that's true. Tang Jiujin lowered her head thoughtfully. After all, I, Sueni, a disciple of the Lion Sect and daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor, was defeated by Wunwei, causing the Lion Sword Emperor to appear in person. Yet, I was the cause of this, and he didn't even pay attention to me. Could it be that there's no animosity between the Lion Sword Emperor and the Clear Sky Sword Emperor? Sueni's thoughts suddenly interrupted her. Jiujin, big sister, she asked doubtfully. Tang Jiujin looked dumbfounded as Sueni questioned, Big sister, do you know what swordsmanship style Wunwei uses? She replied, Her swordsmanship. Wunwei has never learned swordsmanship. This made Sueni's eyes widen in shock. She stammered, How is that possible? Tang Jiujin sensed something was amiss. Leaning on her chin, she recounted, That's strange. Uncle Jian asked me the same question a few days ago. Sueni curiously asked, You mean the fierce knight, great warrior Tang Jian? Tang Jiujin, with a bewildered look, scratched her chin and confirmed, Yes, he's Wunwei's martial arts master. That day, as they both watched Tang Wunwei practice swordsmanship, Tang Jian chatted, Miss Jiujin, to be honest, have you ever taught young Master Wunwei swordsmanship or given him any sword manuals? This surprised and confused her. Tang Jiujin honestly told him, I've never given him any books. Wunwei wasn't interested in martial arts when he was young. Tang Jian looked stunned and assessed, yet, he now skillfully uses the 12 fierce tiger steps without any training. Didn't someone secretly teach him? Tang Jian held his head, looking bewildered. Tang Jiujin probed, Why did you suddenly ask about that? he replied. I once took young Master Woonwee to the Luban workshop in the Righteous Wind Squad. Tang Jiujin's eyes widened as she listened. He requested a sword to be made, she questioned incredulously. A sword? Looking towards Tang Woonwee who was practicing, she continued, I remember teaching him to use spears and maces as needed, but strangely, although he's never learned swordsmanship, he proactively commissioned one. I wonder if he secretly chose to learn swordsmanship beforehand. Having heard this story, Suoni exclaimed in surprise, so, even without ever touching a sword, he proactively wanted one. Tang Jiujin confirmed without hesitation. Exactly, he said so. As soon as she finished, Suoni's whole body trembled. Jiujin, big sister, I can't bear it anymore. She grabbed Tang Jiujin's hand and urgently pleaded, please let me meet young Master Woonwee. This made Tang Jiujin exclaim, her. Then, trying to remain calm, she narrowed her eyes and replied, oh, alright, Suoni, I'll help you ask Woonwee. Suoni's eyes gleamed. Thank you so much, Jiujin, big sister. After a while, Suoni turned to leave. Yosumin then whispered to Tang Woonwee's big sister, Jiujin, big sister, do you know, she's been watching young Master Woonwee for a long time. Tang Jiujin was puzzled. Suoni. Yosumin blushed and gossiped, it's true, you've always only cared about flowers and swords, never paying attention to anything else, yet, she keeps her eyes on young Master Woonwee, her eyes full of affection. She then giggled like a matchmaker, let's just keep this between us, but if this marriage actually happens, it would be quite fitting. Tang Jiujin agreed with her eyes closed, the eldest daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor, who wouldn't want to marry her. Suddenly, Tang Jiujin stopped, holding her head and sighing, but, Yosumin exclaimed, not knowing what she was thinking. Tang Jiujin looked at her helplessly, that's right. Then, both of them looked at Suoni with sparkling eyes, Suoni making them utterly confused. Suddenly, two people greeted each other from behind them. Greetings, old sir, Tang Jiujin curiously asked. What? Who else is coming at this hour? Then she saw a bald old man with a serious expression and was startled. Wait, isn't that Tang Chugyun? At the same time, a servant politely asked him, Sir, where would you like to go? Tang Chugyun clasped his hands behind his back and asked, Where is the second young master? The servant replied, Please come to the White Pavilion, sir. Tang Jiujin's eyes widened in speculation. The White Pavilion, could he have personally forged the sword that Woonwee ordered? Suoni, standing beside her, curiously asked, Who is that? When Tang Jiujin introduced him, that's Tang Chugyun, the one who forged the sword for me. Both girls were surprised. Yosumin pointed doubtfully, Isn't he the famous Lu Ban? Watching him leave in a different direction, the three girls whispered, Suoni, Sumin, this time we might see Woonwee's swordsmanship, let's go and see. A while later, in another part of the courtyard, Tang Woonwee clasped his hands and bowed to Tang Chugyun. I didn't expect you to come in person, Elder Tang. Then, the elder angrily held up a package and scolded, Didn't you send that impetuous young brat to hurry me up? Tang Woonwee quickly explained, It's almost the completion date, so I just wanted to know the progress. Even so, Tang Chugyun remained unhappy and said loudly, Too much talk, you're quite smooth-tongued. Tang Woonwee smiled brightly and replied, But you came here in person. Tang Chugyun snorted, grumbling, It's because everything is finished. Then he opened a wooden box inside the bag, and a bright golden light immediately shone on Tang Woonwee's expectant face. A sword was neatly placed in the middle of the lining. Tang Chugyun said, This is what you asked for, a sword. Tang Moonhyuk placed his hand on the drawing on the table, feeling emotional. It had been a long time since he had made such an interesting item. Looking at the drawing of the iron thread with many sharp points like spears, the old man commented, He hasn't even reached old age yet, but he has already absorbed the Tang clan's martial arts, and poured everything into a single weapon. When the iron thread is closed, it will take the shape of a blade. Tang Moonhyuk marveled, the center is the sword itself. Then he stroked his beard, his face filled with amusement, laughing as he wondered, I wonder if Hosan's son can handle this. The bright moonlight shone on the roof, which was hung with various tools and instruments. Tang Moonhyuk continued, It certainly makes one want to know more. At this time, Tang Woonwee held the iron thread with both hands, examining it. Then he questioningly asked Tang Chugyun, What is this? The old man didn't answer but probed, Well, you satisfied? Tang Woonwee grasped the iron thread, smiling and replying with satisfaction, It far surpasses my expectations, old master. Hearing this, Tang Chugyun narrowed his eyes and smiled smugly, Of course. Tang Woonwee secretly appraised the new weapon. It looks like a fan, but it can be used as a sword. Moreover, it contains hidden weapons. It's truly the perfect sword, just as I envisioned. He held the middle of the iron thread, feeling it thoughtfully. What I admire most is its incredibly precise and delicate center of gravity. Usually, with iron fans, to swing them quickly, the center of gravity must be placed at the end of the handle. After that, Tang Woonwee swung the iron thread around, testing its power. Then, satisfied, he looked at the weapon in his hand and silently marveled, but this sword fan has its center of gravity adjusted near the middle to maximize its function as a sword. Tang Woonwee then performed a few other techniques, laughing happily. After a while, he opened the iron thread like a paper fan. Holding the fan in one hand and his other hand behind his back, he silently commented, "This excellent center of gravity is also calculated so that when opened, it retains the function of a fan. Not only that." Tang Wenhui looked closely at a rib of the fan with a sharp tip, questioning, "Is this ivory?" On one side, Tang Chugyun grinned, revealing, "The kid knows how to choose materials. The left side of the frame, the central part, is all made from the black mythical elephant." Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised. The black mythical elephant, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "You mean using the tusk of a black elephant? This material is incredibly precious. It helps reduce the consumption of magical power when using this demonic path weapon to fight." Tang Chugyun further added details about the materials of the iron thread. Its handle is also no ordinary type, it's rosewood with a steel core. Hearing this, the spirits nearby exclaimed in astonishment, "Young cult leader, this is rosewood that's over 500 years old. It's incredibly rare. I've never seen anything like it." Suddenly, Tang Chugyun continued, "And the tassels hanging below the fan, those are animal furs." The more Tang Wenhui and the three spirits heard, the more questions filled their minds. All top-grade materials, yet he talks about it like it's just ordinary stuff. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wenhui's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling like the iron thread was shining brilliantly like a treasure. He was secretly shocked. What in the world did that old man create? Suddenly, Tang Chugyun cleared his throat and shifted to another function. "Let's assume the materials are beyond discussion. The main point is still its function." Then he looked at the fan spread out in Tang Wenhui's hand and pointed to the tassel at the end of the handle. "Just pull it, and the mode will change. Try pulling it." He followed instructions, holding one end of the string and pulling it to examine it. Immediately, the fan ribs changed both in shape and color. Seeing this, Tang Wenhui let out a sound of astonishment. Next, Tang Chugyun pointed to a brick on the ground, instructing, "Point the end towards the ground, then gently pull the tassel." Tang Wenhui immediately pointed the fan downwards and followed the old man's instructions. Immediately, the hidden weapons inside the fan shot out. They were embedded densely in the ground, making the area look like a hedgehog. Seeing this, he asked, "Pulling hard changes the mode, and pulling gently triggers the projectiles, right?" Tang Chugyun confirmed, "Correct, the first mode is the continuous needle barrage." Tang Wenhui looked at the fan and following the old man's suggestion, continued holding the tassel. "Now, let's try the second mode." Tang Chugyun pointed his finger towards the wall behind him, instructing, "This time, aim towards the wall behind." Tang Wenhui stepped back a little to avoid the old man, pointed the fan towards the distance, and pulled the string hard. Simultaneously, numerous darts flew out like a storm. They shot onto the wall, making it look like stars in the sky. Tang Chugyun smugly stated, "The second mode is the continuous needle spray, the downpour of pear blossom needles." After this demonstration, Tang Wenhui excitedly exclaimed, "It's truly awesome." Suddenly, Tang Chugyun jumped a distance away from him, clasped his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes, and said, "And now, the most exquisite part." Hearing this, Tang Wenhui was astonished. "There's still another mode." Tang Chugyun spread out 3 fingers, replying, "The third mode is not a projectile type, but a special function." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he pulled the tassel. Hearing the sound, he questioned, "This sound is completely different. What is this mode?" Tang Chugyun stood to one side, mysteriously boasting, "It will explode." This made Tang Wenhui's face freeze, thinking he had misheard. Suddenly, the old man's eyes turned red, his pupils glowing wildly as he explained, "The needles you just fired, they will explode when you activate this mode." Then Tang Chugyun closed his eyes, smiling with full confidence, urging, "Try it, and you'll see how amazing it is." However, Tang Wenhui's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "The needles that have already hit a target can explode after impact. This function is beyond imagination. It's something I wouldn't even have thought of." He remembered the sharp darts that had been fired, silently analyzing that the small needles contained explosives and a mechanism to trigger the explosion after launch. Tang Wenhui's whole body trembled. He looked at the iron thread in his hand, excitement welling up inside him. Truly a deadly hidden weapon. It allows a surprise attack and a second surprise on the enemy. Both efficiency and destructive power reach the peak. This is the true essence of the demonic path. With an evil and gleeful expression, he shouted, "It lives up to its name as a masterpiece." Master Tang Chugyun, the old man also laughed wildly in response, "I knew you would love it." After that, Tang Wenhui held the tassel tightly, his eyes fixed forward, saying, "Then I'll try pulling it." Tang Chugyun was also looking forward to the demonstration and smiled. After pulling the string, Tang Wenhui saw the needles on the floor vibrating simultaneously. "What is going on?" Then, as they flew up to attack him, he angrily swung the iron thread, slashing out and shouting, "Let's see what happens." Immediately, the needles stood upright, as if the ground refused to obey. Suddenly, they flew wildly through the air. Seeing this, Tang Wenhui thought, "Is that after effect appearing again?" At this moment, he opened the iron thread, and it emitted a pale purple energy, then swung it towards the floating needles and hit them all. On one side, Tang Chugyun folded his arms and closed his eyes, feeling emotional. As expected, even at that level, he could easily dodge. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei broke into a sweat and asked incomprehensibly, Elder Tang Chugyum, what exactly are these things? Currently, all the needles are like stars flying across the sky, but now he thinks the needles just fired are still hanging in the air. Tang Chugyum's eyes widened, and he seriously revealed the information. That sword wasn't created by me alone, you're cooperating with me, so I want to test your abilities. Knowing why the needles betrayed their master, Tang Wunwei sarcastically remarked that the person was extremely insidious, causing Tang Chugyum to laugh and admit, insidious, correct, very insidious. Suddenly, the needles emitted an eerie purple-black energy. They flew densely above Tang Chugyum's head, but the elder said that wasn't satisfying enough. Hearing this, the round-faced spirit angrily asked, that's dark lightning, it's the Dark Sovereign's dark lightning. This made Wunwei jump in surprise, secretly guessing, damn it, the person cooperating with Tang Chugyum is the Dark Sovereign. Looking at the needles pointed at him, he thought, could it be that he embedded dark lightning imbued with intent into those hidden weapon needles beforehand? I didn't expect the Dark Sovereign to have reached the observer of celestial orbit's realm. At this moment, in the dark sky, thunder and lightning gathered and exploded. Tang Chugyum warned, if you pull the string again, the lightning will strike where you're standing. Those lightning bolts will only cause excruciating pain. One strike is enough to render you unable to cultivate for 10 days. This made Tang Wunwei frown. He was extremely uncomfortable and suspicious. Dark lightning is also poisonous, and it's the Dark Sovereign's poison. Thinking of the purple bottle spilling the mysterious liquid, Tang Wunwei thought, even if I use the poison dragon essence art, I can't completely neutralize this poison from the Dark Sovereign. His eyes were cold, as if wanting to eliminate the malicious person. He realized the problem, meaning, if I'm hit once, I can only watch the Blade Demon North Sea Mythos win this encounter with the Tang clan. Tang Chugyum brought his pipe to his mouth and teased, if you can't handle it, just leave that position. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei raised the iron thread and asked, but what will happen to this sword if I withdraw? The elder replied, that's a quick reaction. Tang Chugyum's eyes were serious as he firmly announced, if you don't pull the string within a certain time, or if you pull it and don't use the sword to parry and deflect the lightning bolts. Tang Wunwei was startled and sweated, looking at the iron thread in his hand as the elder added, the sword will explode. Thinking of Tang Chugyum and Tang Moonhyuk, he realized, so that's how it is. Tang Chugyum and the Tang clan's Dark Sovereign said. Tang Wunwei's face turned pale. He stared at the iron thread, remembering their words, we created a perfect sword. He widened his eyes, pondering their words, if you can't cut and detonate those dark projectiles, you're not worthy of this sword. Tang Chugyum exhaled a puff of smoke after taking a puff from his pipe and asked, so, what are you going to do now? Tang Wunwei didn't hesitate or show fear, firmly replying, of course, I will face it. Tang Chugyum heard the sarcasm in his tone. With a chance to possess such a sword, why miss this exciting drama? He praised, it seems my judgment of people isn't clouded yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wunwei closed his eyes, slightly bowed his head, and a booming purple energy emanated from his body. He took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions to avoid being affected by his surroundings. Then his eyes flashed with fire. Tang Wunwei pointed the sharp iron thread forward, and said firmly, I'm coming. Along with two friends secretly observing from the wall inside the courtyard, Yosamin's eyes widened as she commented, what a strange weapon. I didn't expect hidden weapons to be able to be launched from a fan. Tang Jujin was curious, could it be that the iron thread has hidden weapons? But Sueni suddenly spoke, it's a sword, causing the two girls to turn and look at her with expressions of existential doubt. Then Sueni's eyes seemed to look into the distance as she once again affirmed, it's a sword. Hearing this, Yosamin felt it was unbelievable and argued, how can it be a sword? It's clearly a fan. But Sueni stared straight ahead, thinking, I can only see it as a fan. But in the courtyard below, Tang Wunwei wielded the iron thread, and a wave of golden energy emanated. Seeing this, Sueni silently analyzed, since young Master Wunwei held that fan, the aura of sword energy has spread everywhere. It's true sword energy. Sueni clung tightly to the wall, his eyes determined, secretly affirming, at least he had a natural talent for swordsmanship. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the girls. Yosamin's eyes widened as she asked, whoa, what's happening? In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and purple lightning flickered. Sueni stammered, dark lightning? Tang Jujin wondered, why is the patriarch's dark lightning appearing here? On this side, Tang Wunwei had folded the iron thread, dark clouds and lightning surrounded him. Tang Wunwei pulled a string, his eyes sharp and unwavering as he commanded, let's go. At the same time, purple circles connected by strands of spiritual energy appeared before him. Then, Tang Wunwei slashed at them with his sword, instantly shattering the nearest circles. But he didn't stop, continuing to unleash a flurry of sword strikes toward the purple spiritual energy with fury. After a while, Tang Wunwei's hand holding the iron thread trembled, and he groaned in pain. But he didn't stop, continuing to strike at the energy streams or parry their attacks. Tang Wunwei thought, each strike is incredibly heavy. Sweat streamed down his face as he gritted his teeth and resisted, lamenting, it truly lives up to its name as the Dark Sovereign's dark lightning. On the other side, Tang Chugyum, while puffing on his pipe, commented, he's got a pretty good grasp of the basic chi-leading techniques. Suddenly, a bolt of dark purple lightning struck from the sky. Then, countless eerie purple circles appeared in the air. Tang Wunwei held his sword pointed forward. His deathly eyes had noticed the problem. He thought, the number has increased. Simultaneously, a barrage of dark purple spiritual energy projectiles shot down to attack him. Tang Wunwei used the iron thread to parry each attack, sneering and evaluating in his mind, the angle of each strike is extremely insidious yet optimal. He then quickly counterattacked, slashing his sword repeatedly while secretly calculating. He could feel the angle and sequence of the moves had been carefully calculated as he blocked them. Tang Wunwei swung his sword in an arc, cutting away the purple spiritual energy. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block the attack, thinking, like a master teaching swordsmanship to his disciple, using those sword techniques to engrave the optimal sword path into my body, teaching me how to neutralize the opponent's attack. In the next move, Tang Wunwei broke numerous needles. After a while, he was panting, drenched in sweat, his head slightly bowed in exhaustion. Another wave of eerie dark purple lightning struck from the heavens. Hearing the sound, Tang Wunwei, startled, looked up in astonishment. The lightning bolts intensified, crashing around him. A dark purple circle formed in the air. But a second later, 3 more appeared, tightly connected. In a flash, Tang Wunwei looked up to see the entire sky obscured by the dark purple circles. His face was pale, and he laughed as if weeping silently, lamenting, this level of instruction has surpassed the ordinary, reaching a state of madness. The interconnected circles surrounded Tang Wunwei. He spread out his iron thread, calculating, to withstand such an attack, my current techniques cannot completely neutralize it. Then, with determined eyes, Tang Wunwei gripped his weapon, silently making a decision, but if it were my master's swordsmanship. Tang Wunwei recalled his days in the library, thinking, since my Dantian was reborn in the heavenly demon scripture, I've read these memories no less than 100 times. An ancient secret technique appeared in his mind, his master's swordsmanship, the heavenly demon 9 slashes. The Mara thousand sword form came to mind, a technique with an overwhelmingly superior number of strikes. Remembering the technique's power, he worried, but with my current internal energy, before mastering the heavenly demon warding heart arts, I can't possibly bear the tremendous energy consumption of the Mara thousand sword form. Then, Tang Wunwei raised his hand in a defensive stance, glancing at his opponent, calculating, therefore, I will modify the Mara thousand sword form to suit my current capabilities. In the sky, the dark purple circles intensified. Suddenly, their pressure crashed down, suppressing Tang Wunwei. But he drew some of their energy into the iron thread in his hand, using the wind's arc to compensate for the number of strikes. At the same time, in his chest, the white ball was shining, releasing tiny rays of spiritual power. Tang Wunwei considered, using the cold air of the L-Black Dragon Chi to expand the attack range. Then he slashed out sword images interwoven like a cage and leaped. Tang Wunwei gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as if looking at an irreconcilable enemy. The net he slashed shot into the sky, shattering the dark purple circles. Looking at the net, its mesh becoming increasingly smaller and denser, he silently muttered, a little denser. His pupils constricted, Tang Wunwei focused all his strength, urging himself, a little faster. The Mara thousand sword form appeared behind him. He charged, swinging his sword, thinking, like my master's Mara. As soon as the net formed, streams of purple spiritual energy rained down on Tang Wunwei. In a blink, a huge explosion roared, thick smoke and dust obscuring everything. Amidst the faint purple smoke, his figure gradually emerged. Tang Wunwei smiled softly, saying he had passed the trial. He spread out the iron thread before him, proudly adding, this sword is mine now. A moment later, Tang Chugyum gave Tang Wunwei a box with instructions. Inside were explosive darts and a paper detailing the explosive mixture's formula. Receiving it with both hands, he smiled, expressing his gratitude. I've obtained a marvelous weapon and received your guidance. Thank you, old master. The old master corrected him. The teacher wasn't me. You should thank the one who helped me create it. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei remained grateful. It's all thanks to Lu Ban who created this iron thread sword that I encountered this opportunity. Tang Chugyum folded his arms, looking at him thoughtfully. If you truly think so, may I offer a suggestion? Tang Wunwei nodded. I'm all ears. He seriously listened to the old man's advice. The raging wind is something only those with deep resentment can master, but yours carries a scent of regret far beyond the ordinary. Tang Chugyum frowned, his eyes seemingly seeing through the world, asking, a young man still unfamiliar with the world, why such deep-seated injustice? Hearing this, Tang Wunwei smirked, regret, and casually replied, perhaps my heart is burdened by too many things. Receiving no satisfactory answer, Tang Chugyum sighed, so you won't tell me, fine, everyone has their own pain. He then folded his arms, watching Tang Wunwei wave the iron thread, suggesting, I want to name this iron thread sword, do you mind? Tang Wunwei readily agreed, of course not. Recalling Tang Wunwei's use of the Ma 1,000 sword form, Tang Chugyun commented, the striding technique you just used is like a dark whirlwind sweeping everything. Let's call it the calamitous wind fan. What do you think? Tang Wunwei looked at the iron thread in his hand, silent for a long time. Then he spread it out, revealing the sharp blades, murmuring, the calamitous wind fan. He then closed his eyes, smiling contentedly, expressing his gratitude, a great name, thank you, old master. Then, as if feeling a dark wind blowing past him, Tang Wunwei thought, not a raging wind, but the calamitous wind. He squinted, tilting his head up towards the sky, his face incredibly relaxed, unlike someone burdened with worries. Remembering the old church he once lived in atop the mountain, Tang Wunwei silently sighed, perhaps that is my path. The waiter was surprised to see Tang Chugyun enter the restaurant and blurted out, objectively. Then carefully announced, sincerely apologize, currently full. Then he waved his hand to explain, don't worry, I have already booked under the name of Luban Foundry. Hearing this, the waiter bowed respectfully and invited him, so you are Elder Luban, please follow me to a private room this way. Entering the room, Tang Chugyun glanced at the guests inside and thought, it's already night, yet it's still so crowded, could all these people be visitors from afar, just to see that useless elder brother of mine? Tang Moonhyuk, the giant who protects Zheng Yuan from the ambitions of outside forces, the Dark Sovereign, was sitting at a table laden with food, his expression not very friendly. Tang Chugyun entered the room, slapping his forehead and sighing inwardly, the world's judgment is truly incomprehensible, to me he's just an old, thoughtless elder brother. Meanwhile, Tang Moonhyuk, his face flushed from drinking, was singing and laughing with narrowed eyes. Why so slow? I've already had a drink while waiting for you. Tang Chugyun frowned, sat down, and sighed, I've been working all night, how can I be quick? Tang Moonhyuk curiously asked, so, what were the results? Tang Chugyun retorted without hesitation, haven't you been observing all along? Tang Moonhyuk replied, I have observed, but I want to hear your opinion. Tang Chugyun became serious, his sharp gaze revealing his assessment, he will overcome the tempest and become the calamitous wind, perhaps even oats can be blown away. This made Tang Moonhyuk drop his playful demeanor and ask, then, after he unleashes the calamitous wind, what do you think will happen? He stared at his younger brother and questioned, use it all up, don't worry, he absolutely can't do that, expressing doubt. Tang Chugyun raised his glass, closed his eyes, and said vaguely, you'll understand when you see it for yourself. Recalling Tang Wunwei's calm demeanor when he obtained the iron thread, Tang Chugyun thought, his calamitous wind has a brutal and vicious appearance, but the resentment within is crying out, incredibly cruel and tragic. Then, Tang Chugyun turned to the waiter at the door, waiter, another bottle of Baijiu, please. The waiter immediately obeyed, yes, sir. He looked straight ahead, his face firm, in short, only he can inherit the Tempest Squad. This made Tang Moonhyuk stroke his beard, deep in thought, considering his talent, aura, vision, strength, personality, and even the fact that his Hosan's son, that child is truly perfect in every aspect. Hearing this, Tang Chugyun questioned, why does your expression seem dissatisfied with what I just said? Is there something wrong? Tang Moonhyuk explained while picking up food, one must blend into the flow to become a raging tempest. He looked at the slightly empty plate of meat and continued, his calamitous wind can lead, and nothing can compare to it. Then, Tang Moonhyuk, with the empty space in the middle of his plate, spoke cryptically, of course, it can also pave the way for other winds, so, why not just let that child be the squad leader from the start? Tang Chugyun questioned perplexedly, why make him the eye of the storm? Tang Moonhyuk replied, if only that child had the talent worthy of that position, I would have done so. This surprised Tang Chugyun, he widened his eyes and asked, could it be that someone else has already been chosen for the squad leader position? Thinking of a young man, Tang Moonhyuk took a sip of wine and revealed, it's Yi Chiol-san, the divine sword of Qingcheng. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chugyun slammed the table, stood up, and protested, you crazy, you intend to abandon those foolish descendants and put the great pupil of the Qingcheng sect in that position. Tang Moonhyuk glared and said, you know he's considered the world's infinite supreme sword of the next generation. He spun his finger in the air and continued, it's better to keep someone like that inside than outside. This made Tang Chugyun helplessly expose his brother's intentions. Placing him in the Tempest Squad creates a strong connection with the Tang clan, and you intend to use him to incite the others, preventing the Tang clan descendants from becoming complacent and forcing them to strive harder. Tang Moonhyuk grinned excitedly, you're right, I'm a cunning old fox, he replied, indeed, my brother, you understand quickly. Tang Chugyun sat down, clutching his head, so there's no way for Wunwei to shine, that's too bad, but Tang Moonhyuk denied it, there's still one way, one position. Hearing this, Tang Chugyun curiously asked, which position, and Tang Moonhyuk revealed, what else? He poured himself another cup of wine, smiling slyly, it's my position. Hearing this, Tang Chugyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Watching the wine being poured into a swirling vortex, Tang Moonhyuk excitedly continued, if he becomes the eye of the storm, absorbing all the winds, why bother harmonizing with others? The whole world will automatically bow down and seek to connect with him. Tang Chugyung saw his older brother sweating while drinking, thinking, truly the patriarch's way. Normally, children would think that way, but his thinking is different from ordinary people. Suddenly, Tang Moonhyuk's hand holding the wine glass trembled. It stiffened, causing the wine glass to fall on the table. He stammered in panic, this is... Tang Moonhyuk saw Tang Chugyung as if multiple people were stacked on top of each other. His younger brother placed a small vial on the table and said with a smile, "This is a paralyzing poison. A single drop is enough to knock out a golden statue. Truly the patriarch's way, indeed." Seeing this, Tang Moonhyuk's face turned purple with anger. He slammed the table and scolded, "You brat, you dared to poison my wine because you think I can easily detoxify it without any trouble, right?" Tang Chugyung laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, indeed, my elder brother, I thought your tongue would be paralyzed too." Tang Moonhyuk's expression suddenly turned serious and puzzled by Tang Chugyung's remark. "You know, I was more flustered than usual. Look at me, I didn't even realize the poison immediately, and I blurted it out." Tang Chugyung picked up the porcelain vial and pointed at it. "Guess who gave me this poison?" Hearing this, Tang Moonhyuk was startled and nervously guessed, could it be? As if realizing he had the answer, Tang Chugyung smiled mysteriously. "Koko, can you guess who I met just now?" This made Tang Moonhyuk furious. He roared, "Damn it, you betrayed me." At the same time, 5 people, 1 woman and 4 men entered through the main door. They silently flew through the guests on the first floor, leaping to the second floor like a gust of wind, causing panic. Someone screamed. Then, the door upstairs was shattered, along with the bewilderment of someone being attacked. The 5 people appeared behind Tang Chugyung. Tang Moonhyuk groaned painfully. He gritted his teeth, trying to stall for time. "I can't be caught like this." One of the newcomers, seeing Tang Moonhyuk immobile, threatened him. "The outside is surrounded, give up." The woman in the middle clasped her hands behind her back and complained, "Finding someone who ran away from home like you has delayed our schedule tremendously." The beautiful girl with a striking beauty mark under her right eye smiled and called out, "Grandpa." Earlier, at the Tang clan's residence, Yosumin and 2 friends were eavesdropping and exclaiming, "The Tang clan's wild wind dance is amazing. I've never seen such high-flying swordsmanship before." Tang Jiujin also widened his eyes in agreement. "I've never seen it either." This made Yosumin doubtful. "Yes." Tang Jin didn't explain but broke out in a cold sweat thinking, "Wild wind dance? No, that wasn't Tang clan's martial arts. Where did he learn such advanced swordsmanship?" Suddenly Sunny turned to ask her if she wasn't the Tang clan's swordsmanship, while Tang Ju and Jin were speechless, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Purple thunderbolts rained down from the sky with a deafening roar. In the courtyard below, Tang Wunwei remained motionless, gazing upwards without any intention of counterattacking. Seeing this, Sunny worriedly asked, "Sister Ju Jin, is that all right?" She then looked down at Tang Wunwei, thinking, that's a technique that even a top-tier master at the peak of their abilities would find difficult to withstand. Suddenly, Tang Jiujin jumped up, making a bold decision. She declared, "If this continues, Wunwei will be injured." But a loud noise startled her, causing her to hesitate. Her intended movement faltered, and she no longer dared to act rashly. At this moment, the 3 people hiding on the roof saw Tang Wunwei unleashing a white energy wave towards the purple thunderbolts. He unleashed sword energy, forming a net in front of him. The meshes of the net gradually tightened, blocking the incoming thunderbolts. Tang Wunwei silently chanted, "Thousand sword scent." Watching from the wall, Sunny murmured in amazement, "Young Master Wunwei's sword scent has blossomed, but after using that sword technique, his sword scent is incredibly unstable." One side Yosumin frowned uneasily, "But Sis Ju, Jin, is that thing of Wunwei young master okay?" Tang Jiujin looked at Tang Wunwei, who was radiating purple energy, and replied, "I've never seen such intense aura." Simultaneously, in her mind, the evil Jiujin chuckled, "I've told you so many times, that guy is a demon king." Hearing this, Tang Jiujin looked up disdainfully, "That demon king nonsense again, you still don't believe it, even with all this murderous aura, that guy could easily tear me apart." As soon as she finished speaking, she was struck by a wave of energy from Tang Jiujin, causing her to wail, so scary, so scary." Tang Jiujin gritted her teeth in anger, "Shut up." Despite this, Tang Jiujin was extremely worried. She put aside the matter of the ferocious murderous aura for now. His chi was too unstable. The spirits on the other side reminded Tang Wunwei, "Young leader, there are still people there." He glanced sideways, slightly disgruntled. This is tricky. I thought when that Luban returned, they would have a chance to retreat smoothly." Suddenly, a spirit with a gleeful expression remarked, "It seems they are too fascinated by the divine cult's supreme swordsmanship and forgot they are secretly observing someone else." Hearing this, Tang Wunwei glanced in one direction, thinking, although it's fundamentally demonic power, it's now integrated into Wild Wind Dance. Using the Poison Dragon Essence art makes it unlikely to be detected. He thought of the eerie red Mara Thousand Sword form, unease settling in his heart. The problem was the side effects of using Mara without the heavenly demon warding heart arts. Remembering the original version, he understood that using Wild Wind Dance to contain Mara had been successful, but using the Poison Dragon Essence art was indeed too much to control the Mara Thousand Sword form. The final blow that Tang Wunwei struck out was like a wide-area net. Master Heavenly Demon's 9 swords was originally created using the Heavenly Demon warding heart arts, so the demon's killing intent was already controlled. But then the powerful purple energy erupted uncontrollably, he thought. After receiving the dark lightning, it was losing direction and violently fluctuating. Tang Wunwei groaned, clutching his head as he pondered, if I don't quickly deplete or suppress the murderous aura, I might fall into experience energy deviation. Suddenly, his eyes widened, he was so surprised that he exclaimed. Then he slightly bowed his head and smiled, feigning helplessness. Tang Wunwei soared into the air, heading straight for the 3 people on the roof. He landed in front of them, startling all 3. Tang Wunwei clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, young Miss Yosumin, young Miss Suni, how long do you intend to stay? Seeing him suddenly appear, the girls were drenched in sweat and flustered. Yosumin stammered, young master, hello, ha ha, while Tang Jiujin tried to explain, Wunwei, this, heh. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking down at them, thinking, the Daoist Qingcheng sect, the Buddhist Ame sect, and the daughter of the strongest righteous sect swordsman, they are all gathered here. The reflections of the 3 women were clearly visible in Tang Wunwei's pupils, he secretly delighted, perfect subjects to suppress the murderous aura. Yosumin, Tang Jiujin, and Suani stood before Tang Wunwei in the courtyard, questioning, duel. Tang Jiujin pointed at herself, bewilderedly asking, with us. Tang Wunwei raised 3 fingers, confirming seriously, yes, please engage in a 3-person consecutive sword fight as compensation for observing my techniques earlier. Hearing this, Tang Gui Chen scratched her cheek, sweating and replying, secretly watching was indeed our fault. She then looked at the purple energy around Tang Wunwei worriedly, but little brother, you alright? Your current breathing seems quite unstable. Tang Wunwei smiled frankly, that's precisely why I'm making this request. My knowledge of swordsmanship isn't deep enough, I haven't integrated my understanding, hence the disordered breathing. The 3 girls were astonished as he continued, if I have the opportunity to spar with 3 masters of swordsmanship, it would greatly benefit me. I believe it will help me to comprehend swordsmanship more easily. In reality, Tang Wunwei was sweating profusely in his mind, of course, that's important, but more importantly, the Daoist Qi of the Qingcheng sect will help me cleanse the demonic Qi. If it can dispel some of the murderous aura in my body, it will be easier to control my breathing. A moment later, Tang Jiujin accepted Tang Wunwei's reason. That makes sense, alright, Sister Sumin, Sister Suani, what do you think? Sumin clasped her hands behind her back and offered her opinion. Well, secretly watching someone train is wrong, let's accept it, Suani agreed, I don't mind. Seeing their agreement, Tang Wunwei smiled happily, then please come inside. Time flew by inside the courtyard. Tang Jiujin, sword in hand, stood opposite Tang Wunwei and said, Wunwei, don't push yourself too hard, he replied, yes, I understand. Then she raised her sword into an attack stance, saying, let's begin then. She then stamped her foot, leaped, and disappeared, leaving Tang Wunwei no time to respond. Tang Jiujin's sword struck with incredible force, the clash with his sword sent sparks flying. The 2 engaged in fierce combat, attacking and parrying in a series of moves. Tang Jiujin's hair flew in the wind, constantly shifting with her movements. Suddenly Tang Wunwei's eyes carried murderous intent as he approached Tang Jiujin swung up the iron thread. Seeing his weapon was right next to his neck, Tang Jiujin was startled and panicked. Very quickly, she parried with her sword, albeit with some difficulty. They sparred like this for a long time, no one in the villa spoke. By now, Tang Jiujin had retreated quite a distance to avoid Tang Wunwei's attacks. Her eyes widened, and she focused intensely, as if searching for his weaknesses. Then, Tang Jiujin brought her sword behind her, slightly bending her knees for momentum, and shouted. Then she lunged forward, delivering a full-force strike at Tang Wunwei. They fought from the ground to the air, exchanging several moves that created small explosions in the sky. Seeing this, Yosumin broke into a sweat, questioning life itself. Hey, this is just a sparring match, Suani gaped in assessment, but the attacks were no different from real combat. On this side, Tang Jiujin swung her sword so fast it seemed like she had 3 hands. Tang Wunwei also countered with a flurry of attacks, parrying all of Tang Jiujin's strikes. After a while, she was sweating profusely, panting in disbelief. She knew Wunwei had progressed rapidly, but remembering their previous sparring match, she was shocked. Compared to their fight half a year ago in the martial arts arena, this was a completely different level, and furthermore, Tang Jiujin watched Tang Wunwei use his iron thread to parry her attacks and confirmed it. Every time her sword touched his, Wunwei's swordsmanship became smoother. Tang Jiujin again leaped back, narrowly avoiding a crescent-shaped sword strike. She wondered if he was observing her techniques and absorbing her swordsmanship to improve himself. She landed not far away, her feet slightly shifting backward. Sweat dripped down, and Tang Jiujin panted heavily. At the same time, Tang Wunwei stopped, respectfully saying, "Thank you, big sister. This match was truly very helpful to me," Tang Jiujin replied, "Mm." He then turned to the 2 people behind him, smiling cheerfully. "Next, I invite Yosumin. Young miss, please, instruct me." Called upon, she hopped in front of Tang Wunwei, grumbling, If I'd known the sparring match would be this intense, I would have refused. He eagerly requested, please allow me to learn a move, Yo-Sumjin, young miss. She closed her eyes, her expression 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned. Drawing her sword, she accepted, a promise is a promise. Then, her eyes turned cold, Yo-Sumjin pointed her sword forward in a threatening gesture. However, I won't hold back on my first move either. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed in a zigzag pattern, appearing right beside Tang Wunhui. With a fierce look, Yo-Sumjin swung her sword rapidly, attacking. The sword's image swirled, attacking Tang Wunhui, but he was no slouch, countering with his iron thread. This move was not easy for Tang Wunhui, his hand holding the iron thread trembled, and he gritted his teeth, groaning. Seeing Tang Wunhui struggling to defend, the ghostly figures anxiously asked, young leader, you alright? As expected of someone from the SECT, the chi that breaks demonic chi of the Buddhist school is truly the nemesis of the demonic cult, it's not simply a counter. Tang Wunhui gripped the iron thread, his eyes sharp as he replied, I know, and think so, that's why I asked to spar with her. He continued sparring with Yo-Sumjin, secretly calculating, fortunately, Mara's killing intent hasn't turned into true demonic chi, so it didn't cause internal injuries. Tang Wunhui's hand holding the iron thread trembled, but his eyes were unwavering, he silently told himself, but every time our swords clash, I clearly feel a large amount of my chi being consumed. Suddenly, Yo-Sumjin charged forward with both hands holding her sword, bringing with her immense pressure. Tang Wunhui raised his iron plate to prepare to block, thinking, if Daoist sword chi suppresses demonic chi. Excitement appeared on his face, and Tang Wunhui confirmed in his heart, then the Buddhist school sword chi is the natural enemy, just as the elders said. When their swords clashed, the shockwave sent the purple energy on Tang Wunhui's body flying around him. Tang Wunhui saw the demonic chi appearing between the two swords and thought, because of this, I need to familiarize myself with and find a way to counter this incompatibility. Furthermore, the SECT's unique swordsmanship is also very impressive. Watching Yo-Sumjin's powerful swordsmanship, he mused on a sword style practiced entirely by women. He then observed how she skillfully used her sword, compensating for her lack of strength and smaller stature compared to men, while also showcasing women's advantages. Her eyes were focused, Yo-Sumjin had no intention of holding back. Tang Wunhui silently analyzed her techniques. Because of her small stature, she forces her opponent to attack her lower body, using centrifugal force to increase power, then launching powerful attacks, not allowing for prolonged defense. Tang Wunhui was forced to retreat by Yo-Sumjin's attacks, but he was impressed. This is an extremely effective sword style when facing opponents larger than oneself. Suddenly, Yo-Sumjin lightly tapped her toes and leaped high. She slashed down a white sword image. Tang Wunhui countered with a yellow energy attack. After a moment, he seemed to have absorbed Yo-Sumjin's technique and gradually gained the upper hand, attacking more powerfully, forcing her to retreat and dodge. Tang Wunhui turned, his eyes never leaving his opponent, and slashed a yellow sword image. Unexpectedly, the iron thread struck towards Yo-Sumjin's neck, but she tilted her head back at the last moment. Even so, Tang Wunhui's iron thread still pointed at her neck. Yo-Sumjin, sweat streaming down her face, waved his sword away. Stop, stop, I've given it my all, it's Sueni's turn. Watching her leave the arena, Tang Wunhui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Yo-Sumjin, young miss. She then cautioned, Master Wunhui, you're too fixated on swordsmanship, that will make it difficult to win the hearts of women. While she left, looking pale, Sueni slowly approached, thinking, truly miraculous. She walked toward Tang Wunhui, silently assessing him. Master Wunhui doesn't have innate martial arts talent, that's more suited to Sister Jiujin, considering only talent is even worse than a newly initiated disciple of our sect. Sueni recalled when he swung his sword at Tang Jiujin, secretly clicking her tongue, however, observing the swordsmanship of Sister Jiujin and Sister Sumjin. And during Tang Wunhui sparring with Yo-Sumjin, she analyzed in her head, his speed in absorbing and transforming it into his own is superior to those with talent. Then, Tang Wunhui's final gaze during his sparring match with Yo-Sumjin appeared in Sueni's mind. She silently marveled, that's because his understanding of swordsmanship surpasses the norm. Eyes full of confusion and doubt, Sueni thought worriedly, but strangely he himself was still clumsy when it came to using a sword. How could his comprehension ability be so high? Suddenly she saw the energy on Tang Wunhui's body and her eyes widened in confusion. Yellow energy, like coiling ropes, flowed from him. Sueni realized in her mind, sword scent. Without showing her feelings, Sueni stated an abrupt problem. That's not how you use it, leaving Tang Wunhui puzzled. She looked directly at him and frankly explained, controlling it like that will damage the sword scent. It's not about suppression, but about a broader concept, allowing the body to quickly adapt to the new energy changes within. Hearing this, Tang Wunhui's eyes and mouth widened in doubt. Sword scent. Sueni suddenly realized her slip and exclaimed. She turned away, unable to meet his gaze, scratching her cheek. Sorry, I said something nonsensical, please forget it. Seeing her embarrassment, Tang Wunhui thought, the old demonic cult investigation files mentioned the Chunghua cabin Summer clan's ability to sense others' aptitudes. Perhaps that's how she discovered her sword scent. Remembering the veteran master, He tugged at his hair, thinking, the Clear Sky Sword Emperor was a top expert, comparable to my master, a judgment based on that family's special ability can't be ignored. Afterward, Tang Wunwei cheerfully asked, Sunny young miss, what did you mean by broad concept just now? Her eyes widened, her face reddening in surprise as she heard him continue, could you explain it in more detail? She hastily pointed forward, but looked towards Yo Sumin for help. Sumin's sister was bewildered, completely lost. A moment later, as if understanding, Yo Sumin closed her eyes, cleared her throat, and said, since young Master Wunwei wants to hear, let me explain it more clearly. However, before she finished, Sunny brilliantly replied, sword scent is merely something easily dissipated, leaving Tang Wunwei even more doubtful. Sunny was extremely excited, her words like a slap to Tang Wunwei's face. Once it's completely gone, it can't be restored, even if recombined, it won't smell the same. But conversely, if used well and the scent is preserved long enough. Seeing this, Yo Sumin, relieved, helplessly explained, the scent will become deeper, and when transferred to the sword, the effect will be correspondingly enhanced. That's the principle. On one side, Sunny narrowed her eyes, her hands clasped respectfully amidst the fragrant flowers, looking very content. Utterly confused by them, Tang Wunwei felt like he was in the underworld, his mouth agape in horror, thinking, what in the world are they talking about? Tang Wunwei stood before a brightly lit room, thinking that facing the Dark Sovereign's trial and training with the three women had made him later than expected. He clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and bowed his head, silently praying, I hope he won't complain, it's disrespectful to keep him waiting, forgive me. Inside the room, Weiji Humeon held a wine cup and greeted him with a smile, you've arrived. Seeing Tang Wunwei still standing outside, he swayed, saying, to let a guest wait and argue outside, that won't do. Then he entered, sat opposite, and replied, I'm about to face one of the world's best swordsmen, so I need to be thoroughly prepared, he thought. He doesn't seem angry, good. Weiji Humeon rested his hands on the table, looking at Tang Wunwei encouragingly. Such preparation isn't simple. His eyes only reflected Tang Wunwei's image. He widened his eyes in astonishment and remarked, in just over an hour, you've reached a much higher level. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei didn't hide his question. You can see that too. Weiji Humeon asked back, do you have any idea how many battles I've been through? Weiji Humeon took a sip of wine and said, even among the top 10 masters, few have gone through as many life or death battles as I have. This reminded Tang Wunwei of his past life. From a vagrant with nothing, I became the lord of a Murim region, building my own power. I might seem ordinary, but my inner self is absolutely not to be underestimated. He smiled confidently, considering the other man's past behavior, and then asked, may I ask a question? Weiji Humeon laughed readily in agreement, what is it? Then, his large hand holding the wine cup trembled as he heard Tang Wunwei curiously ask, great warrior, what is the true reason for your visit to our family this time? Weiji Humeon slammed the wine cup on the table, angrily questioning, do you mean I'm hiding something? His eyes flashed with furious anger, he sneered scornfully, and hiding it from a young, inexperienced brat like you. Yellow energy shot towards Tang Wunwei, he glared, thinking, truly formidable spirit. Seeing Tang Wunwei's lack of fear, Weiji Humeon stroked his beard and praised, interesting, you dare ask that, you must suspect my purpose is different from what I've said. He continued to exert pressure around himself and said, speak, depending on whether your guess is right or wrong, you may have to face the test today, not 4 days later. Hearing this, the elder spirits were furious, they scolded on Tang Wunwei's behalf, that's too arrogant, but the young master isn't strong enough to face him now. Sweating, Tang Wunwei replied, then, this incompetent junior will boldly present my thoughts on your reasons for coming. With sharp eyes, Tang Wunwei answered without lacking in strength, because, great warrior, a top expert from Guiju Murim suddenly visited the Tang clan's 9 Dragons branch right before the grand gathering without prior notice. Facing Weiji Humeon's pressure, he continued, you must understand the impact of this action. If you truly came for the honor of your disciple, you would have chosen a different time. Hearing this, Weiji Humeon asked, then why now? Looking directly at Weiji Humeon, Tang Wunwei replied, because you had to come at this moment. Then, as if stating his own deduction, he said, Blade King, you haven't reached that level yet, but the Dark Sovereign, who's coming to the 9 Dragons branch, has attained the Observer of Celestial Orbit's realm. Weiji Humeon stroked his long beard, listening to Tang Wunwei ask, did you come here to look for clues leading to that realm? As soon as these words were spoken, he stopped, seemingly struck to the core. After a while, Weiji Humeon spoke, this reason seems too flimsy, too superficial to use against the Tang clan, but Tang Wunwei firmly said, if there's anything I can help with, please tell me. Weiji Humeon furrowed his brow, closing his eyes to consider his next words, because I think you're still hesitant to reveal your true feelings. On one side, the spirits gossiped, he was at the peak, after all, he should maintain some pride, not easily revealing his inner self. But his words were, but as you know, I was a wanderer. This caused the spirits to be shocked, he abandoned his pride so quickly. Suddenly, Weiji Humeong clenched his fist and said, without a glorious appearance, every day was a struggle for survival, but I built a sect and reached the realm of no wind. Then, his eyes turned sad as he continued his confession, and that happened a year ago. At that moment, under the dark night sky, a loud explosion sounded, red light shot out like fireworks. Weiji Humeong knelt on the ground, his eyes dark and miserable. He gritted his teeth helplessly, unwillingly asking, why is there such a terrible difference? Then, Weiji Humeong looked at the white-haired old man before him, shouting, Sword Emperor, what is the ultimate difference between you and me? The serious man didn't turn around, only glancing back as he replied, your single-minded swordsmanship has only reached the threshold of the martial peak realm. You haven't even understood the things beneath your feet, so how can you look up to the celestial orbits realm? Hearing this, Weiji Humeong was startled and doubtful. Celestial orbits realm? You mean the observer of celestial orbits realm? Could it actually exist? After a long silence, the Sword Emperor explained, following the orbits of the stars moving in the celestial sphere, grasping the celestial secrets, accumulating heaven's energy in your dantian. Suddenly, he turned to look at Weiji Humeong, who was still kneeling on the ground with an expectant expression. Then firmly replied, the celestial orbits realm is indeed real. This made Weiji Humeong eyes wide open in horror. He looked at the Sword Emperor gazing into the distance, thinking, his eyes then seemed to contain pity. He truly felt regret for me from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the seemingly endless distance between them, Weiji Humeong sighed. That feeling was even more intense than the humiliation I suffered that day. Weiji Humeong recounted his days of frenzied training, his ambition to become powerful completely consuming him. So I retreated into seclusion, introspecting. From a penniless wanderer, I fought countless masters, forging my own golden lion swordsmanship. Recalling himself wielding his sword and rampaging, Weiji Humeong continued, but ultimately, I realized that compared to schools that had accumulated knowledge over generations, the martial arts created by a single lifetime like mine were too shallow. His eyes flashed with anger. Weiji Humeong realized, that's when I began to feel envy, an envy I'd never experienced before, envy of the great and renowned schools. Corpses littered the ground. Weiji Humeong confided, I heard you easily defeated my disciples. Imagining Tang Wunwei in his robes, he mentioned Tang Wunwei's achievements against the demonic cult, so I thought, if it were the Tang clan. And remembering the old squad leader, Tang Moonhyuk, added, a clan possessing a dark sovereign, someone considered equal to, or perhaps even surpassing, the Sword Emperor. Then Weiji Humeong recalled the energy clash with Tang Wunwei at the Academy Gate. I believe you possess the secret to reaching a higher realm, one I've never attained, and today, after witnessing your martial arts firsthand, I've confirmed it. Tang Wunwei's face darkened, his eyes extremely uncomfortable, hearing Weiji Humeong admit that he truly possessed clues to his power advancement. Weiji Humeong furrowed his brows, his sharp eyes firm as he added, in the Murim world, most martial artists die without ever reaching that realm, most are fools who don't know how to achieve it. Then he closed his eyes, honestly admitting, and I'm just one of those fools. This startled Tang Wunwei. He broke into a sweat, finding it hard to believe what he'd heard. I didn't expect you to be so honest. Weiji Humeong, on the other hand, dropped his playful demeanor, stating sincerely, that's right, what I just said is why I came here, help me reach a higher realm. Hearing this, the round-faced spirit commented, a former lord of a region, now not only admitting his shortcomings to his junior, but also directly requesting help. Tang Wunwei, stroking his chin, thought, so the so-called pride of the school he mentioned at the gate today wasn't what the Blade King cared about. He looked at Weiji Humeong's serious, determined face and silently assessed him. He only has a burning desire for pure power without any distractions. Tang Wunwei closed his eyes and smiled amusedly. To meet a man like this, it's rare, he agreed, I'll help you. Hearing this, Weiji Humeong was doubtful. Tang Wunwei cut him off, saying, but I have a condition. Weiji Humeong was curious, what condition? Tang Wunwei crossed his arms, his face confident as he asked, let me borrow the great warrior's sword. This made Weiji Humeong surprised and asked, borrow my sword? And when he confirmed, yes, I don't know when I'll borrow it, but if it's the Lion Sword Emperor's Claw, it must be very valuable, right? Weiji Humeong laughed heartily, saying, you speak as if I already possess the mental techniques to transcend my realm. With sharp eyes, Tang Wunwei suddenly replied, I'm certain. He looked at Weiji Humeong, affirming as if it were a certainty, you will definitely achieve what you want. This caused Weiji Humeong to chuckle, staring at Tang Wunwei in amazement. Then Weiji Humeong laughed heartily again. Ha ha, without proof, you want me to believe you, how strange. He slammed his hand on the table, looking at Tang Wunwei's calm demeanor. But you know, my blade isn't something you can just borrow, it depends on your intentions. As soon as he said that, Tang Wunwei closed his eyes and thought, of course, if the Blade King received such a proposal, he would need to think it over. Suddenly, Weiji Humeong extended his hand towards him, declaring, like this, if you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I won't hesitate to lend you what you need. This left Tang Wunwei confused. After a while, finally understanding his meaning, the three spirits and Tang Wunwei were stunned. Wait, what did you just say? Meanwhile in another place, Jinbei glanced at his subordinates behind him and reminded him, I clearly told you to be careful in every action, but you're still hanging around here in the middle of the night like this. Gu Minchi, disguised as the subordinate, scoffed. Jinbei, angered, turned and scolded, hey, what's with that attitude, who's your direct superior? Suddenly, his eyes flashed with green fire. Seeing this, Jinbei was startled and suspicious. Humph, those eyes. Then, his body and face froze and shattered into pieces. Jinbei only managed to widen his eyes and stammer. In an instant, like a gust of wind, the fragments of ice and snow scattered before the disguised Gu Minchi. At the same time, a man approached from behind him, saying, if you continue to act recklessly like this, what will happen? How many people are lurking around here? Gu Minchi, with angry eyes, replied, anyway, I'm going to change everything, just consider this a preemptive strike. Hearing that, the man applied new makeup, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. In the end, all the trouble will fall on my head anyway. Transforming into Jinbei's appearance, he asked, how about the matter you said you would personally check? Gu Minchi reported, it's indeed airtight, without revealing a single flaw. Jinbei showed a suspicious face, glancing inquisitively. Could the information have been leaked from somewhere? If you keep targeting Tang Wunwei like this, you might be in danger. Hearing this, Gu Minchi became angry, his eyes shooting out green fire. Do you think I act without planning? Seeing this, Jinbei bowed slightly, saying, sir, I have been rude, please forgive me. Immediately, Gu Minchi withdrew the anger in his eyes. That kind of attitude, I won't let it pass a second time. Jinbei obeyed, I will remember. Suddenly, another person flew down from behind the two of them. Gu Minchi glanced and asked, is it Blue Bone? That's impossible. The 12 Dark Ghosts Blue Bone merchant stood there reporting. The sect master had something to do and wanted to give direct orders. Then she created a blue wind-like energy, blowing her hair and clothes. Suddenly, she opened her bright eyes wide like an alien. Immediately, Gu Minchi and Jinbei clasped their hands, knelt on one knee, bowed their heads in greeting, asking to see the master. The Blue Bone merchant's voice echoed ominously, addressing those who followed the strict laws of the snow in the northern sea, the harsh, icy land. How ready are you? Hearing this, Gu Minchi reported, the merger of the White-Handed Stealth Squad and the White-Handed Slayer Squad is complete. With His Majesty's Imperial Edict, this subordinate will gladly enter the Holy War, ready to sacrifice. The Blue Bone merchant's eyes shone, and she spread her hand in praise. Excellent, then I shall entrust you with a sacred mission to open the first chapter of the Holy War. Gu Minchi immediately responded, please issue the order. The master, through the Blue Bone merchant's body, radiated green energy towards the two kneeling figures, continuing, in the name of the Mythos leader of the Laws of Snow, I wish to send a small gift to an old friend, one I am about to reunite with after decades of separation. The Blue Bone merchant's soulless eyes, her mouth moving, choose one of two, the head of the Tempest swordsman, or the head of his son, impale it on a stake before the city gates as a warning. No matter how many disciples fall for justice, it doesn't matter, can you do it? Gu Minchi raised her head, confidently replying, is there anywhere so secure that this subordinate cannot carry out the task? Hearing this, the eyes softened slightly, and the master said, very good, I shall await the results. After a while, the Blue Bone merchant closed her eyes. It seemed the master had departed. Seeing this, Gu Minchi stood up, hands on her hips, and commanded, gather all the red bones. Her eyes shot out green sparks. She exuded a strong murderous aura, announcing, tonight, we attack Tang Wunwei. In a multi-story building, a voice rang out, the Blade Demon, North Sea Mythos Master, has set foot in the Nine Dragons County. Tang Wunwei clasped his hands behind his back, looked down, and thought to himself, faster than expected, isn't it? Then he turned to Tang Gun, questioning, surveillance and monitoring must have been difficult, right? The other replied, the surveillance forces must have been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Tang Wunwei picked up a chess piece on the map and commented, but the Blade Demon, North Sea Mythos Master, will certainly not act directly before the day of the Grand Assembly. Tang Gun mysteriously confirmed, that's right, but the cowards are starting to make noise. This made Tang Wunwei let out a sound, showing that he already knew. He looked at the large map on the table, propping his chin thoughtfully. The Patriarch hasn't arrived at the Nine Dragons branch yet, and they are already acting. Then Tang Wunwei picked up a chess piece, glanced at it and analyzed. Those guys must have abandoned the assassination plan since the White Bone Wraith geezer was taken down. If the plan was discovered, there's no way they'd act secretly anymore. With a tense expression, he forcefully placed the chess piece on a point, saying, but they can't retreat either. They want to sow fear of the demonic cult's return to Zhongyuan. Looking at the two chess pieces placed side by side, Tang Wunwei reasoned, and they also have to prevent the Patriarch from establishing a new special forces team. If I'm right, to boast the demonic cult's power, they will wait until the Grand Assembly reaches its peak before launching a full-scale attack. As soon as he said that, Tang Gun provided corroborating information. Our Wind Evolution Center also assesses it that way. But Tang Wunwei asked, but now, the actions of those rats are inexplicable, aren't they? Indeed, Tang Gun's eyes lit up as he affirmed, that's right, strategically speaking, those who have infiltrated secretly have no reason to act at this time. Tang Wunwei observed the map with the arranged chess pieces, saying, those guys want to make the Tang clan, who ruined their plan, suffer humiliation. They want to seize the initiative. Hearing this, Tang Gun was startled and questioningly asked, what? They're ignoring strategy for the sake of competitive prestige, Tang Wunwei thought, because that's what they are. He pointed to a chess piece near the edge of the map, explaining, to seize the initiative, the most effective target is the branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch, the center of the assembly. Placing his hand on the chess piece representing himself, Tang Wunwei stated, but attacking the branch clan head is difficult, so the target will definitely be me, the vice branch clan head. Tang Gun, seeing someone in trouble, joyfully taunted, how does it feel to be chosen as a target? Tang Wunwei replied, humph, what's so scary about being a target? Immediately narrowed his eyes, happily praising, indeed, worthy of the appearance of a future general, the Wind Evolution Center officially nominates you, but before he could finish, Tang Wunwei disgustedly interrupted him, enough. Then he rested his hands on the map, seriously reminding, regardless, the general manager needs to prepare immediately. With excited eyes anticipating the fun, Tang Wunwei smirked, saying, if I'm the target, I should make the most of it. Time slipped by. One evening, on the streets, lights were everywhere. Yosumin excitedly exclaimed, wow, what a magnificent night market. She happily narrowed her eyes, assessing, truly worthy of an event organized by the Tang clan, the scale is truly different. Hearing this, Tang Jiujin nervously explained, originally, I planned to bring everyone yesterday, but Wunwei held me back. Being reminded of being worn out, Yosumin gloomily sighed, really, I just came as a guest, and he dragged me away. Sunny thought differently, but it was really wonderful. This caused Yosumin, who was about to say, it's really, to stop. Then, she angrily questioned Sunny, if it's not normal, then it's not wonderful at all. Seeing this, Tang Jiujin stepped in to mediate, come on, if we're at the night market, we should have fun, right? Her attention diverted, Yosumin happily enjoyed the atmosphere, tilting her head and exclaiming. A moment later, each person held a skewer of candied hawthorn, eating deliciously. Next, Tang Jiujin stood with her arms crossed, watching Yosumin's surprised reaction as Sunny held an ugly mask and asked, should I buy this? Tang Jiujin smiled, but her eyes were very sad. She thought, if only my siblings could play as freely as this. Remembering the image of Tang Yuchang sadly holding a square box, she silently wondered, is Yuchang having a smooth journey to her maternal family? Suddenly, Yosumin waved her hand towards her, calling, Jiujin Jiejie, let's try over there, and was immediately answered, okay. Suddenly, as Tang Jiujin was about to follow the other two, a strange black smoke appeared behind her. Tang Jiujin felt a shock, turned her head, wondering in her heart, humph, this aura is. Yosumin also turned around, standing behind her, asking, Jiejie, you felt it too. Then the three of them jumped up, flying in one direction to check the situation. Arriving at a small alley, the three stopped. Tang Jiujin affirmed, it's definitely around here. Yosumin doubted, they must be preparing to escape. Then Sunny warned cautiously, Sumin, Jiejie, this place is very strange, causing her to turn her head, wondering, humph, what's strange? Tang Jiujin stared ahead, hearing Sunny say, there's absolutely no human presence around here. Then she also analyzed to reinforce Sunny's words, although the Nine Dragons district had few people passing by, but this lack of popularity was too unreasonable and she suddenly realized it was a trap. Then quickly turned around and shouted to warn the two friends Sumin. Sunny retreated immediately. Yosumin panicked and responded, yes. However, as soon as the three of them ran a short distance, three beams of light descended from the sky, blocking their path. Then, Tang Gaijin, Yosumin, and Sunny fought together against three men in black. After a while, the three masked men leaped back, creating some distance between themselves and the women. Tang Gaijin manifested blue energy, her eyes scrutinizing. She recognized the chilling and demonic energy as belonging to the demonic cult, Blade Demon of the North Sea mythos, which Wunwei had once faced. Suddenly, Gu Minchi, in disguise, emanated a chilling aura as he approached the three men in black from behind. He spoke, indeed, Murim's promising talents will lead the future of Sichuan Murim. As he walked, he removed his disguise, revealing his true face. Gu Minchi's eyes shot out a chilling aura. He extended his hand forward, laughing and asking, can you easily stop such demonic things? Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Tang Gaijin frowned, secretly assessing that this terrifying demonic energy belonged to at least a master. On the other side, he swayed his body as if shedding a shell, continuing, tension won't solve anything. Then he approached Yosumin, menacing her, but the demon-slaying sword of the SECT is a bit troublesome, so that sword. And he raised his hand towards her chest, emanating a pale green energy, coldly announcing, I'll take it first. Immediately, Yosumin was struck without a chance to defend herself, spitting blood in terror. Receiving this blow from Gu Minchi head-on, she slumped her head. Then she was sent flying by him and slammed hard against the wall behind. This sight terrified Sunny. Her pupils contracted as she called out to Sumin. Having dealt with one, Gu Minchi looked at his hand and said, Having the young miss of the Nine Dragons branch and the daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor is enough. This made Tang Gaijin break out in a cold sweat, thinking, you know my identity and you still dare approach. Then, without prior agreement, Tang Gaijin and Suani charged towards Gu Minchi with their swords. Both swords attacked from either side, but he sneered with amusement. Gu Minchi counterattacked with his bare hands, sending the two women flying backward. Not only did they fail to touch Gu Minchi, but they were also struck by him. Tang Gaijin was startled and questioned, what? Suani didn't expect this either, gritting her teeth and groaning. Moreover, while they were still suspended in midair, Gu Minchi struck each of them again. That energy pierced through their bodies. This caused Tang Gaijin and Suani to collapse on the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing this, Yosumin, although kneeling on the ground clutching her stomach, couldn't help but shout worriedly, Suani, Gaijin. Suddenly, Gu Minchi leisurely walked towards her. Yosumin coughed up a mouthful of blood, breaking out in a sweat and exclaiming, what exactly do these demonic cult members intend to do with Gaijin and Suani? However, she didn't receive an answer. Instead, Gu Minchi struck her, forcing her to kneel prostrate on the ground, scolding her, too noisy, a Maybrat. He clasped his hands behind his back, his body radiating immense green energy, ordering, return to the Nine Dragons branch and relay this, if you want to save these hostages. Then, his eyes emitted a furious chill. Gu Minchi gritted his teeth, tell Woonwee to appear in person. Then, the four of them, Gu Minchi and his companions, flew away, ignoring Yosumin trembling on the ground. She panted, her body dirty, whispering, Suani, Gaijin. As she tried to stand, the pain cooled down again, sitting on the ground and groaning. Yosumin's stomach was gradually freezing, her face turned pale, she reached into her clothes with difficulty, stammering, it's... And she took out a small whistle. Immediately, a long whistle echoed through the alley. Yosumin trembled, her eyes dull as if about to lose her strength. After a while, she spoke clearly, if I fail at this point, I won't forgive myself. Thinking of Tang Woonwee placing a chess piece on the map with a determined gaze, Yosumin called out, Woonwee Gongzi, Master Woonwee.